After 10 nights of intense and very exciting competition here in Gibraltar, it is time for finals night, although we will start at lunchtime. Of course, Rugby CC, unfortunately, they're out of the competition, but 4 teams are here, and it's very interesting. Never has the top team actually won the trophy. Will it be that way today? We're about to find out. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Never before have we had 7 finals matches on one day, so it's a super Sunday of action, of course. Already well underway in Cyprus, in fact not too far away from the final there, just about an hour away. But right here in Gibraltar, it is time to start finals night. But as I said, it is actually starting during the daytime because we have a huge program today. We have 4 finals matches, the top 4 teams from the qualifying stages. So we are starting the day with the eliminator. These 2 teams finish in 3rd and 4th. And of course, I'm talking about Pirates and Bavaria. Well, let's not forget what happened the other night between these 2 teams. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters was out here in the middle with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Bavaria to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
We'll bowl first.
They're going to bowl.
So the toss has been won by Pirates, and they've elected to bowl first. So Pirates will know exactly how much they have to chase in the second half of this match. Of course, this is the eliminator. 2 teams show. 1 will get to stay, 1 will have to go. And Pirates, they've been the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team, especially with the ball in this series. When they've bowled well and put the ball in the right areas, they've had success. But then sometimes, of course, it has gone wrong. And for Pirates, look, plenty of good players to talk about. I think Andrew Reyes is going to be super important, especially if they're bowling first. He's got a good breeze at the moment. It's going to go left to right. This is the batter's end here. The ball will be drifting in, and he'll be a bit of a handful first up, I'm sure. Mark Garrett as well. He's been very, very good, the captain of the Pirates. He's been leading the ship and certainly, once again, getting the ball in the right areas. As far as Bavaria go, well, they kind of just stumbled into the finals in the end. It was a bit of a charge, though, I suppose, last night as they needed to do enough to get in. They ended up beating Tarek in match 20, but for me, I think the form of Pyle at the top is pretty impressive. Also, Jamie Riley's had a breakout season for the Bavarian side. So, look, plenty of players to watch out for. I think Mark Cowes might be coming back into the lineup as well, so he's a bit of a wild card. So really not too much between these 2 teams. And let's not forget that the other night in match 16, it was a golden ball right here, and it was Samath Boda. Couldn't quite get Reyes away for 2. Got him for 1.5, but that wasn't enough to get Bavaria the points. But that's history now, and Bavaria, ultimately, they did make it at the expense of Rugby CC. This pitch has been really interesting as well. I mean, I think there's a little bit of variable bounce. We heard Louis Bruce talking about the fact that it's limestone underneath, the same material as the rock, which is just over to my right. But you can kind of really tell it's not concrete, so you are going to get some of those natural variations. And the spinners, they've had a bit of a field day, particularly the off spinners in this series with that variable bounce. A lot of batters kind of hitting across balls that are straight and getting bowled or LBW. Weather-wise, well, it's a little bit windy at the moment, like I said, not by Gibraltar standards, but there is a bit of a breeze, and it's going to go left to right on your screen. Will probably assist those in-swing bowlers, but they're going to have to control that swing. I suppose that is another issue. Let's get ready for the start of play now. I'm sure I'll have a couple of special guests as the day goes on as well. Huge Super Sunday, but right here in the middle of Europa Point, I can tell you the news from the toss in the eliminator match 21 is that it is the Pirates that'll bowl first after winning the toss.
Welcome to central commentary position here, and it is going to be a huge day. It already is really getting to the end of semi-final 2 in Cyprus right now, and looks like we might have the Lions tangling in the final over there. It was last night of qualification here for finals in Gibraltar. Tarek versus Bavaria. Bavaria needed 2 points out of the night, essentially, to guarantee a spot in the finals. You can see there they went down, but they did get a point out of that first game. The second game, Louis Bruce with 73. for Tarek, but that 140 didn't hold up in the end. Only 2 wickets fell in that entire game. He piled them on with 88 of 36. That's Chris Pyle, of course, of Bavaria. We've got Harry Pyle as well for Pirates that we'll see today. So Bavaria, they knew once they passed 59 that they would at least be in 4th place, and that's actually where they end up. But morale-boosting victory there for Tarek, though, you would say. They'd done enough to reach the top 2. Now that is how the standings finished, with Sloggers and Tarek in the top 2 spots, Pirates and Bavaria. Fittingly, I think if you look at the amount of wins there, the table kind of works out. And Rugby CC, despite having 2 wins, they really struggled to pick up those points along the way. And you see Bavaria 3 points clear, although both Rugby CC and Bavaria had 2 wins out of 8 matches. 69% here, the Pirates. I mentioned it, and I'm going to mention it again. Match 16 between these two was a golden ball, 7 overs, a shortened match. And it was a bit of a crazy one. Bavaria kind of shot themselves in the foot on night number 8 there, but they were able to recover on night 10 to do enough to get into the 4 to break past Rugby CC. So looking at these 2 teams, obviously Pyle's in good form last night, 88 not out. And I do think they're opening with Rick Hatchman here, which is something that we've been talking about. I like their order here. Pirates are going to throw Reyes first up, I'm sure. It's pretty breezy. You can see that out there in the middle. And I want to welcome everyone who is probably, some people multi-screening at the moment with Cyprus towards the end of the second semi-final there. And of course, we're starting finals night here, but we're actually starting it in the morning. It's 11:45 local. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, joining me is a bit more than a guest now. He's been making a bit of a home for himself in the commentary box is none other than Tarek superstar Louis Bruce. Louis, welcome, and welcome to finals day.
Thank you very much. Here we go.
It's going to be big, isn't it?
Yeah.
This really could go either way. I know it said something like 70-30, but I feel with a couple of the ins for Bavaria, it's a bit closer than that. Howes is a big in. You got Rick Hatchman, obviously opening the batting. He's going to face up to Reyes. So here we go. Strap yourselves in. It's finals night at the Rock. Hatchman goes back and punches, finds the gap first up. Don't think it'll go to the boundary. We're going to pick up a fairly comfortable 2. So yeah, talk me through the conditions. I know you've spent a lot of time here, Louis. I mean, it seems breezy, but I've seen it windier. But how do you think the players will handle the conditions today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, given with what we played in last year, I'm pretty sure this still isn't too bad compared to that, but definitely a bit breezy than the last few days have been.
Goes straight down the ground this time. Hatchman won't quite get the boundary down the ground. There's Charles Packard. Now, he's been brilliant for Pirates. He's only played 4 of the matches, but he's looked a class player. So again, he's another player that could have an influence in this game.
Yeah, I think he has a massive part to play, especially when they get bat in hand. You know, he can give some handy off spinners as well, but his real role will start when they open the battings in the second innings.
Pyle gets careful this time, just keeps this one out. Yeah, it's an interesting format. It's actually the first time we've had the full finals format in Gibraltar. So I'm really pretty excited that you get to experience a whole kind of finals day. Even though it will go into the night. And of course, well done for finishing the top 2. You get to play the 1 versus 2 against Sloggers a little bit later on. That'll be a big game as well.
Yeah, really big game.
Back and cut up and into the gap. This will be 4. So the first boundary of finals night comes before noon, and it comes off the bat of Chris Pyle, who continues his good form from last night.
Yeah, he was brilliant last night. I mean, it was only a matter of time to play if his quality really clicked into gear, but to see him come out the way he did last night was really encouraging for the Bavarians.
Yeah, so that wind today is pretty much left to right. And so someone like Reyes, or yourself even, I know you like to bowl a few in-swingers, Louis. I'll assist it, but yeah, getting it on line, not losing it down the leg side is sometimes a bit difficult. This one's pretty much on line from Reyes. Thick inside edge, just a single. What do you think's a good score here for Bavaria in the first innings in this final?
I think I'd probably be looking at 110-ish. I mean, I know the expected score is 97, but you know, Pyle there plays a massive part in this. Gow's obviously coming back, but I think 110, and if you can break one of the top 2 early in the Pirates innings, I think you're in with a real chance. Sharp.
Fraction short, only a fraction, but Hatchman's after him. And that one has been belted out of the ground. Maximo! The first one of a Super Sunday here in Gibraltar. Hatchman breaks out, and that will also be the end of the over. 14 without loss after 1. That's where we are with finals day in Cyprus. The Punjab Lions basically tearing apart Marco earlier in the morning, and now Sri Lankan Lions, to be honest, they've pretty much got it sewn up against the Black Cats at the moment. In fact, I think that game might have just finished. So looks like we've got a Battle of the Lions coming, and the final coming there in about an hour and 10 minutes. The toss will be pretty close. So yeah, I think the two top teams fittingly go through to the final in Cyprus. I know you've been keeping track of that a bit as well.
Yeah, slightly. I mean, not as much as I have been for a lot of European cricket, but that's generally because we've had this as well in the evening. So been a lot of cricket to follow.
Yeah, there is. That's the beauty of ECN cricket, I suppose.
We've got Ben Wood coming to the attack for the second over.
All right, yeah. Wood in. Notice no Sweeney in the lineup for Pirates, so they lose a little bit there with the bat and the ball, but Wood does bolster their stocks a little bit. Pretty good ball first up as well. Pyle plays it with a straight bat. We were talking a little bit last night. Had Bernie in with me, and I also had Joey Marples in with me. As we get confirmation there now, it is a Battle of the Lions in the final, coming up in around about an hour and 10 minutes. And I know that we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Pyle gets another one. Swings in this time and prods it. Slight overcommitment from Hatchman, but they won't get a run. You've made a conscious effort to play some of these balls with a straight bat rather than kind of take the bait and go across the line, which you can do sometimes, but I think if you've got the power to drive through those length deliveries, it's a safer option.
I think it's all about picking the right ball as well. You know, there are some you can get away with it that just pop a little bit. If you're seeing them well, then you can pick the length and go. That's a nice shot.
Cracked away square of the wicket. A nice shot by Pyle. He's a guy who kind of threatened all series, fits and starts, had a couple of starts that didn't go on with it, but right now he's looking uber confident, and there's 4 more to Bavaria. Sent in, but looking good so far. Yeah,
well, if there's any time to come good, it's now. You know, you want to peak at the right time in this kind of competition. And if you're peaking in time for finals day, then what better time to go, really?
Looking at Wood. Again, he's going to have to control the ball in this fairly stiff breeze. This time, Pyle goes straight down the ground, and he goes 1 bounce 4. A little bit inside out. It's kind of what we're talking about now, countering the swing. Rather than hitting across this, he tries to keep that elbow high, gets the bat straight, holds the pose, and 4 more.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better way of going about it than trying to go across the line. You know, I tend to go inside out probably a bit more than I go across the line. So if you can counter it still with a straight bat, I think it's a better solution than
I think you can adjust to slight unexpected variations in trajectory when you keep that bat straight. This time it's full toss. He crunches that, and that's going to be another 4. So especially in the power play with less protection in the outfield, I think if you've got that technique, you might as well use it. And Pyle is looking dangerous on finals day. Yeah,
I think the supercomputer at the start I think they gave Bavaria 31%. I think that was a bit slim given how well they played last night.
I felt that was a bit low. Batting wise, Pirates averaging 101 with the bat, Bavaria 96. So kind of, if you got 110, it'd be a pretty good score. So Pyle throws the hands at, he's going to get another 1 bounce 4. So Wood copping a bit in that over. 16 come off it, and at the end of 2, it's 30 love. It's 30 without loss.
Yeah, you talk about the average scores there. I mean, that obviously, I'd probably like to go on recent form a bit more than just aggregate averages. But you know, last night Bavaria showed how good they were with the bat, and they've always been a good bowling team. So if they can keep that form running into finals day, you never know where they could end up.
Yeah, you're right. Having a look at the table. Yeah, bonus points certainly added an extra layer. I know a lot of good feedback about that as well, as maybe a more tangible way to split teams that end up close on the table. So rewarding teams for being more consistent. I think that is one of the reasons that Bavaria found their way in, even without that win last night. This is drilled hard by Hatchman. Well, he's a bit of a wild card at the top of the order. Packard comes on and he disappears just as quickly. Seis carreras.
Yeah, I like Hatchman at the top there. I know, you know, he's a good option. I know they went with Paddy up top last night, and they're looking for 59, but I think Rick's a really good option in T10.
Goes after this, but jams it into the ground. Starts all important, of course, in a final. Always a bit of a risk if you're chasing. Runs on the board in a final. I think often you see batters, I suppose because it's on their shoulders, they don't really get to share the load when they're out there in the second innings. It can be a pressurised environment. I suppose it is for everyone, though, in this form of the game. Packard to Pyle now. Yorks him here, and Hatchman thinks about it. Doesn't want to take a risky one at this stage.
Yeah, it's nicely bowled though. It's a bit quicker, a bit flatter, just sort of wide of off stump. It's probably the area you should be aiming at if you're not putting it on the right length as a spinner.
Well, same again. Pyle not really moving his feet, backing himself with his hands. The wind can sometimes cause a few distractions when you're batting as well, because especially if the ball's not coming through so fast, it can kind of wobble a bit.
It sometimes put you off balance as well.
Yeah. Third time lucky for Pyle, and he actually gets a fair piece of it. That's 4 more. Wasn't the worst ball from Packard, really, but Pyle just opens the face and helps himself to 4 more.
No, just missed it by a couple of inches compared to the last couple of balls, but I guess that's just the fine margins we talk about, especially in this format of the game.
You said it, fine margins, and you'd know that, especially from playing at the Cartmore Oval as well.
Yeah.
You know, at that level, if you miss even by a little bit, then the results can be disastrous. Last ball of the over. Clever batting by Pyle. He just knocks this down the ground for 1. They'll take a dozen off Packard. End of the power play. Bavaria with the better of it. It's 42 without loss.
Yeah, great power play. I mean, that's following after last night. They've been in some pretty good form, so that kind of power play is no surprise, to be honest. As we just see here, a couple of high skyscrapers, 14, 16 and 12 coming to the end of the power play.
And the longer you go, I suppose, Bavaria, like a lot of teams in this competition, if the top 3 or 4 go, then sometimes middle and lower orders have been exposed. But the longer that these two can bat, if they can bat into the second half, then suddenly I think everyone feels a lot more confident that wickets aren't an issue and they can go for their shots. I mean, you've still got guys to come in. I mean, Jamie Riley's got a couple of 60s in the tournament. I think he'll come in at 3. You've got Paddy Hatchman, who looked a bit better last night. I think Howes probably gets the number 4 spot, though. Garrett has the ball in the 4th. First one full pretty straight. Pyle uses a straight bat to knock it for 1. There's the Laminator, who's out there for Pirates.
Good to see the Laminator still throwing himself around on finals day.
Yeah, the Laminator put a bit of plastic on it, not a bit of mayo on it. That's what we would say. But Garrett. Happy birthday as well to Mark Garrett.
Yeah,
I believe it's
true.
his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Mark.
21. Another low full toss. Hatchman goes down the ground. Can't get it in the middle. Reyes does the fielding.
Got finals day of defending champions. Not a bad day to have your birthday.
That's true.
Take some confidence in.
Pirates, let's not forget, they're defending champions after winning last year.
Yeah.
But no team has ever won from the top seed. We've only had 2 tournaments, admittedly, but still. Down leg side. I think this will be a wide. Oh no, must have been a little bit of pad on that. Just flick the pad. And not sure if Pyle is thrilled about that call. Oh, yeah, but it did just flick the knee roll, I think.
Yeah. Just took a bit of pad through.
A good Yorker to Pyle, but he's dealt with those pretty well. This time they got protection, so it's just a single. Yeah, Garrett just checked, he's 39 today. And so he'll be pleased to know that he's in his 40th year. It's weird when I'm over 40 now. Every age you're kind of scared of, then you realise it's not so bad.
It's just a number.
30 was over the hill, and then 40. I had my 40th birthday in Austria a couple of years ago on the tour.
Nice.
All right, gets it wrong here, Hatchman. Now, can the keeper find it? Blowing around and taken. So you wouldn't expect Harry Pyle to drop this, and Rick, he'll be kicking himself here, but this is a hittable delivery. Can probably just tried to go across a little bit and turn the face. So Garrett gets the wicket with a full bugger, and we have our first wicket on finals day, 45 for 1.
Yeah, first wicket of the day goes to the birthday boy, but, you know, Hatchman, he won't be too displeased with that. You know, another day that comes out the middle, goes for 6, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20. Could have hit straight, but full toss, you back yourself to really just swing across the line, even on that delivery. So
yeah, you do, and you're right, that's dead on middle stump.
Yeah.
But maybe because he tried to hit straighter and didn't quite nail one earlier in the over. But look, it's productive from Rick Hatchman. He takes 17 off 7, so he doesn't waste too many balls. Brings Jamie Riley to the crease. Also, it creates a left-hand, right-hand combination, which I think in these conditions could be a little bit difficult for the bowlers to consistently adjust their line. But Mark Garrett, he's had a very, very good series, and happy birthday. There's his first present. He gets the wicket of Rick Hatchman.
Yeah, there you go. Birthday boy gets the first, and, you know, he'll be quite happy with that. 1 for 3 off this over so far. If he can close it out now, this will be a really good over, especially after that power play.
So Riley. Normally he's been good when he's had a start. He's had a couple of early outs. Maybe played a couple of rash shots early in his innings during this tournament, but he's scored 2 50s in the tournament. In fact, there's been 3 50s for Bavaria in the series, 2 for Riley and 1 for Pyle. They're both at the crease right now. Last ball of the over for Garrett. Riley just pushes with hard hands. What's 2 here? Turns blind. No. Well, some live feedback on the field there saying there probably shouldn't have been 2 there, but that's the pace of the youthful Riley. He gets back for a double. He's off the mark, and at the end of 4, Bavaria 47 for 1.
Yep, you can hear Richard Cunningham probably giving out the orders there, the marching orders. So still good over, 1 for 5 off Garrett's first. I mean, after 45 for, or 42, maths is failing, for none off the power play, then
that's a good over.
That.
Yeah, I mean, there's just that 3 other singles in the over, a dot and a wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richie Cunningham, that was so loud it might actually show up in the YouTube subtitles. But anyway, yeah, there was never 2 there. Again, the importance of attacking in the field. As Giannani is an interesting bowler. He's coming on in the 5th over. First ball gets cracked and finds the fielder, but he's not able to hold on now. Pyle wants 2. Don't think he ever takes the ball here. But I think he's home anyway. Pyle will get 2 runs. But yeah, I think that has to go down as a chance.
Yeah, good awareness also to take the 2. I don't know if it actually travelled far from point. Can't see it on camera, but he's well in there. It
might have actually, ball might hit stumps there. Because the stumps seemed to go down before he whacked him with his hands. But I think he was home.
The importance of not turning blind there.
I was right when I said he never had the ball, but I think he deflected onto the stumps. So actually lucky that Pyle legs that out. Bavaria have now assumed favouritism in this game as well.
I would have agreed at the start of the match.
Pyle willing to respect a good ball from Giannani, who I would characterise as right arm slow, but slow can be good.
Yeah, 100%, especially here. It has been good.
Knows himself as well, and knows what he has to do. Pirates, like I said, when they've played well, it's normally been on the back of accurate bowling. 50's up for Bavaria here. Riley is drawn into a shot outside the off stump, just pushing out. I think Jamie is one of those players that probably prefers the ball coming on a little bit.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Uses his feet nicely. It's been a hallmark of his batting as well. Thinks of 2 here to Cunningham. And tell you what, if he conceded 2 there, had a mutiny on our hands, but it'll just be a single.
Cunningham back at long on.
I mean, you bowled at Jamie last night, so
yeah.
Tell me about your tactics to him. What are you trying to do when you're bowling to him?
I'm not going to lie to you, Vinny. The brain was a bit mushed last night. There wasn't much thinking going on
it was that dinner the night before. It looked delicious.
Yeah.
That'll be a dot ball. I mean, I saw you try a few things. I mean, you tried the short ball once, but I suppose this pitch isn't really conducive to that.
Yeah, but again, it was sort of changed mid-run up, and it wasn't really the field to bowl a short ball, especially not a short ball with that line. That's cut away and stopped well at point from Dave Robeson, back in the side for this evening. Well, this morning.
Good to see him back. Yeah, that'll be the end of the 5th over. So Bavaria on target for that 100 plus at the moment. They're 51 for 1 after 5. Having a look at where we're at here in finals night. Well, Pirates and Bavaria starting things off, and Sloggers and Tarek, of course, the qualifier. Winner goes through to the final. The loser plays winner of this game. First time we've had a 4-match final series in Gibraltar. It's a fitting way to finish what's been a wonderful week and a half. And tonight we'll find out who's going to take the win.
Yeah, it's been a really good tournament. I like the finals day format. Obviously, I've played it in the ECL before, and it just allows anyone who's qualified to really go on and win it, which I think is so exciting for sort of this prospect of T10.
Yeah, I know that you love playing it. We love being here. Garrett is going to come back straight away. Why not? Riley, love a boundary to get himself going. His pushes, well bowled by Garrett. He might get 4 here, you know. There's plenty on it. It's actually with the wind today as well, so Riley does get 4.
Yeah, he really enjoys pacing the balls. You can see there Garrett just hanging outside the off stump, and he just has a bit of a push at it, but he'll get himself into form, no doubt. I mean, only 4 balls into today. It's a whole new day, so he just needs to reset and get going again.
He does. Yeah, Pirates. Interesting match this, basically. I think it's very evenly matched. Look at both sides have match winners on their side. It's just who performs on the day. Yeah, well timed, but straight to the fielder. And that's young Bernie Burchick. Does well to make the stop. That was hit pretty hard.
I think it was aerial. We're going to have a look here, but yeah.
It was.
The old crocodile. Not advised.
Found himself in the firing line. I suppose at least he does keep it in the infield, keeps it to 1, but Riley gets a life on 7. Well struck by Pyle. He's been good in that area. They've plugged the gap though. I think that's smart. And sometimes, you know, maybe you're not trying to get somebody like a Pyle, not trying to get him out every ball, but you're trying to build a bit of pressure. So I think, you know, if Garrett can bowl there, he's got the protection over there at deep point. At least, you know, limits Pyle to 1, and at the moment you're kind of happy if it's single or less.
Yeah, all it takes is one ball, one mistimed ball anyway. So just hoping to build enough pressure.
Another nicely timed drive. In fact, that goes for 4. Well, that was really only a push for Riley. This kind of shows you how far he's come in a short space of time. Riley with a well-timed cover drive, 4 runs.
Yeah, he's reeling with confidence at the minute. I think he played a similar shot last night. I think I did the fielding on the boundary, but I remember it just timed so well through cover. It just
keeps on going, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
He's on you a little bit quicker than you think.
Yeah. He's timing through cover, and it's just that shot in particular has come on loads.
Garrett with the revenge ball. Oh, that's a very good one. I cannot believe that's missed the stumps. It was a rolling off cutter, I think, and for the first time, Riley just loses his shape. This one, if we had the slightly taller bails, I think it probably knocks him over.
Yeah, it just rolls out the back of the hand there from Garrett.
This would be a good replay.
Nice variation.
How much does this go over by? Oh.
Get out of the way, Robeson.
Not much.
Not too much.
Not much at all. Riley's lucky twice this over. And now he's going to get an edge and he's going to go. Giannani spikes it well. 3rd time's a charm, and Garrett gets another present, and he can probably give a thank you to Ashish Giannani. So Riley plays a couple of nice shots, but he can't get out of the kind of lowish score there. He goes 12 off 8 in the end, and Bavaria, they're 61 for 2. Nice catch.
Yeah, great catch at short third from Ashish Giannani. Just delivering as well as the ball, delivering in the field. So that's what you need. Catchers win matches.
Yeah, Riley, that's one of those ones where he gave a chance and was a bit lucky. He's got something to show for it. He got 12. You know, it's better than nothing. Again, his strike rate's pretty good, 150. No extras at all at the moment. I think that's been something the Pirates, when they've been on, they've been very, very good at not giving away those extra runs. When they've been bad, it hasn't been so pretty. Anyway, here's Mark Gowers coming to the crease at number 4. Now, he's a real wild card. We haven't seen too much of him. I think he only played one evening in the tournament, and it didn't go too well for him, but he's been a fixture here for a while now, Louis.
Yeah, Gowers has been around in Gibraltar for a very long time, so he'll know everyone basically at this ground, so hopefully he can put in a good performance for Bavaria today.
All right, Giannani keeps the ball. Only 4 came off his first over. There's Richie, who's now back in the spot where he bust his hand open in the opening stages of the tournament, but he's got the stitches out.
Yeah.
Might even have the bandage off today. I haven't seen yet.
I think he's still got it on, but I mean, pretty brave still to be fielding at that zone in a T10 with still, you'd have to say, 3 fingers.
Down leg side. It's well done by Gowers to get inside it.
Yeah, just a little, tried to flick it and then realised could just leave it for a wide.
Gowers also gives you a bit of extra bowling as well. So gives that extra bowling option. So I think very, very happy to see him back and available. This one floats a bit too wide to the left from Giannani. Just when I said we hadn't had any extras at all. We've had a couple of wides in this over. Not a bad spot to miss though. Gowers just needs one out of the screws to get going, I think. And he might go. Oh, he's going to be caught and bowled, and Gowers will be kicking himself. I mean, it was just a little chip there, wasn't it? Trying to be careful, but sometimes you can be too careful. It looks soft in the end. Beaten in flight, essentially. And Giannani, well, he's got his catching boots on, doesn't he? Now that's 3 down, Bavaria 64 for 3.
Well, looking at that ball, I thought that could be the ball that Gauss tries to smash down the ground, but it's a bit of a passive prod, and Golden Derek seeing him off.
Oh, it's a bit like seeing a tank getting knocked over with a feather, isn't it, really? Because I said this the other night. I think this form of the game, if you get out, play an aggressive shot, you can kind of look yourself in the mirror and say, all right,
Exactly.
that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
But when you get out, just trying to be careful, trying to knock a one or maybe trying to keep one out, it's got to be frustrating. But maybe Gauss will bowl 25% extra quick in the second innings. Who knows? Paddy Hatchman comes to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, and Paddy, you know, looked all right last night. He just needs some runs under his belt. So if there's any day to come good, I mean, if he can just support Chris for a while here, then you could be looking at that 110 that I was saying at the start of the innings.
Yeah, the expected score, it's been hovering around that kind of 100 or so throughout this innings. Still on for that. 97 at the moment. Giannani having a very good game so far. And he'll do the fielding here. So Hatchman, this is Paddy Hatchman, get off the mark first up. He's been looking better and better with the bat as we've gone. He started a little bit out of touch, but he'll be hoping he make a breakout innings, and Pyle is still there. Giannani gets this one slightly wrong, but luckily for him, Wood's there to clean up. Now Pyle really has to, I think, look to dominate the strike here, and maybe not, yeah, maybe he has to go up and not necessarily just look for singles now, be a bit more boundary oriented. He gets some good pace on this. Good stop though. That's Robeson, who mentions in the lineup.
Yeah, great fielding from Robeson. He, you know, could see him with the bat later. I know he made the winning, not made the winning run, but ran the winning run in the 2022.
Yes,
finals,
yeah, you're right. And that actually carried. I thought originally it didn't, but be a tough chance. This time it's hit to the sweeper, and that will just be a single. Takes us to the end of 7 overs, and the score is 67 for 3. Well, the countdown continues. Seems like just yesterday I was saying it was 5 weeks to go. Well, tomorrow it'll be 4 weeks to go until the ECL, the 4th version of the Champions League of European cricket. And I know that I'm getting more and more people contacting me all the time saying they might be interested in coming down. I know a lot of people from the UK are keen to catch it, especially with that Group B with Wimbledon and Hornchurch both in there. But I think no matter which group you saw, you're going to see a lot of fantastic cricket. And obviously we're expecting a decent crowd in the Championship week as well, where it'll be the 7 group winners doing battle for the Cup. All right, here is Packard, who's come back to bowl the 8th. So a big 3 overs coming up. I mean, if you have a really good 3 overs here, then maybe you can touch, let's say, 115. If you don't, then you might get stuck kind of in the 80s. So it's a big difference.
Yeah, massive difference, and this is going to be the key. I think this over actually holds a lot of pertinence in terms of which way this score goes.
Oh, this one is full, and Pyle misses out. Actually might have hit Harry Pyle behind the stumps in the grill. This came up off his arm, but he's saying he's all right. Yeah, the 2 Pyles doing the keeping for the respective sides. They've both done a fantastic job. He's gone, and Packard is going to get Pyle here. Just hits across this. I think he just felt the need to go up a gear, but that feels like a big wicket. I would be interested to see that expected score now. It might take a dip after it's going to be another wicket for the Pirates. 68 for 4. It's the end of Chris Pyle.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier, you know, pressure building, and that's what you've got to do with Pyle. You know, he's got enough shots to rotate, but when you've got to look for boundaries, that's when, you know, technical deficiencies, not exactly technical deficiencies, just thinking differently, and he wants to go big across the line, and that's just where you can trip players up of his quality.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those cases where it's probably a risk worth taking. It's just probably slight error in execution, misjudgment, picks the wrong line, and a bit of turn there for Packard as well. We know this pitch does have a bit of side spin in it. This will be Dave Barley coming out at number 6. Bavaria with a quarter of the innings remaining. Just have a look, even that one ball, you've seen that expected score go from mid-90s down to 87 with that wicket of Chris Pyle.
Yeah, that's a big turning point. I mean, he would have dictated quite a bit of that score, especially after the way he played last night.
Oh, well, that's very good fielding for Packard there.
Yeah, just cleans up off his own bowling. I mean, that's what you got to do. Just keep it tight. Every 1% you can put in here. Yeah, this is an extra run saved. Could rotate.
Very good fielding.
Yeah, very good.
I know that Ed will be watching from Luxembourg. Ed Packard. Yeah, well, this could be gone, you know. Oh. Just my spider senses are telling me he's just short here, Louis. Barley just took a little bit of time to get the locomotive going, and it was quick work. Good work also from Packard to get back to the stumps. That's Giannani again, popping up.
Yep.
Go on, give us a call here, Louis. Quick.
I think he's just made it.
Oh, well, all right. He
Never mind.
is. Whoa. Oh, I think he's just gone.
Just
It's
gone.
off there for me. Bails off.
Yeah.
And you can see the line. It doesn't really get it down. So, well, Louis.
That's why you're the keeper.
Well, I always think everything's out, but I think that's a good shot from Spring Productions and Barley. Well, not the first time he's wished he had a couple of extra inches, but he's going to have to go. And it's the 5th wicket down. Smart bit of fielding as well, 68 for 5.
Yeah, exactly. Just, you know, got the throw in nice over the stumps, and Packard did the rest. Nice pick up and just bang. Job
Yeah.
done.
So I think, yeah, just a bit of a standing start there. And with the spinner, it's a lot easier for the spinner to get back to the stumps than a faster bowler that has a more prominent follow through. And now they expect a score in just a few balls. Handful of balls has gone from kind of 96, 97 down to 84. So you can see the difference that it can make. Sammy Boda comes in, not a bad number 7 to come in. Won't be facing Paddy Hatchman to face the last ball from Packard here in the 8th.
Yeah, no, I think 84 now is probably a reasonable adjustment from the expected score counter.
Oh, this is a full toss. That's not really timed. It's going to be dropped.
Yeah.
Well, we know that Richie Cunningham, he's had that hand injury. This is a full toss that it does come down to it a bit, so that's why I think it's probably not waist high in his crease, you see. It's coming down to it. So, yeah, I think that's fair enough. But, yeah, Cunningham dishing out a few extra tips earlier on.
Yeah, probably with 10 fingers he'd be catching that, but not with 8.
Put himself in his preferred position, but he did have that webbing. Good news is he stays on the field. And it's 69 for 5 at the end of 8 overs. Now we head into the 9th.
Yeah, could be crucial that. I mean, you know, probably that could have gone for 6. If Paddy was seeing them well, it probably goes for 6.
Should have. You know, it's one of those ones that was almost too high to hit straight.
Yeah, yeah.
And if he just stayed in his crease, it would have probably come down about knee high and be a lot more of a comfortable hitting pace or hitting height. As Cunningham.
Speak of the devil.
Can make up for it straight away, can't he, Richie? Over number 9. Drops this one on a sixpence, Richie C.
Nothing new.
Well, good start. This will be interesting. Sammy Boda versus Richie. I mean, everyone knows everyone quite well here in Gib, so sometimes like these contests.
Yeah, Richie C just after dropping one with 8 fingers. Let's see if he can just put it on the spot that he needs to. Sammy Boda taking his first ball of the innings.
Sammy Boda. He's had a bit of a rough trot with the bat. Can he make up for it here on finals night? Starts with a nice looking shot off the back foot. Runs hard. Looking for 2 here. They're going to take it on. Good throw, might have had him in trouble, but he just gets there. I think the fact that it bounces gives him that extra fraction of a second. And Richie C, well, we heard him say it before. There's not 2 there. He feels like there shouldn't have been 2 there either. But fortune favours the brave, and Bavaria get 2.
Yeah, I think that's necessary though at this stage. You know, you're not looking at too high a score, so every run you can make counts.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, free hit here, so no ball. Maybe it was for the field. And that'll be 6. And Boda, he cashes in the present, and that's gone halfway up the fence. Maximo! Bavaria in just 30 seconds of madness. They're able to make the most of a gifted opportunity.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know, that expected score, now you're looking at 79 with you know, 10 balls to go. That'll change.
That'll click up a little bit after that, yeah.
Even
It's
92 seems
15 to
low.
30 seconds behind the expected score. Supercomputers thinking. Now, Boda gets this on the full as well. Garrett is going to do the fielding. And we saw this a couple of times where fielders have accidentally stepped over, but I think he's all right there. And you can't really see the rope move. And so, for me, that's okay. The camera can tell a few lies to you there. Your brain's telling you, well, there's no gap between his foot in the ropes. He must be touching it, but you've got to remember the camera's this side. Good footwork as well, but clever bowling by Cunningham. Hatchman kind of bails out of that.
Yeah, just slows it up, just dips a bit on Paddy Hatchman.
I think something in the 90s is a pretty interesting chase coming up. The other night it was around about 9 and over in that golden ball match that you were with me for, of course. Hit straight down the ground. Oh, brilliant catch by Packard. Fantastic work. Boder's going to have to go. Cunningham with the wicket. And that could count for a bit in the wash-up here. Another dangerous hitter has to go, but it was all about the fielding there from Charles Packard, who gets the fingers under it, 81 for 6.
Yeah, that's huge. I think at this stage of the game, especially with a batsman like Bode on strike, could be clicks can go big. Those are the sort of half chances you have to try and manufacture. So it's good to see Packard throwing a full length dive in and comes up trumps and takes the catch, and Sammy Bode is gone.
Yeah, fielding is super important. We know that. But that was a wonderful piece of work. Yeah, just the no ball early in the over actually was for keeper encroachment. So it was Harry Pyle mustn't have stayed completely behind the stumps. And that's why it was a no ball. It's had some information about that.
Crichton.
And, well, it hurts, doesn't it? Because the next one got smacked down to the ground. Yeah, Crichton again. Better than your average number 8, that's for sure.
Definitely.
Certainly about a bit higher. Has sometimes struggled with balls that have cramped him for room, just getting those hands out in front.
Yeah, I mean, he has a really nice swing up. So if Richie puts it in the wrong spot here, he could be looking at 12 into the mosque area over long on. So just needs to be careful with this one ball. Just close out this over, and I'd probably say try and cramp up Crichton for room. That's where he struggled mostly in this tournament. Don't want to give him any width.
Nice ball for Cunningham. He'll just get the one over. Well, that's pretty close, you know. Yeah, he's gone. Wow. Well, the umpire looking like he's at a rock concert with that signal, but I think it's the right decision, as it was Crichton that came in.
Yeah, here you go. Richie Cunningham
hits him in line. I just don't see that missing.
Pleading once he saw he didn't give it straight out.
It's almost like
pretty dead that.
He thought for a second the umpire wasn't going to give it out. So his secondary appeal really came from deep in the lungs of Cunningham. And rock and roll, baby.
Yeah.
Umpire with the index and the pinky fingers in the air. Derek makes an appearance following Crichton off the field, although I think Crichton's got a bit more work to do in this game. 81 for 7. The Pirates getting a few wickets late. That's 9 overs down, last over to come. And it's been the bowlers through the middle overs that have done a good holding job, I think, picking up a few wickets after building pressure, getting some new batters before they could get set, and saying now 88 expected with only 3 wickets in hand. Hatchman is still there. He'll be facing up Paddy Hatchman.
Yeah, Andy Reyes to bowl it, and I mean, that's probably a good choice. I know he went for 14 off his first, but with these batsmen now, Hatchman and now the lower order, he could be pretty lethal in these closing stages.
It was a really clever over by Cunningham, wasn't it? Because he's not afraid to employ flight. Got hit for 1-6, which was a free hit in the over where the batter was bulletproof. But, just seemed to be able to drop it in nicely. Reyes gets the 10th over, predictably. So he bowled the first or bowled the last. Chawla comes out at number 9. And so we'll see what he can do.
I know we saw a golden duck just there, but did we actually get a peacock Derek?
We did get a peacock Derek the other night. Yeah, we did. I think maybe just the one. But at
least he's made an appearance in this series.
Yeah, we haven't seen the last of Peacock Derek either.
Oh, I'm sure we haven't.
Right, so here's Chawla. Just get kind of a knee-high full toss. That'll work for 1. So for me, it'll all be about whether the Pirates' top order can get them off to a good start as well. And I think you're going to have to get into someone like get a Packard probably in the first half. Harry Pyle. Reyes, Hatchman, he goes for distance and he's going to get it. Maximo! And it was slightly over pitch from Reyes. Having said that, Hatchman certainly used his feet well to make that into more of a full toss. Handy runs coming in the 10th for Bavaria.
Yeah, every run is crucial now, so up to 89. Expect a score of 92, and as you said, anything in the 90s is probably going to be a little niggly chase, really.
You'd love a couple more of those. Maybe bring up the 3 figures. Always looks a little bit more healthy. Oh, missed stumping. Just did a bit, and Harry Pyle's annoyed with himself.
Run hard here.
Probably worth going for 2. They will. Burchick gets on it. That'll be 2 byes. And yeah, Pyle will be kicking himself, not just because the 2 runs given away, but he'll feel that, you know, if you get Hatchman out, you've got the number 10 facing up.
Yep. You see some of the Tarek boys in the background there, Avinash Pai and Lorne Burns.
After a golden ball, you start micro-analysing everything, and there was a 1-run short in the Bavarian innings as well.
Yeah, true.
The other night in match 16. 2 to come. Hit hard, and Hatchman watches it. He'll only get the single.
I think there at this stage of the innings, you need to be, it's too late for the second now, you need to be running that first really hard.
He realised too late, I think,
Yeah.
that he tries to get creative towards the end. But yeah, force him to go the long throw or short throw, easy run out. But
Yeah,
then you're back on
but then
strike.
he's back on strike. I mean, you need to push it instead of
Force him
watching.
into a decision at least. Anyway, last ball coming up. Chawla gets a piece of it. It's more than a piece. Maximo! Well, no Hatchman on strike, no worries, as Chawla puts away that full toss. Reyes just drifting into the pads. And so, yeah, Purab certainly finishes things with a flourish for Bavaria. They have 98 runs on the board, 98 for 7 at the end of the 10.
Yeah, good to see. And, you know, that's a good score, especially after losing Chris Pyle halfway through the innings, roughly. I mean, that's a good score. They'll be happy with mid-90s. And, you know, the Pirates left to bat well, especially the front 3, I'd say, assuming that it'll be Charles Packard, Andy Reyes and Harry Pyle to do the batting business. But
yeah, those top 3 are crucial. But going back to the highlights, I mean, they had a bright enough start. I like the fact they had Rick Hatchman up there. Pyle seemed to kind of hit them worse as he went. Maybe when the ball got banged up a little bit and the outfielders went back, he lost a little bit of his edge. This was gone. Middle stump, full toss. Hatchman leading edge up in the air, and Harry Pyle with the glasses to protect from the wind, I think, more than anything else. This is a bit of a funny one. Batter was in anyway. I think the ball might have actually bounced onto the stumps off the gloves. Riley played some nice shots, but also had a bit of luck in the brief time that he was out there. He got dropped by Burchick. Then there was one that went straight over his middle stump. Then Giannani, as if he was playing in the Super Bowl, spikes it after the touchdown. Then he was back in the game with a caught and bowled. Bit of a soft one for Gars. And this was the moment that the Pirates really fought back and were able to turn the screws, ultimately resulting in the pressure building up. Pyle went, and then there was this run out. Barley caught just short. Bavaria, to be fair to them, they still swing away despite losing those wickets. Richie Cunningham, well, that wasn't his finest moment, but he did bowl a pretty good over. And in the end, I think maybe Pirates slight favourites, chasing double digits with some of the batting they've got. But if Bavaria can remove those top order batters, and I think we could have another thriller on our hands.
yeah, 100%. I think a lot will rely on those top 3, I'd say. And you just see Chowler finishing the innings here with a 6. That could be really crucial. You never know at this
Remember
stage.
that. Remember that. And
Yeah.
you see Reyes, he's filthy with himself. He's saying, yeah, that's on me, because he just pushed it a little bit too full. I think you want to be full at this stage, but you don't want to be too full.
Yeah.
And that's where those fine margins come into it. Looking at the scorecard, 34 for Pyle is the top scorer. 6 boundaries in his innings. Apart from that, Riley hit the other 2 fours in the innings in his 12. There were 5 Maximos in there, 2 hit by Hatchman early in the course. That's Rick Hatchman. Paddy was able to hit one out of the park as well. So was Boda and Chawla along the way. But yeah, pretty disciplined bowling, I think. Just 2 wides and no ball in the innings. But I think, Packard, Garrett, Giannani in there. Probably throw Cunningham in there as well, considering he bowled the 9th. And he had a no ball he wasn't really responsible for. They were able to pick the 6 wickets up that went to the bowlers. And I think it was a pretty good team effort all up by the Pirates.
Yeah, I'd probably agree. And, it's still a good score, 98 for 7. They'll have to bat well, but a lot will depend on that top 3. But, anything can happen in T10 cricket. So, hopefully, we have a really exciting game on our hands here, and good start to finals day.
This has thriller written all over it. It'll be 99, the target for Pirates to go through to qualifier 2. Or will it be Bavaria to continue their golden run into the weekend? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Louis, how are you going? Can you do the first bit of the second innings?
Maybe the first bit.
Maybe. I know you've got your game around the corner. I'll be here and might even have Louis for a little bit longer when we return for more finals action here from Gibraltar. You're watching the ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar. We are halfway through the Eliminator here on Finals Night Sunday. Big day of action, 7 finals across 2 venues on ECN. And this one should be a Class A banger between Pirates and Bavaria, 2 teams that played a golden ball last time they met. That was something else on Thursday night. Golden ball 51. Bavaria caught just short after being in a winning position. I'd be curious to see what the win predictor is saying here at the start of this innings. Feel like Pirates, with their batting, have to be slight favourites, but maybe only slight. Looks like they're going to go straight to Barley to open up. Packard and Pyle opening up for Pirates. Okay, 65%. So yeah, a bit more than slight favourites here. Bavaria certainly in with a fighting chance. Here we go, 99 for Pirates to stay alive in the tournament, and it starts with Packard just stroking one through the offside for 4. Brilliant start for Charles. Barley, not the worst ball ever either, but that was a really good view of it. Picked the gap, kept it all the way along the carpet as well. Packard is a must get, I think, in the first 5 overs for Bavaria. Fraction short, he gets it wrong. Got to be caught, surely. He's gone. He's 4 and out, and well, Packard, he's in several minds about where he wanted to hit that one. It was a filthy long hop, really, from Barley, but he gets the sugar. It's straight up in the air, and Barley makes the difference. And what about the hunch-based captaincy of Paddy Hatchman to open with Dave Barley and Packard? He couldn't believe it. He just walked off in disgust, and that's a big moment. And yeah, well, for me after that, certainly think Bavaria, their percentages are going to get a significant boost. 4 for 1. Reyes, though, more than capable replacement, coming out at 3. But Barley, it's that little bit of luck. I mean, when he let go of that ball, he probably thought he was going to have to pick it off the roof. Instead, he picked off a return catch. Packard goes in the first over. What I've loved about this Gibraltar series, like so many other series, I suppose, on ECN, but it's just been full of surprises. And expect some surprises here on finals night as well. Reyes, another very good striker. Still hanging in the balance for me, this one. Reyes, well, has to hustle here. Wow, that might have been out of here, you know. Oh, well, was happy to take off straight away. Let's have a look. I just feel, would have been, I think he would have just been out, you know. Half chance at best. Pyle, Harry Pyle this is, of course. Strokes this one out. Brilliant start from Barley. Once again, off-spin being employed to good effect. Oh yeah, that one jumps a bit. Barley's got a really good over here. Bavaria, they certainly believe they had to work very hard for their spot in the 4. Pirates kind of knew a couple of days in advance that they'd be featuring this eliminator. This one keeps a bit low. That natural variation we were talking about earlier with this pitch. But Barley only goes for 6 in the over. 4 of those came off the first ball, and he has removed the dangerous Charles Packard in the first. It's 6 for 1. 14 matches since the golden ball. Well, you don't have to go too far back in the history books to find that Thursday night we had a thriller between these two. They were 62-62 at the end of regulation. There must be something about golden balls on Thursday nights in this region as well. Who could ever forget the Thursday night golden ball between Belgium and France in the ECC? That took place in the pouring rain. That was a Thursday night thriller on that occasion. We had another one the other night, and That time it was Pirates that were able to get the win. Crichton gets second over. First one down leg side. Great keeping. Really good keeping from Pyle. Very quick footwork and handwork down the leg side. Crichton, though, he's the kind of bowler I mentioned earlier. He will be assisted by this breeze, but you've got to control it. Natural kind of in-swing bowler. This one holds its line. Oh, Reyes has to hurry. For me, I think it'll be given a bite. For me, it was straight over the tram line. So Bavaria get that call as well. Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. I thought maybe he was a bit fortunate to get away with this one. Reyes probably was having second thoughts about trying to sneak the bye there. But he does get the strike. Fraction short, doesn't time it. Gone. Well, Jamie Riley takes the catch, and two shortish balls have taken the wicket so far. The dangerous Reyes goes for only a single. Well, he pinched the strike, but then he couldn't do anything with it, and it's Crichton with the second breakthrough. It's 8 for 2 in the second. You know, short-ish, but never really moved his feet and wasn't in a great position to go and fetch that one from outside the off stump. Probably a ball that's easier to cut than pull, and Reyes pays the price. The score, 8 for 2. This will bring Dave Robeson to the crease. So, yeah, Robeson certainly gives them a little bit extra, Pirates. But, yeah, those win percentages have pretty much flipped in the first 8 balls. It was something like 66-34 to Pirates. And just a few minutes, they're down to about a 31% chance of winning. And Robeson, you want to make sure the ship doesn't go down. Still plenty of time here. They're chasing 99, not like 149 or something like that. It is quite reasonable. Just 1 or 2 boundaries here could shift the momentum. Going down the leg side, gets a bit of pad on it. There's Jesse Segi, who's quite a fun young player to watch. We saw him come out as a specialist runner for the Golden Ball the other night. Might have a future in hammer throw. If you saw after he was caught 1 or 2 meters short at the end, he launched the bat. Anyway, respect the passion. Here's Pyle, 1 of 4. Make that 1 of 5 as this one sneaks under his bat. And pressure building right now, Bavaria. There's something to be said for momentum. They got a point in the first game last night. They were able to get a win in the last game last night, so they've come in full of confidence against a Pirates team that's been left on the shelf the last couple of nights. We didn't see them play since that Golden Ball on Thursday. Now this one I think just sneaks in. So Crichton's 1 for 1 of 5, and Pyle is a little bit of a hole here, 1 of 6 now. Feel like this game has a twist sooner or later, though. Crichton, last ball of the second over. Short. Well, that's been working at the moment, though this one won't be caught. It'll be a single down to Paddy Hatchman. But just the 2 runs off the over. Pyle retains the strike. It's 10 for 2 after 2. A reminder that this is how the teams finished after the 20 group matches. See Bavaria 2 wins, but finished 3 points ahead of Rugby, and that was all about the fact they stayed competitive in more games than Rugby did, picking up those extra points along the way. And now, no surprises. We're going to get Barley back in over 3. Harry Pyle faces up. Takes this off the stumps, but gets a fair bit of it out to Riley. Riley's been used more as a late over bowler, so he's kind of changed role along the way. Had a few issues yesterday against Tarek, particularly Lorne Burns, who was able to get hold of him. Well, that one's a fraction short as well, but this time Robeson isn't going to miss out, and that's a 6 by some distance. Maximo! Now, all the Australian viewers, you remember what I say when I say one day you're going to get caught. I think Garrett is there, just getting this stuff on. But I suppose maybe worth rolling the dice with a shortish delivery, because that's where the mistimed shots have come from so far. But that one was well struck. Ooh. Feel like the foot never really leaves the ground here. It's more or less an arm ball from Barley that shoots straight through. But the umpires want to have a look. I don't think Pyle thinks it's out, but let's have a look on the replay. There's that toe. Oh, oh, oh. I think that could be out. For me, it's just in the air. I think he's gone. He is out. Oh, it's a really, really good piece of wicket keeping, and I think it's a very good decision. I thought the foot stayed down, but it was millimetres above the turf. And upon further review, it's going to be stumped Pyle with a bit of magic. This is what the umpire sees, and you can see it only barely gets lifted off the turf, but I think there's no doubt that when the stumps are broken, that Robeson has that toe just off the earth. And that's 3 wickets down now, 17 for 3. And once again, wicket keepers being so important. Chris Pyle makes something out of nothing there, and Barley suddenly has 2 wickets. That's a very good piece of camera work. We'll have to give that camera operator a raise, I think, because it showed the foot landing after the stumps have been broken. Wood, the new batter. Barley has been a revelation with the new ball here. Barley is certainly enjoying his time at the moment. Wood chops down on a full toss and will get a single. There's Mark Gowes. He's another guy who could certainly provide an over or two. Brilliant start this for Bavaria. Pyle to get motoring. Oh, fraction short, stays down. This is partially knocked down, but it still will go for 4. It was hit very, very hard. Barley probably liked the look of the pull shot. Yeah. Got away from the fielder in the end, but yeah, knocked down nicely behind square. And that will be a welcome boundary for Pirates. Last ball of the power play coming up. Still got specialist batters there. They've got some hitting to come, but certainly behind at the moment, Pirates. Little dab shot here. And get away from the fielder. Will he ever get it back? He won't. That's Chola, who could have dived at it, but he thought, no, I think I can chase it down, but he was wrong. That ball just kept on motoring, and the result is 4 runs. And that will be the end of the power play. 26 for 3 after 3. And that power play helped by the 16 there, but just 26 off it, so they're trailing at this stage. But you can see the middle overs we talked about in the first innings, that Pirates were able to put the brakes on. Bavaria fought towards the end. A couple of good overs at the end. Now here's Sammy Boda, who is coming on. It looks like he's going to bowl seam up. He's a very versatile bowler. He can kind of complement the other bowlers. So if they're spin heavy, he can bowl pace. If they're pace heavy, he can bowl spin. His spin's come a long way in this series, I think. Sam Houghton in the chat for Bavaria. I think he enjoyed that stumping. It's a tight call, but I think it was the right call. Crichton is going to bowl out in the 4th. Locks up Wood. Hopes that'll be a wide, but just curved in at the last moment. Pirates need a turning point here. They need a good over just to get them going. Double figures, something maybe 10 to 15 or more. Full toss, can't turn it into something more. Just a single. I said Boda's going to do the bowling, but they made a late decision to go back to Crichton. So yeah, I don't mind that. And Crichton bowled such good first over. I think get the ball back to him while the ball's in a similar condition. The conditions are similar. Will be a wide. What makes Crichton quite tricky is he does have that occasional one that goes the other way, whether it's unintentional or not. I'm not sure, but he gets the odd ball to go away off the seam. So that's just always in the back of your mind, I think, as a batter. Hello to Rico Full, who's finished his lunch, and he's only 10 minutes away from the final there in Cyprus. Oh, this is trouble. Although trouble in more ways than one. Gets home in the end. It was a hanging full toss outside the legs, but it was hit straight to the fielder, and they just run on contact. Wood took off and didn't really give Pyle the right of reply. Crichton does well to get back to the stumps, but it's just a single. .76 and over required. This is hit leg side and just get a single here. So yeah, Crichton, he's been dealing so far. Bavaria have that sense of belief, don't they? Pirates probably looking over their shoulder a little bit. They did come in as the higher seeded team. They won 2 more matches in the group stages. Be a wide. Good keeping once again from Chris Pyle. I've said this many times. I'll say it again if you're just joining us or maybe watching for the first time. The keeping in this series has been outstanding. Gibraltar punching above their weight as far as wicket-keeping stocks. 2 very good ones in this match as well. This time it's cut up, and that'll be 4. So there's plenty of cricket still to play here. And it's Harry Pyle, the Pirates keeper. Probably sick of seeing the ball getting into his opposite number's gloves. So he just gets that one away. Gets enough bat in it to get it away from that deep third fielder. That was a very good shot, Crichton. Just left a little hanging outside the off stump on occasion here. We want to finish with a big innie. Last ball of the 4th over. There it is. And Pyle good enough to keep it out. End of 4. Game on here at Europa Points. 35 for 3. As we have a look at what's coming up in the next few weeks. In fact, this takes us all the way through to the middle of May, this program. We have Barcelona starting less than 24 hours. It's got a big journey ahead in the middle of the night, and that's going to be a 4-week tournament. Also, there'll be men's and women's ECIs in the middle of that tournament as well at the end of the 3rd weekend. Your ECL, of course, everyone's looking forward to that, being back at the Cartama Oval. Then we head to Portugal, not only for an ECS, but for the first ever Western Shield. Think Ryder Cup, but more exciting. It'll be the best of Europe versus the best of Britain and Ireland in a 9-match series. Gowes, oh well. He comes on, and on another day, if this sticks to Chris Pyle, he'll probably get a stumping here. Have a look at it. Because the batter hits it instinctively, takes off a step. But that could have bounced into the stumps. Wood gets a bit of fortune there. Gowes tapped one back to the bowler when he was batting. We'll be hoping that's not his last chance to have a hit in this tournament. This next one shapes out a bit, and not blocked at least from the keeper. How are we feeling about this game at the moment? Bavaria, I think they're in the driver's seat, but Pirates certainly not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. This will be a wide. This one doesn't really straighten down the line. And what Bavaria have done, they've taken those early wickets. They've removed Packard for 4, Reyes for 1, and Robeson for 6. To get all 3 of those for single digits, I'd say more times than not, Bavaria go on and win. Gowes struggling a bit in the wind, I think, at the moment. Better ball. Bit of a noise there, but for me, thought he hit the ground. certainly worth a shout. This is probably where Gals needs to be. See a little bit of away movement. Good hands once again by Pyle to stay down on that. I think that's a good decision. This one ties up Wood. I know it's early, but these two, they played a golden ball the other night. Golden ball 51. Pirates defeated Bavaria 31-20. Bowlers have really come good lately. Let's hope that list gets longer and longer as the year goes on. Gals gets driven, and he gets driven handsomely through the offside. Cuatro carreras. No deep cover out there. And it's just a good shot selection, well executed. Wood gets 4. And Gals, I wouldn't be too disheartened with that. Got a good over here. You can probably absorb one boundary and over if you're Bavaria. You just don't want it to be multiples. Tapped away for a single this time. Pyle, bad through the first half, hasn't had a lot going his way, but the signs are there. He bats through, there's definitely a chance. Driven and gone, mistimed, and it's Barley that's in the game again. Gowes gets the wicket and Pyle's gone at the end of the first half of this reply, 42 for 4, and Bavaria believe it was good reward for Gowes, just kind of nagging away outside that off stump. Wide, but not so wide that it was a wide in the second half of the over. And then mistimed, you could see it, didn't really spring off the bat. Got the good stride in, but Barley didn't have to move. So Bavaria continue their assault on the Pirates. And after 5 overs, the score is 42 for 4. Wood there on 8 not out. Danny Canepa has joined him. I'll tell you what, Big Danny could easily whack a couple out of the ground and turn this game. But at the moment, Bavaria, got to think, they've still got 2 overs from Jamie Riley up their sleeve. Alex Sawyer's bowled very well. So, I mean, they're not running out of bowling here. Rick Hatchman hasn't bowled yet, for example. I know that we're only a few minutes away from the start of the final in Cyprus. I know a few people are toing and froing there. I'll probably be one of them. Battle of the Lions in the final. Rico Full and Charlie Hunt standing by. And that should be a brilliant finish to that series. It's match number 47 on the way as we speak. Rico is parading the trophy. Punjab Lions winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. Sammy Boda, another good bowling option. Although this one is going to be a bit of a gift. It's going to be 5 wides, and that's the risk with the keeper up, because it swings late and it swings a bit too far for everyone. This will show you it really goes, and Pyle, we know he's a good keeper, but he's just half a step short of where he needed to be. That is costly, especially he's defending a moderate score. Sammy's bowled a mixture of spin and pace in this tournament. Love a mulligan for that first ball. This one, I think, just sneaks in, so good comeback that time. It's interesting that we're seeing Gowes and now Boda actually getting a bit of outswing, whereas the breeze is pretty stiff left to right. So just that hint of away movement. Sam Houghton in the chat. I think he's enjoying what he's seeing at the moment. Tim Reedman, hello to you. And hello to Dave B as well. And the wind does put the bowlers off from time to time as well. I say players have been really good for time here in Gibraltar. Pretty disciplined. Takes a bit of getting used to. You're racing the clock as well as the opposition. Pitched up and driven. Wood just have to settle for the single. Wood sometimes has struggled to kind of score at an acceptable rate. At the moment, he has 1 boundary in his 9 off 11. As the rate approaches to a ball, it's going to get to the point that singles aren't really cutting it for the Pirates. It's well bowled, but Danny is going to get a thin edge and he's going to go for 4. Nice Chawler down there. Well, he got there, just couldn't get down at the critical moment. And Canepa is going to get 4 runs again. That's one of those ones that if the keeper's back, he might be able to take a worldie. But no chance to react to the significant deflection there. Canepa off the mark with 4. 50's up as well for the Pirates. This is anyone's game, I'm telling you that right now. That's a good area though. Boda's been pretty consistent outside the off stump. Okay, first one went a bit too much. That was information for him that the ball was swinging. This one just shapes away from Canepa, and you feel he's not really equipped to handle that kind of delivery. Good hands from Pyle as well. It's tricky to keep to Boda like this because he is zipping it around. This is a Yorker. Just gets bunted back on the bounce to Boda. Yeah, but the way that Canepa sets up, he kind of plants his feet in the stirrups and he's just swinging away. So he's finding it pretty difficult to access those balls. And like that one, he just reaches it. Couldn't really get too much power in it. It does want to go leg side at the moment. Boda's not giving him anything in that region. Last ball of the 6th. Oh, pretty close. Is it high or is it out? He's out. But I've got to say, I mean, it didn't get up. And so the replay will tell the story, but I've got to say, eyeballing it, I think this was more likely to hit than miss. The replay will tell the story, but Canepa misses a straight one. And it's 52 for 5. It's a slower ball, so it's not really getting up. Hits him below the top of the stump. And Boda's saying, hey, why isn't it out? Yeah, it's touch and go. But from that angle, he looks pretty dead. From side on, I think there's a few more questions. Yeah, it's kind of flattened out by the time it hits him. So I don't think you can say it's a bad decision. I mean, look at it there on the replay. The only question is height. It's as simple as that. The umpire is satisfied that it's going to take the top of the stumps. So 52 for 5. Canepa will go for just that edged 4. We're ruining that 5 wides, that's for sure. 12 extras in this innings. First innings, we only saw 5 for the whole 10 overs. As Rick Hatchman comes on and he gets cut away for 4. Well, Wood, he'll be hoping that he can be the main man here. Kind of need 2 4s and over, I think, to keep pace with the required rate at the moment. There's one of them early in the over. He's been joined by the young American, Bernie Burchick. Bernie was in commentary with me last night. Rick just a little bit short and wide, and Wood puts it away. Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone straight through the gate, and Bavaria now in control of this game. Is nipped back and maybe kept a bit low, and is 4 and out for Wood. He gets chopped down by Rick Hatchman. And Bavaria now really, it's their game to lose. Runs on the board in an elimination match. Doesn't really move the feet there, Wood. And it goes between bat and pad. Over goes the castle. And Pirates 56 for 6. Again, this pitch does offer a little bit to the bowlers. It's one thing I like about it. Michael Lamon comes out to bat now. You've got 2 batters that haven't faced the ball yet. They're going to have to go at 2 a ball from here on in. If Bavaria can get the ball in the right spot, I don't really see a way back for Pirates from here. Having said that, we have seen some dramatic turnarounds. He's bowled him. It's 2 in a row for Hatchman. This one slides off the pad. Lamon goes for a golden. Rick Hatchman's on a hat-trick, 56 for 7. And so 2 in 2. And, well, maybe a bit unlucky for Lammen. Hatchman, well, luck's a fortune. And everything's rolling Bavaria at the moment. And the Pirates sinking fast as Lammen goes without scoring. It's 56 for 7. 2 hat-tricks in the season so far. They both come here in Gibraltar. Lorne Burns and Ian Latine. So 2 leg spinners on the honours board. And yeah, looking pretty good at the moment. It's going to be Mark Garrett coming out. Garrett can't really afford to sit in his hands for too long here. That's the thing. Hat-trick ball for Big Rick. Oh, it's pretty close as well. Very good ball. And yeah, right now, things looking pretty bleak. Can Garrett pull one out, the skipper? Short, Garrett goes after it, thick edge, doesn't carry. Chawla, he had the yips a little bit down there, but at least he stops that, keeps it to 1. Play underway in Cyprus in the first over. An early wicket for Rays as well. Jab Lions 9 for 1 at the moment. Hatchman, what an over. And you got to realise you've still got Jamie Riley to bowl 2 overs here as well. It's going to be real tough. Nah, the thick edge. This will probably run away. Just get 1, so Burchett gets off the mark. He'll retain the strike, end of 7 overs. And the Pirates, 58 for 7. This is where we are on finals night. Even though we have started during the day here, we'll turn into finals night. Winner of this game goes through to Qualifier 2, which starts at 4:45 local this afternoon. The loser, of course, they're out of the tournament. The next match is coming up in around about 40 minutes' time. Sloggers versus Turek, the top 2 teams for a spot in the final. Automatic qualification for the final. A 4-match program here in Gibraltar to complement the 3-match final series in Cyprus today. Still given some sort of a chance here, Pirates, 7%. But Riley's coming on, and he really should put this match to bed. Oh, bowl's a good ball too. Watch this one just come in and shape away from Riley with a slightly older ball. That's a very good delivery. Very good delivery. Quick hands as well from Chris Pyle, but Burchick's back foot never moves. Burchick pushes. Garrett sends him back. Another dot ball makes it even tougher now. That rate's gone over 15 and over now. Burchick again pushes, finds the fielder. Now Garrett's in trouble. He's going to be gone. Yeah, I think that ball hits the stump. And so, it's going to be a frustrating one, Garrett. It's pretty much the same as last time. Burchick thinking if it wasn't last time, it's probably not this time. And, well, yeah, see the ball there. Just knocks onto the stumps. And Garrett is going to have to go. So frustration for Mark, and Pirates really now going down in flames, losing their captain 58 for 8. You got to feel for them, Pirates. Last year's kind of bolters, last year's champions. I think what this means is that we will have a team lifting the trophy for the first time. Of course, Calpe Giants won in 22, Pirates in 23, but Pirates look like they're out the door. Burchick. That's a bat on this. Not a bad shot, but it'll only get one. Bavaria, they've had so many twists and turns in their tournament so far. And they're a bit of a wild card team, really. If you want to go right back to the beginning, they started with a win over the Sloggers. That was in match 5. Remember Bavaria, they were the last team to hit the park. It was on night 3. They chased down 96 effectively off the last ball in match 5 before going down narrowly to Sloggers in match 6. But one thing I will say about Bavaria, they'll be in this competition with Sloggers and Tarek. They've beaten both of those teams in this tournament. So yeah, who's to say they can't go all the way. Giannani gets a hit. It's a little bit too wide. Riley gets some good swing there. But at the moment, it's not impossible, but I'd say it's highly improbable, given the fact there's 8 wickets down as well. Oh no, well, Sabima. Giannani, I suppose his first priority was his own health and well-being. Doesn't really get a chance to have a swing at this, but I suppose he had a free shot at it if he wanted to go for it. Free hit coming up. And now we've got another run opportunity. Oh, Riley couldn't quite get back to the stumps. But yeah, Bavaria, they'll be able to rest up a bit, assuming there's no late drama here. Got around 5 hours until they'll hit the park again. Riley, the teenager, last ball of his over. That's a good one. Good take, but don't think there's an edge on it. Very good take from Chris Pyle. End of the 8th, and Pirates are 61 for 8. Just look at this takeoff off the surface. Oh, yeah. And well dealt with by Pyle. This is what's coming up then in qualifier number 1. Sloggers and Tarek. Sloggers winning the toss and bowling in that one, so they want to chase. And Tarek have a strong lineup as well. Wonder who they'll bat first. They basically have 4 people that can open that. Got a sense they might go for, well, I think Hillman's a lock. Maybe Louis Bruce on the back of some runs last night. Maybe Burns at 3, Pyatt 4, Puri at 5. Probably like that. Sloggers, Henschel. He's certainly in the frame for MVP of the tournament, having a very good time over here. But so is Matt Williams. He's been brilliant with his off-spin. Andrew Crom behind the stumps. He did win that toss and decided that he wants to chase. That match coming up in around about half an hour's time. In the break after this game, you can go over and watch the Cyprus final. Richard Lake and Lewis Henschel coming in for Sloggers as well. Spotted that. Sawyer comes in. He's bowled really well, actually, especially late in the tournament. Yeah, Lake coming in. It's been the weekend. You've got slight different availabilities. He's been in the squad the whole time. Hasn't had a chance to play. Avinash Pai has been the runner-up captain the last 2 years after his team has led the table. So this will be 9 now. And Burchick's going to have to go. It's a big hooper from Sawyer. And really the writing was on the wall some time ago. But it's fantastic bowling from young Sawyer, who makes the use of this breeze. It's blowing left to right. Just have a look at this one really go. crashes into the bottom middle stump. That Bernie, I really hope he's enjoyed his first ECN experience. Hopefully it's not his last. He did a great job in the commentary with me last night. It was great learning about him and his background in cricket, of course, coming all the way from the USA. And now playing in the Netherlands, and he's an ECN cricketer now. Here's Richie Cunningham with that injured hand coming out at number 11. We did see him score a golden duck the other night, one-handed. Well, his hand's a little bit better. Not a lot better, though. Richie, he knows the situation. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a guy or a girl in Gibraltar that doesn't really like Cunningham. He is such a lovable character. Does a lot for the game here as well. Right now, he's coming out at Jack. Hey, he's going to go for it straight away. Hangs in the air, and Richie's going to get a run. Well, that's a nice moment for Richie C. Actually bowled really well earlier as well. Let's not forget the golden ball game the other night. He bowled that crucial 10th over. Pushed the game to a golden ball in the end. Pirates would prevail in that golden ball, 51. But Bavaria getting some revenge less than 3 days later. Giannani still on the globe here. Pushes and we'll get a run here. Oh, that would have been out. Hatchman uncorks one. Yeah, sloggers with a couple of ins there in Richard Lake, who's a pretty experienced campaigner, played a good level of cricket. Lewis Henschel as well, in for the first time. Turek, runners up in 2022. I want their first ECN silverware. Oh, bowled by Sawyer, just sneaks inside. Yeah, sloggers, though, had a tough time of it last year. Last year it was a bit of a tournament of attrition. It was played over 31 nights last year. And sloggers this time having a bit of an easier time fielding a side, getting it on the park. Last ball for Sawyer. And that's a nice shot by Cunningham. And in fact, he's going to get 4. Well, Richie gets a warm round of applause here. It wasn't the worst ball. It was no half volley by any means from Sawyer. Richie is able to drive it on the up, get into the gap and get 4. Excellent shot. 67 for 9 after 9. Bavaria with a wealth of bowling options. And 32 required off the last over with just the 1 wicket in hand. So don't think it's going to happen for Pirates, but really enjoyed their series. Hopefully a lot of their players stick around and take part in the festivities the rest of the day. Riley trying to finish things off. First one. Jumps up and catches Chris Pyle. But yeah, Riley, he's kind of had this metamorphosis into a death bowler. But one thing I do think he needs to work on is hitting that Yorker more often against some of the more premier batters in the competition. Every ball could be the last here. Oh, and this is going to get past Pyle, but he's got a backstop for some reason, and it'll just be one by. That's a good example of one where Pyle just gets up a little bit too early. Again, I've been grading these keepers on a bigger scale. See, his hands try to stay down, but his knees are already kind of unbent. Made it tough. I mean, Riley's not slow. He's not the easiest to keep up to. Also, gets a bit of movement. Both ways, we've seen that already. Well kept out, although might have overcommitted. Giannani, but not picked up cleanly. Jamie Riley sitting on some pretty nice figures here. He's only conceded 3 off 9 balls bowled. Richie, he's done a pretty good job out here at number 11. Can't be easy. Yeah, so earlier in the tournament, I think the first time Richie touched the ball in the field, he split his webbing and it required stitches, and he's as tough as nails. Richie got out there probably a bit before he should have, still with the stitches in. I don't think anyone can begrudge him a bit of a hit here. He's put together 6 not out. Riley still trying to finish this off in one foul swoop. Yeah, Richie wants to strike back and he'll get it. Thick inside edge from Giannani. Credit to Pirates. They're going to bat out the 10 overs, and it kind of played out the way we said. We said if Bavaria can get the key wickets early, they could defend this, and that's exactly what they've done. Nobody passing 16 for Pirates, but I think those big wickets, first 3 of Packard, Reyes and Robeson, meant that Pirates were always playing catch-up. Last ball of the eliminator. Oh, Richie with a party trick. He's going to just wrap that round for 4, so he'll finish with a fighting 10 not out. And at least there's something to smile about for Pirates fans. And Jamie Riley gets schooled by Uncle Fester there last ball, but it is Bavaria that are all smiles after that. They have progressed. And they're going to do it in style. And credit to them. They had to fight for their spot in this final series. And now they're keen to make the most of it. Pirates kind of left on the shelf a bit because they had 2 nights off and they've hit a Bavarian side that just were gathering a bit of momentum. And these 2 teams providing so many highlights for us during the tournament, particularly that golden ball. We'll remember that one for a long time. But this is how we're looking at the moment with Bavaria through to qualifier 2. The next match you'll see is Sloggers versus Turek, and that's starting in exactly 25 minutes. And that'll be right here on ECN. Make sure that you stay with us for that. It won't be too long. And let's have a look at some of the highlights here. Well, it was all started promising, didn't it, for Packard, but then he hit a half-tracker straight up in the air. Couldn't believe it as Barley took a simple catch. They were living pretty dangerously. Reyes also couldn't quite get over a pull shot and then knocked it to the leg side. Now, this one was a lightning bit of work, and it looked like there was no chance he could have been out, but upon seeing the replay, he was probably a centimetre off the ground at the moment. The bails were broken. Ben Wood tried hard, played a couple of nice shots in there. Pyle just couldn't get his innings going, ended up mistiming a drive, and Barley into the action again. This looked like it could have been a bit of a turning point with Boda delivering the minimo, and then big Danny Canepa edging a 4. Well, maybe he'd have a bit of luck, but then a ball which was kind of flattened out, hit him below the bails. Canepa felt it might have been going over, but I think the decision was fair enough. Rick Hatchman came on and then bowled 1 over, but it was a very good one. He took 2 wickets for 6, and Bavaria by then had basically triggered the collapse, and it was going to be no real way back. Things just only got worse. Burchick going to mix up with his captain as Garrett was run out, and just fell apart at the seams. I like that ball from Sawyer. It's one of the better in-swingers I've seen. Perfect seam position, crashed into the middle stump. But then it was the Richie Cunningham show late in the piece, 10 not out, including this last ball. Richie, I'll probably tell you he's batting 10 spots too low at number 11. And, well, game played in good spirits. 2 teams that had some brilliant contests along the way. But Bavaria, in the end, they progressed. Let's not forget that earlier in the series, Pirates actually bowled Bavaria out for 43 and chasing 2 overs. So that's how quick things can turn around. Sloggers Turek coming up next, starting in around about 20 minutes there. Sloggers bring in Lake and Lewis Henschel to their lineup. And Turek, pretty much a bunch of players we have seen before, but Turek batting first after being sent in by Sloggers skipper AJ Crom. Stay tuned for that one. Looking at the edge of the rock there and the mosque in the foreground. And of course, the Mediterranean Sea in the background. Looking at the scorecard, well, Pyle, top scores 16 off 14. But even those double figure scores, 16 and 13, run a ball or only a little bit better. Cunningham actually with a fighting 10 down the bottom, but those early wickets just made the Pirates a little bit jumpy in the middle order, and credit to Bavaria. They executed their skills well. They used 7 bowlers in total, and 6 of them were at least able to take at least 1 wicket. Hatchman with an important 2 for 6. But Barley, he was a bit of a game changer there at the start. 2 for 22. Crichton bowled well, 1 for 11 off his 10 wickets for Gowes, to Boda, and also to Alex Sawyer at the end. And Riley didn't pick up a wicket, but certainly did a good job. Only 9 runs coming off his 2 overs. We'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. And we'll see who will get the easy way into the final. Sloggers versus Turek when we return here in Gibraltar. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series at night at The Rock.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. It is finals night, although the sun's still out here. It's here somewhere in Gibraltar. Time for qualifier number 1. Now, these two teams were in the top 2 positions after the qualifying stage. In fact, they both had a 6-2 record. It is Sloggers versus Tariq for a spot in the final. Qualifier 1 on the way. Tyrone Peters in the middle for the coin toss. Let's see who wins that.
Tariq to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
We'll have a field first.
They're going to bowl.
So AJ Crom of Sloggers has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So we'll get to see Tariq's batting lineup, and they've got a very strong batting lineup, and they essentially have 4 people that could open the batting. I feel like they might go for Bruce and Hillman. They've also got Lorne Burns, who's been in outstanding form with the bat. He's been putting on a show. Then you've got the captain, Avinash Pai, and even someone like Kabir Mirpuri. He's shown a bit with the bat as well. So Tariq have a long batting lineup, no doubt about that, and they've got some good hitters, but Sloggers, they look stacked, don't they? They look like a team that really want to go all the way, and I've noticed they brought in Richard Lake for this game as well. But Dylan Henschel, he's been outstanding for Sloggers, and I guess we'll see if the Sloggers can kind of turn their fortunes around from last year. Tariq, let's not forget, in 2022, they topped the table. Then they weren't quite able to win in the final, last over thriller. So I think this should be a really good one. Of course, Bavaria are waiting. They've been the story of the day so far. They are waiting for the loser of this game for the other spot in the final. But I think both these teams, they'd rather do it the easy way. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the first ball with the news from the toss in qualifier 1 that Sloggers, they've won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Ready for this 1 versus 2 clash. The top 2 teams from the preliminary stage here, both with a 6-2 record. In the end, Sloggers with 1 extra point, and that's why they take top spot. No real issues with the weather today. A little bit cloudy, a bit of a wind that's going on at the moment. No real chance of rain is what I'm hearing. Sloggers versus Tariq then, and you saw the news from the toss that Andrew Crom decides that he wants to chase in this one. So Tariq still getting their openers to the crease, and we'll see who they're going with here. It does look like Louis Bruce is going to be out there. And Sloggers, interestingly, although they do top the table, they're given a 40% chance. So the supercomputer likes Tariq. Some other team news for Sloggers. No Lee Rimmer unavailable for this game, but they do bring in Richard Lake, who's a pretty able replacement. Kenroy Nestor as well. He's been an interesting player to watch. He always is, but sometimes he's had it, sometimes he hasn't. Looks like they are going to open with Henschel. So losing Rimmer means they lose an opening batter and an opening bowler. Now Henschel's being asked to bowl the first over. And these two teams, I think if you think back to the very opening night, they went at each other. And I still remember the first ball that Henschel bowled to Bruce. It hurried him up a little bit. No one had really seen Henschel here on the peninsula, but he's been an outstanding performer in all aspects of the game. So waiting for the clock to tick over. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I've got a special guest for this innings. Fresh off the park as well. But first, let's have a look at Henschel. Qualifier 1 starts with the full toss and is whipped away. Some movement into Louis Bruce. And it's fumbled by, it looks like Where's Wally, but that's Joe Foster down there who's patrolling the player area. Good start from Louis, though. I think the difference between this ball and the first time we saw Henschel, he was a little bit ready for the pace that time. And Henschel gets it slightly wrong. Gets the comeback ball now to Bruce, coming off half century last night. Goes the cutter straight away, and Bruce just checks the drive and puts him up and over the top. Maximo! 4 and 6, pick up sticks, and here's a man who loves to hit balls out of the park. My special guest commentator from Bavaria and the Calpe Giants for this innings is none other than Rick Hatchman. Welcome, Rick.
Good afternoon, Vinny. How are you?
Yeah, welcome to the commentary box. And I know you quite well, but I think this might be the first time we've commentated together.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
quite excited to be here.
Make yourself at home.
Thank you.
Pretty interesting start here at the moment.
Yeah, Brucey whacking it.
Yeah, that was on him a bit quicker than he thought. Just gets one. Hillman will have to face the music now. Well, firstly, congratulations. You did, I won't say sneak into the finals, but certainly You certainly weren't guaranteed a spot in the finals before the last night of qualifying. You've made it, and now you've knocked off Pirates. That must have been sweet after they beat you in the Golden Ball the other night.
Yeah, for sure. And the game before where they really took us to the sword, kind of, you know, two overs.
Wasn't going to talk about that one. Yeah, I think bowled out for 43 and a 2-over chase. But that really is what this type of cricket's all about. It's so unpredictable. So to think 2 games before that they beat you in 2 overs, but then in this game, you obviously got the better of them.
Yeah, I think early wickets helped, obviously, getting, what's his face? Charlie Packard up top.
Yeah.
He's obviously batted really well, both in the Gibraltar Premier League and in this tournament as well. Massive for us to get that, and then Reyes quickly afterwards as well. So.
Well, Hillman gets hurried up there. That's off the gloves or the handle. And with the pace, it's going to run away for 4. So if you can't be good, be lucky. A little bit of the 1932-1933 bodyline series about this from Henschel. But he can't hit his target, and Hillman gets a boundary.
He actually played it pretty well in the end, kept his eyes on it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really in control of where that goes, but yeah, that's one thing about this game. You need that little bit of luck, don't you? When you don't have the luck, it's
You're
very, very
struggling,
difficult.
Definitely.
You can't just rely on the luck, but you know, if you do get it, then you're probably going to have a better time. Last ball, the over coming up. Ooh. He's bowled him. He's just blasted straight through Hillman. Got a bit of the back leg, I think, and the stumps get blown over.
Send off as well.
Yeah, well, he's fired up after he got a bit of tap there, Henschel, but he does fight back with a wicket of Hillman. It's 15 for 1. Yeah, that was just a case of Hillman kind of playing across it slightly. Maybe came back at him a little bit off the seam.
Yeah.
But yeah, sloggers have something to cheer about, and yeah, I really enjoy obviously being here in Gibraltar. Yeah, I think Henschel's enjoying being in Gibraltar as well. Looking in Cyprus right now, they've gone halfway through the first innings in the Lions derby in the final, Punjab Lions versus the Sri Lankan Lions. And yeah, the Punjab Lions fighting back. They were batting first after winning the toss, and just going to get a final score there. I think they've ended up around about 113 or so off their 10 overs. So I'll get you an exact score. Yeah, 113 for 6. So I mean, the way things are going there, Sri Lankan Lions probably back themselves to chase that. But as we saw, chases in finals, not particularly easy. You were able to defend a score in the 90s in the last game.
Yeah, exactly. I saw a lot about the power play and getting off to a good start. I mean, Brucey obviously hit the first 2 balls for the boundary, and then here comes Lakey replacing Rimmer. Interesting start.
Interesting that they've gone for Lake here, getting me straight to the action. We haven't seen Richie in the tournament so far.
Turns up for the big games.
Yeah.
Looks very tanned as well.
He does, actually. Good observation. Ooh, all right, well, Bruce goes to the skies, and this really should be out.
Wow.
And it's gone, and so Lake, well, he's going to be able to get that big breakthrough of Bruce. Maybe a lack of pace doing Louis a little bit there, but Howarth doesn't drop too many, doesn't drop that one. 15 for 2.
What a start for the lads from Sloggers.
Just fractionally lost his shape there, didn't he, Louis? Off the outside half of the bat.
Can't be taken.
Yeah, well, Lake, he's not as express, but he's pretty accurate. And that will bring Avinash Pye to the crease, 15 for 2. And the importance of getting those early wickets, I think, can't be underestimated in this competition.
Especially when you're facing these top 4. Obviously, Pye and Lorne Burns coming out now. Still 2 quality batsmen. But good to get them out there early. Avinash batted really well in the first game that they played against these 2 earlier in the competition on the first night.
Yeah, well, I kind of said in the opening they have 4 guys that would equally be comfortable opening the batting. So if you kind of put those 2 wickets out of your head,
this is it.
They haven't really wasted too many balls yet. Avi does like to be careful early in his innings, play himself in. A little bit of in-swing there. That is the wind today, isn't it? A little bit left to right.
It is that coming off the east side of Gibraltar. Coming in quite strong as well. Lakey will be trying to use that. It's a nice shot.
Really nice shot. The back foot just uses the pace of Lake and guides it behind point for a boundary. So nice start for Avinash Pye. So let's talk a little bit about you, Rick. Obviously, I've been a bit of a fixture here. I know I've met you a couple of years ago on my first trip to Gibraltar. So were you born here? What brought you to this part of the world?
So I moved to Gibraltar around 10 years ago. This is my 11th year now, working in the shipping industry. So obviously quite a good place to be. And that was just purely by chance. There was a guy that I met. Missed field.
Just quickly, I was going to say that probably should have been stopped. And Pye gets lucky. So a bit of a momentum buster after I gave Houth a wrap.
Yeah.
He did take the important catch, but he leaks the boundary there. It's okay, it's only 10 years.
Only 10 years, yeah. From Manchester originally, northwest of England, via the Middle East. Spent a few years on the oil rigs out there, and then
one to finish the over. I think they'll get there. And despite a suboptimal throw, it'll be the end of 2, and it's 24 for 2. So when you did move here to Gibraltar, so was that for work reasons originally?
Yeah, that was for the job, yeah.
Yep.
And I started playing rugby as soon as I came here, so I played rugby for the first 4 or 5 years, and then ended up with a few too many injuries and started playing cricket again. So.
Okay, well, I think they're very happy to have you.
I love it here.
And I think one thing that I've noticed, I've been told actually, so, while this complex was getting built essentially, because it used to be a little bit rougher, I think, on the cricket ground. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. It was just gravel, basically. It was horrendous.
But a lot of connections have been made between here and the Costa del Sol region, and so
for sure.
I know we've seen you playing for Costa del Sol before in the Spanish finals, and it's kind of nice. It kind of builds that community, doesn't it?
Really,
Building those connections.
just looking through the lineup, played with Gurham, played with Lakey, Kenroy, Egan obviously is a stalwart up there. So yeah, big connections, and AJ obviously behind the stumps.
Yeah,
played in the Spanish Championships a few years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's really nice. And one thing I like about the Gibraltar competition as well is that every year in the Premier League, that the teams are essentially kind of redrawn. So you end up playing with and against more people.
Exactly.
And it really builds that kind of community feel, doesn't it?
Exactly. No, it's really nice, and it keeps quite competitive as well. Stops one team from dominating.
Yeah, and I think that's healthy. I think you need to have competitive cricket. Come back to that in a minute. Here's Williams, who's having a very good series. Burns works him away and gets off the mark. But I think as you know, I go to a lot of countries and have a look at their cricket setup. And there are some countries where one club dominates, and if they start to lose it a bit, they just suddenly, all the players are going back to them. And I think that having a lot of competitive matches is really important in raising the standard. And we've had a lot of comments during this tournament about how far the standard has come in a couple of years. Partly it's probably the facilities here now. Obviously, it's easier to practice, and the net's indoor outdoor nets here.
More games and stuff,
More games. But yeah,
But it's good to see people wanting to play and then getting involved and staying involved. That was close.
Well, this would have been out. In the end, it'll just be a long single, but yeah, it was an ambitious single. And Burns, that's a bit lucky. Pye just takes off. That's one of those ones, and keepers these days, it's like a fad to not be behind the stumps. But I think if you're behind the stumps there, you've got a better chance of actually taking that
and whipping the bails off.
Yeah, that will be not the end of the over just yet. Yeah, so I think that people want to play. People don't like playing if they think they can get blown away in a game.
True.
And I think that sometimes those E-clubs, if they're not getting success, people get a bit disenfranchised.
Especially when you're looking for someone to do 12th man or something like that, it's hard to really build a culture.
Yeah, and I think that's something you've done really well in this community. 27 for 2 after 3. Williams not going for too many. He's having a very good series.
He's bowled so well, hasn't he?
Get the breakthrough. Ian Latine is in the chat. Well, he's having a dig at Richard Lake, saying he only plays on finals day. But I think he might be a kind of like for Lee Rimmer.
Yeah.
Opens the bowling. Could open the batting if they asked him to do that. But I've got Rick Hatchman with me from Bavaria and Calpe Giants. Hey, speaking of Calpe Giants, well done on qualifying for the ECL. You must be looking forward to that.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Just a bit of an issue in the fact this is the week after my stag do, so I might be struggling a little bit. But no, really looking forward to getting up there. Obviously been watching the last few years of the Gib teams playing, and looking forward to getting back onto Carlton as well. Been a while since I played.
Yeah.
Obviously I had a baby boy. That's about 12 months ago. Not me, obviously my missus, but. That's kind of taken up a lot of time, so not been up to Carlton recently.
Hey, we're responsible. Yeah, Jean-Paul, he's here today.
He is.
One of the younger fans at the ground. He's quiet at the moment, so we'll leave him there.
Him like that, yeah.
No, it was great to see you at Carlton Roval during the ECC recently, and obviously one of the real characters of the region here. Wow, Lakey
so annoying.
Gets little jink away by Burns. He's played this shot well. It's going to end up in the back of the net. Bit of a risk, but Burns, he plays this better than most, and he gets 4.
Yeah, it's so balanced, isn't it? He just flicks it around the corner.
I like seeing players like Burns getting back in the scene as well. I mean, he's another guy that took a few years out of cricket, played at a very good level, I think, in the UK. And he's come back. We've even seen him captaining in international cricket. And I suppose at this level as well, he's a genuine all-rounder. He's made some good scores in this series.
And he's made some really positive impacts in coaching sessions. When he turns up, he really takes the lead, takes the young lads under his belt, and yeah, they learn a lot from him. It's great to have him, someone like him around the setup.
This one doesn't really get up, and Lorne misjudges it accordingly. Lake's done a solid job here.
He
1
really
for
has,
14 off 1.5.
Looking to try and
yeah.
Well stopped, AJ.
That was actually a good stop, you're right, because it really reared up off the pitch. I love this pitch. I mean, Lou was telling me a little bit about there's actually limestone. I don't know how many limestone pitches I've seen, but it does give you that little bit of variation that makes it a bit more like a genuine grass turf pitch, because grass turf pitches, they have a little bit of unpredictability. Hopefully not too much.
Nope.
But I really like this pitch.
It's played a bit better. Obviously now it's not wet. It's dried out a bit because we've had some really glorious weather.
Nice looking drive, and that's going to get to the boundary. So Burns in a pretty intense battle with Richard Lake here right now. That's a pretty classical cover drive. Gets the placement.
Two former Costa del Sol teammates going at each other.
Yeah, that's true, and that's happened quite a few times in this series. Yeah, so I know you've been drawn in quite an interesting group, Group G. We'll probably see that in a few moments. But first, let's have a look at the last ball, the fourth, the last ball for Lake. Fraction short. Burns turns on it, and he won't quite get a boundary. That's well fielded out there by Bakari. And the result will be a couple of runs, and that'll be the end of the over. So 39 for 2. You can see just keeps that foot inside. But we saw him take a worldie of a catch, didn't we, when we last saw him at the bowling crease. That's the end of the over.
Flying through the air.
Yeah, 39 for 2 after 4. So this is where we're at on finals day. Sloggers and Tarek for a spot in the final. The loser will play Bavaria and Qualifier 2. Of course, your team. Does it really matter who you play, or you just? I mean, you've beaten both of these teams.
We have beaten both of them. I think our game's probably better suited against the Sloggers, just to avoid the top 4 of Tarek. But we're gonna have to play them anyway if they win this.
That's it. I mean, I think when you get to this stage, you've got to beat them both.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter what the order is. And now we're going to get Williams coming back, bowling out. I think it's important. They realise 2 very good batters at the crease, so they're trying to throw their best at them, Sloggers. And Williams has been probably the bowler of the tournament. I think if you look at his economy rate and the amount of wickets he's taken.
His figures have been superb.
Oh, right on cue. It's a
gets away with it.
Full toss on leg stump, but Pyatt is only able to get a single. Yeah, so maybe we'll have a look at the ECL draw in a moment, and we'll see who you've been drawn with. There you go. You're in Group G, along with the Irish champions, the Romanian champions, the Norwegian champions, and the Cyprus champions.
It could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting group, to be honest. COIMS, they actually were running at the top of Championship Week last year before they kind of went out on finals day, finishing in 3rd place. Cluj, for them, it's their 3rd ECL. Oslo, their 1st. Mouflon's side we know pretty well from Cyprus as well. But one thing about that, the Irish team, probably their favourites for me in that group. You look at the quality that they've got, but they probably don't have quite as strong a side as last year. That's the information I'm getting. But then apart from that, it's very, for example, it's very hard to say who's like a second favourite in that group. I mean, I think Norway are gonna be pretty strong, just knowing them.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, just elevates this over the offside, slices it a little bit. We'll just get a single. But I mean, the whole experience of an ECL, it must be really special to take a team from a domestic competition and catapult them into another level.
Absolutely, and it just means that the domestic competition means so much more to the players because they've got this great prize at the end. Playing in a fantastic competition, and it's the closest they'll get to being professionals, basically, most of these guys. So without being paid, obviously, but getting the accommodation and the back-to-back matches, it's fantastic.
Yeah. That format's been a real winner as well, the 3-day groups. There's really no downtime. It's play well or go home. You've got 4 matches for you. At least it's not such a long journey.
It means every game matters as well. Exactly, yeah.
That's true. And the bonus point system has kind of been an interesting revelation. How have you found that so far?
I think it's really, it's given us a lifeline, basically, Bavaria. Without it, we'd have been really struggling, obviously, with the one win. So it's kept us in the hunt and kept us, with a sniff, and then we managed to be able to bring it home last night.
Rewarding consistency as well,
exactly.
Not getting blown away in matches, and that's going to be quite important. So if you find yourself in a losing position, there's still kind of something tangible to play for. Exactly. 5 overs down here at the Rock. Tarek 43 for 2 after 5. So yeah, a couple of early wickets. Burns and Pye kind of biding their time, playing it a bit safe at the moment. They probably know how important they are to the health of the innings. They don't want to lose them too early. but also, I mean, that run rate at the moment, it's only 86 pace. Expected score, yeah, they feel in the partnership, they still think they're going to get 106. It's pretty cool to have these metrics, the supercomputers with the percentages, the expected score. You must pitch yourself when you see stuff like that.
It is very professional, and it's great to see all the technology being used to raise the standard. Basically, it gives umpires, players, everything. You know, everybody really raises the game because of the production.
You mentioned the umpires there; they've been brilliant. As there's a slightly risky second run, but they'll get there fairly easily. And the umpiring group here, they've done a fantastic job. We haven't actually talked about them too much because a lot of the time, just doing their job quietly and efficiently. They're quite experienced. I think they really enjoy it as well. And that comes through. You've got a good group here.
It's obviously when the facility was being built, we lost 4 or 5 years of cricket here, but there was a core nucleus from before that stayed together, and they've come out the other side. This year we're going to be going to Cyprus. I think two of the umpires, Sunil and Steve, will be going to Cyprus for an ICC qualification, and they'll be able to run courses here. So, yeah, fantastic, and obviously well supported by the rest of the crew. And the third umpire today, Steve in charge, who we love to pieces.
Certainly makes a difference when you get that officiating at a good standard, because if it's not that way, you can see some pretty, what's the word? You can see some ugly situations. Sometimes players umpiring themselves, especially when there's things like ECL qualification on the line. And I think that is important. Something we try and do when we go around Europe, is develop domestic umpires. I mean, here already they're a very good standard, very experienced. Wow, Burns does the fielding and the hitting here. Has ramped that straight into his own rib cage. Yeah, he wants to go ramp and then decides to go the other side of his body, or try to. And, well,
straight into his chest.
Well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. AJ Crom was getting ready for that to fly over his shoulder.
It's like a cat on a hot tin roof, AJ.
Yeah, one of my favourites. Nice shot by Burns here. Great fielding, though. That's Hancock. He's been brilliant in the field for sloggers in this series.
Mind the Ducks, Egan.
Yeah, of course you mentioned Mind the Ducks. That was Egan we mentioned earlier in the series.
Oh, right.
He did step on a duck playing for Costa del Sol in the Spanish Championship, T10 Championships in 2021. Those Ducks own that field.
Yeah, they do.
Last ball, the over, it's not. It'll be a wide down the leg side, and Burns pretty quick to grab the extra run. Okay, so yeah, tell us a bit more about your experience then in cricket before you came to Gibraltar, as the 50 comes up as well. So
I played at school up until I was about 13, 14, and then rugby kind of took over, playing Saturday and Sunday, and even in the summer, not being able to.
This is a chance, I think. It's a steep luck and really high. It won't be easy, and it's going to be dropped. It's Lake, who had to kind of go cricket zombie style with the flight of the ball. Look at it there, just turned at the end.
I don't think Gurnham did him many favours.
Yeah, well, no easy catches here at the Rock when the wind's going right. End of the over, it'll be 50. They got 1 or 2 there. I think they got 1, so it'll be 51 for 2 after 6. Okay, so you did play a bit of cricket, obviously, in you.
Played in the Trafford Championships growing at school, 12, 13, 14, and then kind of stopped playing, unfortunately, and then didn't play until I came out here.
How about rugby? So you must love your rugby then.
Yeah, so rugby I've played everywhere. I've played in the Dubai Sevens, played here for Gibraltar, played for Cheshire growing up as well. So
I love rugby sevens. You know how it's an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
You must know that. I know that cricket's planned to be in the Olympics, and I guess I'm happy about that. But for me, I kind of wish that they would go for a T10 format, these kind of dynamics in the Olympics.
That would be fantastic.
I think you could involve more. At the moment, they're talking about a 6-team T20, and I just think if you look at it through the eyes of a non-cricket lover or someone new to cricket, this is the format that packs as much into as little footprint as possible. Bakari gets the 7th over here, and he's going to get drilled up and out of the ground by Burns. Maximo! Now, there's a bit of a loosener from JB in the slot, and Lorne pops him over the ropes. Good shot. Yeah, so I just think that might be a good way. Also, even if you can use the artificial pitch, it means that, for example, if you're in LA or somewhere that's not. I just think it would get people a bit more excited. And the reason I say that, I look at how successful rugby sevens has been in the Olympics.
Yes, very true.
As a kind of gateway, I suppose, to the traditional version of the sport. But again, I'll say it, no one will listen. Down the leg side. Maybe it's just a bit too soon. I know the Olympic Commission said you can't really go T10 because there's not yet a world championship of T10.
Right,
but
okay.
again, like it's not.
Be groundbreaking, be brave.
I think I would like to. I hope it sticks around. I hope that that's the direction it goes, because I also think then you could have 32 countries competing, and you could have a bit more of a festival of, and also a bit of an evener between the top teams and the other teams as well, as we know.
Very true.
From ECN and our experience. Bakari spilled a bit of blood for his team earlier in the tournament. Oh, French cut this time. Not particularly convincing from Pai. He's kind of biding his time. Moves up to 16. They've done a pretty good holding job here, haven't they, Sloggers?
Yeah, I'd say very much in the balance this game. What, 54%, 46% states the same as well. It's it could go either way very quickly as well, especially with these two at the crease. Wicket changes everything. Come on, Jay Wad, let's see what you got.
That's the one that goes the other way from Bakari. Be called a wide. Good stop by AJ.
He's not happy with that, Jay.
I mean, Jawad, he'd make a good lawyer because he's always got a defence. This is a wide every day of the week. Okay, he's one stump outside, but even if you move that line one stump, it's straight over the line. But eagle-eyed Jawad.
He's actually recently joined the Gibraltar Cricket Board, and he's got some great ideas, to be fair to him.
Trying to use that extra clout to lean on the umpires there and not get the call, but I think it was fair enough. Well bowled, good comeback there. These two, they're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern here, I feel. I mean, Burns did get that first ball of the over away for a 6, but since then, it's been pretty quiet. And the last 2 overs, we didn't see a 4 or a 6 before this. See here, that's one that maybe at this stage of the innings, you got to have a crack at that. I suppose the other issue is you're kind of hitting into the wind a little bit when you're hitting straight today.
Yep.
So if you're trying to hit that over mid-off, you don't really have that much margin for error. Good game, though.
Very tight.
50-50. That's what we like to see. Oh, it's gone, I reckon.
That is gone.
Brilliant keeping from Crom, and already Pai has already tucked the bat under the arm. Might be a wide as well, you know.
I think he's given it already.
But, yeah, I think we'll have a little bit of a look at it, but Pai gets caught out of his ground here. Very good keeping. I've talked about the keeping a lot. You know, that's my position. It's a skill I like a lot. Steps across and maybe won't. Oh yeah, we'll get pinged a wide. I think it was a wide. Not a bad trade-off though.
Definitely not. AJ's super quick.
You could just tell he was out. I mean, how far out, I'm not sure, but didn't get that bat down in time. And AJ, fantastic bit of work from the Sloggers skipper, as Pai is stumped off a wide for 16. 2 boundaries in there, 16 off 14, never really gets going. And with that, it'll be 63 for 3. Jay
is pumped.
I don't talk about my own playing career much here, mainly because I haven't had one for many, many years. But on the odd occasion I've played, it's been very, very fun. I played a little bit for Costa del Sol.
Yep.
And yeah, the thing is, I did get my 100th career stumping off you.
You did.
Playing against a team that it seemed like they had a pretty good Saturday night, actually. I think we played them on Sunday morning.
We take it anyway.
Well, when you have to take drinks after 4 overs, you know that they're probably not the best shape. But that's something that I really enjoyed, being on the field with you.
Yeah.
And so I have a special connection with a lot of players around here that I have played a few games.
It's a Costa del Sol tactic, that. Stick the opposition into bat as soon as they turn up to the ground.
I felt for them. Anyway, this is Mirpuri coming in at 5. And he can't deal with the first one, so Sloggers well on top here. Sloggers a team that they didn't perform too well in the series last year. Everything seemed to go wrong. And now this year, they certainly set the standard pretty high. Last ball the over.
Oh, yes.
Bakari comes back very well there. A bit of a long over, but ultimately it's successful because they do break the partnership. 63 for 3 after 7. And of course, speaking of the ECL, it's only 29 days to go. So tomorrow's 4 weeks. I know that you're in Group G, so you'll appear essentially at the end of week 3.
Right.
But I mean, I know you watch a little bit of European cricket. Are there any other teams you're looking forward to seeing there?
Yeah, obviously Drew. They really impressed me last year. They were really banged hard, didn't they? They were really good. And obviously Pakai Care, we know all about them. Wimbledon, obviously good to see them and Hornchurch back
What do you
in
think
again.
about the English derby on the
Yeah,
card?
I'm glad we're not in that group, I'll tell you that.
It's a bit of a group of death there.
Yeah.
Group B. Group E as well, for me, is pretty strong with Forfarshire. They're going to be pretty keen to make the championship week this year. It was Drew that knocked them out last year. VOC Rotterdam, previous champions. BSC Rehberger in Germany as well. They can really smash it. And Gozo Zalmi, they've won 2 European Cricket Series in 2023. Stari Grad from Serbia. Let's just say,
Might struggle there, right?
better do the homework. Anyway.
Ooh.
Oh, this might have been dropped. And Lake, I think he gets this on the 4. And that's Burns that gets dropped on 24. And with 3 overs remaining, that could come back to bite them a little bit. Let's have a look if this carries. It does.
Ooh.
And Lake, he'll be frustrated with that. He's a good
Good luck
cricketer, Richie,
He
even
is a
though
good
he's
cricketer.
probably, say, the twilight of his career, but
His son Marcus is a very good hockey player, playing
Yeah.
for England. Yeah,
yeah, it comes from a good sporting family. It's
Yeah.
in the genes there, I think.
definitely.
Mipuri paces up.
Oh, bold.
Dropping Burns with 3 overs to go, because Burns could easily go bang, bang, bang and turn it on towards
think
the
he's
end.
gonna have to.
He's been brilliant at the end of innings.
He was yesterday in the first innings.
Yeah. Let's see if he can go on with it. Howarth coming back in the 8th over. Fraction short. Burns finds the
Can he
fielder,
keep it to
Bakari.
Yeah, well done,
So
Joe.
while I'm here with Rick, I know you're probably going to have to go at half time. So if you have any questions for Rick, now's the time to fire them into the chat. I know that a lot of people are going between Cyprus and here. Cyprus in the final. The Sri Lankan Lions are 58 after 3 overs.
Wow.
Chasing 114, already halfway there.
Nearly.
Another inducker from Howarth, but that field has been busy. Bakari keeps it to 1. Hello to Wayne. Great to have you with us. He enjoyed the stumping. Said great keeping. Wayne's watching from Australia. Happy Australia Day as well. Wayne, I don't think I've seen you in the last couple of days. That was back on
G'day, Wayne.
on Thursday. Friday, pardon me.
Oh,
in
yes.
Australia. This is up in the air. Burns, he likes it off the bat, or does he? Yeah, he knows. Well, that's a really interesting one. This, I have a feeling Kenroy, he pulls it back, but does it bounce over the line after he touches it? Let's have a look. Does he take off from inside? He's already stepped out. Oh, no, he's already stepped out. So that'll be 4 runs. So, yeah, I think just trying to keep up with it there. Then that's the next ball where I think they get a single. I was too busy watching the boundary stop.
Wow.
Anyway, meanwhile, Burns goes up and out of here, too short from Howarth. And Burns turns on at 6 runs. Remember, he gave a life just a couple of minutes ago. It disappears over the leg side now for 6. And that could come back to haunt the Sloggers. So yeah, 2 overs to go. How do you think Tarek are tracking here? Walking stick 77 for 3.
I think they'll be looking at 95 onwards. If they can get up there, then they'll be very happy with that. Obviously, it means that Lorne's going to have to go some, but he's more than capable of doing so. I think Cabs has just got to rotate the strike and give it to Lorne as much as possible.
All right. Here we go with the 9th. As we say, it all happens in the 9th. It is Bakari to come back. Oh, well, it's a great take by AJ Crom. That one just got caught in the wind. How good's the keeping been, though, honestly?
I think we've got 3 really, really good keepers in Hillman, in AJ, and obviously Chris Pyle for us. It's great for Gibraltar cricket that obviously Hillman and Chris both.
I'll throw in Harry Pyle there from Pirates.
Oh, Harry
as
Pyle,
well.
of course.
Yeah,
How could I forget Harry?
Don't forget both
Yeah,
Pyles.
mate. Oh.
And then you had Joey Marples, who
Of course.
knows his way around. So literally,
Yeah.
it's actually one of the rare series that I think we've seen all teams just use one keeper the whole series, because you've got specialists in there. And they've been brilliant, particularly the up to the stumps work on a pitch that is a bit up and down. And I've got the utmost respect for the job they've done. You're definitely punching above in that department.
It's good to see. There you go. Come on, Cabs.
Kari gets hit down the ground. Expected score. Still believing they can get to 102. I feel like Burns being there is a bit of a key here, even though they shouldn't run out of wickets here, sure.
He's going to target Jay now, I think. Shoelace is undone as well.
I'm going to have a look. I'll be stepping across and trying to clip it.
No.
Didn't have to step across, and it was a bit more than a clip.
that
As he
in the
goes
stand?
aerial. Yeah, Maximo for Burns. Bakari gets it wrong, and Lorne just keeps on keeping on here in qualifier 1.
So consistent, isn't he? Huge hit.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blast.
And all of a
from
sudden
Lorne
it's back
Burns.
to 50-50.
Again, as a bowler, and you know this as well, he bowled very well, obviously picking up a couple of wickets in the last game, but yeah, if you miss by a little bit, the consequences are pretty horrendous against good players.
Yeah, live on YouTube.
I
Brilliant.
mean, you'll find that in the ECL as well, I'm sure.
It's going to be a big step up for sure, yeah. Oh,
Burns, yeah, good
Great
decision
shot.
to go over the offside this time. So Bakari, again, not quite a Yorker. It's just a comfortable driving length for a player like Lorne Burns, who's up and going to 46 now.
now the expected score creeps up to 108 after those 2 shots.
Tariq get the lead back with those last couple of shots. So
Yeah.
that's the one thing that strikes me about 10 over cricket. When I first did it, I was surprised at how many momentum shifts you can have in one game.
The swing's a huge, great shot.
Yeah, well, this should be 50 for Burns, and he's going to do it by putting it into the back of the net.
More by Lorne.
Burns 50 off 25. He's played all the shots in the book and some that are right up the back. He's having a brilliant series, Lorne Burns. Just his timing about when to employ that shot. I mean, he obviously plays it very well, but he's not overdoing it.
Nope.
He just seems to be able to do that to a wide variety of balls. Again, this is one. If it's a Yorker, if it bounces on the crease line, I think it's pretty difficult to get under that. But Lorne, good enough, and now gets one that has a bit of length on it. He'll get one, and he'll get the strike back at the end of 9 overs. The score 94 for 3.
Well batted, Lorne.
So tell me this then, Rick, you're still a young man.
Well-ish.
Where would you like to see Gibraltar cricket going? Obviously, you're a bit part of the furniture here now.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, it'd be great to see some younger players coming through. Obviously, we've got the likes of Louis Bruce, maybe Hillman. We could get Manav qualified, that would be fantastic. Obviously, Alex Sawyer, who bowled the 9th over in the previous game. He's only 16 years old, he's got a lot of potential. And it's so good for these young guys who have seen ECN here for the last 3 or 4 years. Niall Garrett is another one.
Yeah.
They've watched it because they weren't quite 15, 16 or whatever that the age cutoff is, and now they're able to play. It's so good for their development. It's so good to see them out there playing.
Yeah, juniors coming through is so important. I mean, I had the pleasure of going to under-7s training a few days ago.
Yeah.
That was an experience, I'll tell you that
It's like
much.
herding cats.
No, but it's great to see people growing up with the cricket around.
Yeah.
I think that's important. Obviously, with the British influence here, you do have a bit more of a traditional kind of grounding in the game here. The other thing I was really happy to see, the women's team obviously taking part in the first ever ECIW this time last year. It was a steep learning curve, but I know that they've got some games planned against Estonia in April. So I get something for them to work towards. I know they're doing a lot of training at the moment as well. So they're really good indicators that cricket's going pretty well in a country. Henshaw back for the 10th over. There's a cutter.
No.
Burns picks it, and he hits it, and he hits it into the gap. That's 4. Yeah, so Henshaw certainly hasn't had it all his own way. He's going to have to chase these in the second innings. Burns just kind of sets himself deep in the crease, gets some length from Henshaw, and he pops it over square leg for 4.
Expected score back to 107. I think they take 110.
Hey, give credit to the supercomputer. It was back in the 100 plus, and certainly panning out that way.
There, definitely. As predicted, that drop on from Lakey costing the Sloggers a few runs here now.
Yeah, that's true. I think I can't remember exactly what he was on, but it might have been 24 or something
exactly,
like that.
Yeah, he's accelerated.
Just 2 overs ago, but look at the damage that he's put on the board since then. It's his back. Now you got to run hard here. He probably wants to strike back.
He's
probably going to get it.
No one there, right?
That's just cricket IQ from Lorne. I mean, he wants to find 2, and he realises as soon as it hits the stumps that no one will be expecting it. So if he gets on his bike, there's every chance he'll get back for a couple.
Slogger's a little bit rattled there. Having a pop at each other. Kenroy doing the hard yards.
Yeah. No one able to get back to the stumps because the bowler went after the ball. Kenroy copping it for not getting there quicker. And he said, all right, what do you want me to do about it? 100's up now for Tariq.
He might end up opening today, Kenroy, if Lee Rimmer's not there.
No, that's true. I mean, yeah, curious who they got. I thought they might go with Lake.
True.
They've listed AJ Crom opening. It's not a bad option, actually, I think, up there either. 3 to come, though, right now. That's the ball. It's probably one thing I haven't seen enough of during the tournament.
Yep.
It's a skill that you can practice as a bowler, even on your own. You know, you don't even need a partner to do that. Something I was talking to Jamie Riley about, as Jamie's bowling a bit more at the end of the innings now to be able to nail that Yorker. You might not want to bowl it all the time, but certainly I think it's a good get out of jail delivery. Definitely.
His development has been so good to see in the last 4 or 5 years. I know you mentioned it with Marples the other day, but we've really seen him come on, and he's turning into a fine young cricketer. Henschel goes and follows Burns out to the line. A few people saying, yeah, Burns putting in a strong case for tournament MVP. Well, there's a few in the mix. I think you're looking at two going at each other right now, Henschel and Burns in a one-on-one. So last ball coming up, Mirpuri. Oh, they're going to go for it. Should be a run out, although, yep, here we go. It's circus music. Henschel is going to get it back. It'll be 2. Wow.
Well, this is the beauty of ECN. Henschel, he had just enough time to realise that it was only 99% that he could hit the stumps from there. He misses. They get 2 when they should have got nothing. And, well, I suppose in the end, the game is right in the balance. 103 for 3. Here it is. Cue the music. Well done to Burns. This is why you go for it. We haven't always seen batters going for broke on the last ball. That was probably one to throw to the keeper. And in the end, they'll get 2. Classic ECN rig. You got to love it though, don't you?
Got to keep going, exactly.
But yeah, 103 for 3. Yeah, I think a bit like that last game. You feel if Tariq can get those important early wickets, then it's very defendable. But if there's an early partnership and Sloggers get control of the game, it's also very chaseable. So, yeah, who knows? It could be another golden ball in the cards here.
It could quite possibly be. I mean, big matchups at the start with Avinash coming on to probably will open against Dylan. That's going to be quite an interesting matchup. See how hard he goes, and if it's Lakey opening with him as well. Yeah,
look, if you go back and look at the highlights, it had a few ups and downs, I suppose, along the way. Louis Bruce played a couple of nice shots early and got in control of that first over, so that kind of neutralised Henschel. But then Hillman at his stumps rattled just a little bit too quick for him there. It was through him before he knew about it. Henschel was fired up, and well, he's new to the peninsula, but he wasn't afraid to offer some free directions to Hillman, and then Howard held on to that one. Bruce went for just 11. Then we saw this kind of partnership develop between Burns and Pye, and in the end it would be worth 48. But they weren't exactly motoring along the way, were they? They had trouble kind of getting those boundaries away. There were a couple of overs in the middle. They didn't score any boundaries. Avi in particular, was happy just to kind of occupy, make sure they didn't get in trouble as far as wickets lost. But then Burns, although he gave a chance in the 8th over, he was ultimately the instigator of this 100-plus total. That was a great bit of keeping from Burns. Pye just went walkabout, couldn't get back. Bakari was able to come up with wicket, trading a wide for the dismissal of Pye. And Big JB was fired up. That was the one, wasn't it? Burns got dropped, and he went on to make them pay a little bit. As we look at the ending, this is an interesting one from Kenroy. He just stepped out before he pulled that one back. But then Burns, yeah, from my money, I think he makes about 30 to 35 runs after that missed opportunity. And Lorne, you've got to hand it to him. He's a very good cricketer. And actually, the more he plays since his big comeback a couple of years ago, the better he's getting.
He is. It's so good to see. It's so good to have him around.
I think that was good cricket IQ there. Didn't get startled by the ball hitting the stumps. Just realised it was his ticket to get back. And then, well...
Same again.
ECN Classic coming up. One day I'd love to see just a montage of last balls, because you never know if you don't go. They get 2 for free at the end. And Henschel, well, probably
not too
won't be replaying that one too many times. But he's had a very good tournament. It'll happen to anyone. 103 for 3.
Game on.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see the win predictor here. For me, maybe Sloggers a little bit ahead, but only a little bit. 58 for Burns, batted really well there. 3 Maximo, 6 fours in his innings. Apart from that, we saw Pye with 16, but couldn't really get out of second gear. Bruce with a couple of nice shots early, and that was about all she wrote. Mirpuri couldn't really get things moving at the end. Pretty good job from Williams once again.
Fantastic.
Doesn't take a wicket, but he's been so tough to get away.
Yep.
Wickets to Henschel, Lake and Bakari in there. Howard's doing a good job. So pretty good team effort, I think, all round. This game is right in the balance, Rick.
It is. It's going to be really interesting to see how they play the power play. Obviously, they back quite deep, the Sloggers, and obviously who opens with Dylan. That's going to be very interesting to see and how they set the tone.
Yeah, we'll find that out after the break. Thanks for being my guest in the commentary box, Rick.
Nice one.
Wish you all the best for the best today. I know you have a vested interest in this game as well.
I'll be watching with interest for sure.
I'll be watching you not only this afternoon but also in the ECL Group G. Good luck with your preparations and
Thanks
good luck to
very
your team.
Cheers, Vinny.
Rick Hatchman, my special
Cheers,
guest.
guys. Take care.
We'll be back in just a few minutes. 104 will be the target for Sloggers to automatically progress to the final. Otherwise, they've got to go the hard way through Big Rick and co. If they can't get these runs. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, back with you shortly here in Gibraltar with more ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar. Great to have your company as we are halfway through Qualifier 1. Pretty interesting one as well. Turek taking on the Sloggers for a spot in the final. Whichever team doesn't win this game, they're not out of the tournament. They will take on Bavaria in Qualifier number 2, which is still ahead this afternoon. Well, breaking news, just as we were finishing the first innings, things got wrapped up in Cyprus. Sri Lankan Lions grabbing their first ever ECS trophy over the Punjab Lions. Fantastic effort from them. And they did it pretty comprehensively in the end with 3.2 overs to spare. So I think we'll have everyone's attention now in this one. There's Lorne Burns, another half century for Lorne. And lucky he did as well. Dragged Team Turek over the 100 mark. Lorne had a brilliant final last year. Actually got the Pirates out a bit of a mess and got them over the line. As we get ready for the second innings, I do have another special guest. Rick was fantastic in the first innings, but I'm sticking with the Bavarians. And, well, we're going to have some great conversations here because we play the same position. And this guy, he's absolutely lit it up with the gloves. I'll introduce him in a moment. First, let's have a look who they got there out in the middle. They've gone for Matt Williams to open up. So no Lee Rimmer in the lineup. They've gone Williams and Henschel. And it's Lorne Burns to open up. Here we go, 104 for the win. That's the quicker one first up, jammed up in the block hole. Very sound of here, Mr. Maximo. And a warm welcome to the commentary box to Bavarian keeper Chris Pyle. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Vinny. Cheers for having me. It's good to get on the comms today. Hopefully, got a good second innings coming our way here.
I'm going to say well done with the gloves as well earlier. I mean, you and I are cut from the same cloth. You love a stumping. You love keeping up.
Exactly.
Fair to say. You must have enjoyed the tournament so far.
Oh no, absolutely. It's been great. It's been my first time out here. Fantastic. You know, as a keeper, you can imagine having that third umpire is.
Oh yeah, how good is it?
So good. Amazing. I think I'd have a few more if I had that.
You know what? It's one of those things. I played, probably mostly the level of cricket, which was probably one below where you would get the third umpire. I did play a few games on TV, and it makes such a big difference because, I mean, there were a couple of these today, literally maybe. Well, in the air, Henschel. He elevates down the ground, doesn't really get it, and he's gone. Louis Bruce takes the catch. And that's a big moment in this game because Henschel's been brilliant. He took on the straight fielder, but Burns has his measure, and it's 1 for 1.
Yeah, Burns has tossed it up there. He's got under it a bit. We've seen what he can do, Henschel. That is a huge wicket.
It is, and that's the nature of the game, isn't it? You can see it's pretty breezy today. Kind of hitting into the teeth of the breeze there as well when you're hitting down the ground. And Louis Bruce takes the catch, so unfortunately it's Henschel who's going to have to go. Have you ever had a duck follow you off before?
Oh, this tournament I have. I've had a couple before the last few days, but no, not.
Derek's a part of the furniture, and so batters do dread him. And well, look, I suppose the thing about Henschel getting out, it's not really what they planned, but it's not like he's wasted a whole bunch of deliveries. Richard Lake comes out at number 3. Now, we haven't seen Richie in the tournament so far. Has had some work commitments, but he's in for Lee Rimmer, who is unavailable for this game. Lee's hoping to be available a little bit later on. But yeah, tell us a bit about where you do play your cricket and what brings you here.
Yeah, so I play for Cranley back home. I heard on the comms Wimbledon by accident, one of our rivals. So it says actually for Cranley in the same league though, in the Surrey leagues. I moved out here in August for some work, so I've been enjoying it so far.
I think they're enjoying having you. Well, Lake, that's getting your eye in ECN style. He hits his first ball of the tournament for 6 off Burns. What a shot.
Great shot there. Great way to get off the mark.
Richie is experienced and he just gets the hands out in front. First thing he does there is make sure he hits it. And then when he's confident and he's getting that contact point, he just kind of turns the wrists, flicks it away. Let's see what Burns comes back with there. Might feel he might be able to sneak one on Richie early, maybe jam him up with a slightly quicker Yorker. It's kind of what he does, not quite the Yorker though. But I think with Burns, obviously he's a class bowler, you can tell. He's got played a fair bit of second 11 county cricket in England before, out of the game for a while, now back in the area playing. And we've seen him playing in the Spanish national side. He qualifies. Well,
Oh, he's going to go.
Lakey takes him on again, and he gets him. Well, that's a biggie. Maximo. And so Burns goes for 2 sixes, a single, and takes a wicket in the first over. A bit of everything in the first 13 for 1.
Fantastic first over. I mean, both sides, I think, will be happy with that. Obviously, Henshaw there. Huge wicket to lose, but the number 3 stepped in and he stepped up there. So if he can keep going at this rate, we should have a good game on our hands.
Richard Lake, he's also a very good physiotherapist. He's also a guy who I think the most I've seen him play before getting injured on ECN is about 7 minutes. So this is probably the longest he's lasted. But no, Richie's a fantastic character in the area. But yeah, I mean, if you asked Tariq, would you pay 13 runs in the first over to get rid of Henshaw? I think they'd say, yes, please.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's hit a couple 50 so far.
51%, 49, so it's close at the moment. Pye gets the second over. Matt Williams just knocks it back for 1. So, okay, so you actually are here. You work in Gibraltar now.
Work
what
in
do you
Gibraltar now. So I work as a estate agent for Savills.
Okay.
So yeah, I came
Good
over
plug.
originally just for a sort of 3-month contract.
I've
And yeah, ended up staying, and I enjoyed it. You know, got involved here with the cricket, so it's been great, and I'm not regretting it so far.
If I've learned anything about Gibraltar, land is at a premium here. There's not that much of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's about,
exactly.
what is it,
Exactly.
7 or 8 square kilometres, something like that.
Oh,
Pye gets this one at the inside half of Williams' bat. This game's playing out a little bit like your game this morning, to be honest. You know, a kind of moderate target, second innings bowling team getting key wicket early. Obviously, you could turn that into 3 key wickets, I think. And from there, the chasing team always playing catch up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've seen a lot of that. I mean, the first 3 overs, as we all know, are crucial here. We nearly got him there over point.
Into the gap there, and it was kind of catchable height, but Pye thinks he's in with the chance here. Lake takes it on, just goes over the fielder in the end. So Richard Lake.
It's a fantastic start from Richard.
Even if Rimmer comes back, I think Lakey is making his spot in the team pretty obvious. Anyway, Pye with a comeback ball. Slides across. Pye's an interesting kind of bowler. He used to bowl quick. Now he's just wily. Doesn't actually ever turn the ball off the square, but he mixes up his where he bowls, uses the crease well. Very accurate.
Yeah, no, certainly.
Well, that looks like that's travelling as well.
Oh, wow, what a shot.
Lake's in, and Lake's making waves here in the second over. He takes Pye out of the ground. Maximo to finish the second, and it's 24 for 1 after 2. Don't you love this format, though?
Oh, it's brilliant.
It's a kind of cheeseburger cricket, I call it sometimes, because it's anything can happen at any time. I mean, have a look at you guys against the Pirates. They beat you in 2 overs the other night, and then you've beaten them in that eliminated today. So is this your first experience with 10 over cricket?
First experience 10 over. I mean, typically, I was majority really playing sort of 50 over stuff, even time cricket a lot. Back home, even school, we were playing 50 over. So yeah, not so much experience in this format, but might just be the most fun I've had in a format.
A lot of people say that because I think cricket's a funny game, and it has quite traditional origins. It's been around for a few hundred years now. But I think sometimes cricket can take itself too seriously.
Yeah.
and I think that if it's fun, if you get to use all your skills in a compact amount of time, okay, sure, there's a place. For all kinds of cricket. I'm a big lover of Test cricket and longer form cricket and even 50 over cricket. Bruce comes on, jams it up, and well fielded by Whelan. Keeps it to 1. But yeah, I just think, especially when you think about trying to incorporate cricket into your actual life, because I suppose if you're not a professional cricketer, you don't necessarily have 1 or 2 whole days a week to devote to it, but you still love to get out there, and obviously you love strapping the gloves on and doing your thing.
Yeah, of course. No, it's excellent. I mean, even so, we've got out. I finish work. We get around 6. Perfect. You play 2 games, 2 10 over games. You get a chance. You have a bat, have a bowl.
That's the other
I
thing.
keep.
If you miss out with the bat once, like when I played cricket, we had 2 weekend matches. So we'd have Saturday, and then the next Saturday you bat 1, you bowl 1 normally. So if you've got a bad decision or you nicked off early, you're not going to get another hit for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And sometimes I see people getting 3 hits in a day. And it just you can express yourself a bit more because the cost of failure aren't as great.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bruce is bowling a good over here, trying to bring it back for Team Tarek.
Yeah.
So tell me about your keeping. Were you always a keeper? I mean, you're very natural. You've got great instincts there. Is that something you grew up doing?
Yeah, well, so actually I, through parents' jobs, I actually started my cricketing in Kenya. So I was in Kenya from about 6 to 12 or so,
right?
as a leg spinner, funnily enough.
Really?
Then moved over to England. Actually, you might have seen my shoulders playing up. It's been playing up for years. So I was told to not bowl for a season, and that's where I took up the gloves and and haven't looked back since then. It's safe to say my bowling, some of the lads have seen it in the net so far. It's not what you want to watch, but no, I'm definitely happy.
Leg spin's one of those
behind the
things.
stumps.
Like, I used to be able to roll them out okay, but if you don't do it for a while, it's tough. It's tough. It's a very unnatural thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I've got a similar background. I grew up as a bowler. I grew up as kind of an opening bowler, and then when I transitioned to senior cricket, I just mucked around, keeping a bit in high school, and I found that was I enjoyed it.
Exactly. I mean, for me,
Wow,
he
that's
goes
got a
big.
bit on it from Lake. That is gone. Well, he is caught, but it's a long way over the line. Maximo! Lake's cameo continues as he goes with the movement of Louis Bruce there and grabs half a dozen. What a shot.
What a shot there. I mean, it's what we've seen all tournament. You get rewarded playing straight. Of course, he got long on there, but he clearly backs himself, so he got the reward there.
Clever bowling from Bruce. Leg cutter there, coming back. Angled away, though. Lake's batting intelligently here, picking his moments. End of the power play. And the score 32-1. Yeah, so for me, it came down to the fact that when I was growing up, there was always a keeper in our team, and he had the job. And I also felt like, you know, it would be tough to play at a higher level if I was to box myself in as a keeper, because there's only one in every team. And I'd watched, I think at that stage, Ian Healy for Australia. He'd kept for like 10 years. And like, I always thought from a batter or a bowler, it gives me a bit more of a chance. But in the end, when I grew up, I thought, you know, this is what I enjoy doing. That's what and ironically, I was probably right. It was tough. I grew up in the same state, and I was kind of behind Adam Gilchrist, Ryan Campbell, who's now coaching Durham, played for Australia, Luke Ronke, who ended up playing for New Zealand a bit. So I was kind of number 4 behind there, but tough one to crack.
I had the same. I mean, through school, I had Ollie Pope, who's clearly done well at school with me.
Yeah.
A few other class players at the club last year. At the club, Clyde Fortine, who's just been picked for the South Africa Test squad. So yeah, it's there's always some very good keepers out there.
But I think in the end, you've got to do what you enjoy, and do what's best for your team. And I think that's something that really comes out in your performance. You have 8 stumpings in the series. I mean, sometimes you might not get 8 stumpings in a whole season, right? Anyway, Mipuri is going to bowl the 4th. End of the power play. Lake's after him straight away, and that one's got legs. Well, that's one of the biggest sixes we've seen. Maximo! Jawad Bakari, he's going to play the chaser, but the Sloggers living up to their name a bit with Lake opening the shoulders.
Wow, yeah, I mean, Lake, 35 off 11 here, he is going for it.
You know, it's not an easy thing in cricket to come out having not played a lot or at all and come out in this kind of situation and deliver, but Lake is at the moment. And this is hit straight, and this is also going to go, well, straight as you like. Lake bringing the power. Mipuri goes out to the ground back-to-back, and Sloggers are away.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Cabs goes for now. You'd think maybe a quicker, fuller one here, but, you know, maybe 2 sixes off the start.
Or do you
it gives you the jitters a little bit there, doesn't it?
You're really brave. You could go the other way, toss it up, and just try and get Lake kind of getting carried away. But his teammates kind of, I wouldn't say they're shocked, but pleasantly surprised maybe. They know what this guy can do. That's not a bad option as well, maybe to get him on the charge.
Just missed his line there.
So tell me, what was your knowledge of ECN cricket before you've played this series then? You watched any or?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, obviously, you know, I've heard about it, and we had a friend of mine who's played out here before, Sam Dixon.
Goes for this, just quickly. This is in the air, and it's going to be 6 as well. Well, Pye was all the way back to the wall, but he couldn't keep it in, and Lake, all of a sudden, he's up to 47 off 13 balls, and we're staring down probably one of the quickest half centuries we've seen here at the Rock.
Oh, wow. There's some fantastic hitting here on display.
So tell me.
Yeah, so originally, you know, moving out to Gib, I had a mate from school, Sam Dixon, who played out here for Bavaria, I believe, with Paddy. And he'd let me know about it. I've been put in touch with Paddy. You know, I'd seen it on my social medias, etc., all sorts of clips and highlights, and I think it's fantastic.
See all sorts on the social media, don't you?
Oh, of course, absolutely. But it's fantastic, you know, what you guys have done and how you set it up, and you've given all of us as well a chance to, you know, come out and play some cricket.
We just love the
which is
opportunity
fantastic.
to give people a cricket experience that
Yeah.
they probably thought they'd never get.
Exactly.
I think I've commentated over 7,000 cricketers now.
Wow.
50's up for Sloggers. That one gets through Williams, who's the strong silent type at the moment. Mapuri's gone for 19 in the over. But what I love about this format of the game is it does test you. It tests your decision making, you know, strategies, like for example yourself, when to keep back, when to keep
Yeah,
up.
of course.
You know what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah. I mean, even batting, you know. Oh, he's done well there to get down.
Yeah, Garrett,
hats off there.
he had a bit of a snafu diving last night where he had to leave the field.
Yeah.
But this time he does get down, make the stop. That'll be the end of the over. And it's 53 for 1. But yeah, batting is true as well. And a lot of people say, well, it's not my game. It's not my game. But I mean, you can adapt your game.
Exactly.
You just need a bit of
Of
experience.
course. No, you know, and coming in for me, having a new tournament, didn't go off to the best start, of course. But, you know, I think it's easy to get drawn into the 10 over stuff. And, you know, you feel like, oh, there's a dot. You got to go. You got to go. You got to go. But you got to realise, well, the ball's going to come. You're going to get a bad ball.
Yeah.
Just be patient, get yourself in, and you're gonna get yourself in.
Just quickly, tomorrow we'll be in Barcelona. That's how quickly we move here, and slightly later start compared to the Cyprus Day series. So it's going to start at 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in the morning in Central Europe, and it's 2:30 in India. My night involves wrapping things up here, maybe having one drink with you guys, and then quickly packing. I'm leaving the hotel 2 o'clock in the morning to catch a car and a plane, and then another car to the ground, straight to the ground in Barcelona tomorrow. But Georgie Parker will be joining me for that one. Anyway, start of a new over, and they are bringing back Burns here, so they're kind of betting the farm that he can break this partnership, but Williams just punches him through the offside for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, good shot there from Williams. You know, with Lorne, I mean, this is how we took him on yesterday. You got to appreciate he's a good bowler. He's a fantastic cricketer. Overall, batsman, fielder, bowler. And he's one of these, you don't mind taking, you know, 15, 16, 17 off his 2 overs.
Yeah,
I mean, here he's already gone for 17, but even still, you know,
got a bit of a free roll here. I
yeah.
mean, if you said that Burns would go for 17, then you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the issues with Tarek has been finding their 5th bowler, especially with Garrett going down a little bit last night. That potentially is an issue for them, but they've got kind of 4 bowlers that pick themselves in Pai, Mirpuri, as well as Louis Bruce and Burns. Then it's just a matter of where those other 2 overs are going to come from. Hit this and just be 1. Yeah, so I mean, I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. I had a question from Kroom. He's asking, Chris, when did you realise keeping would be your thing? So you said that you had this kind of injury and it stopped you bowling?
Yeah, it stopped me, but I mean, I was really young. There was nothing crazy. Still this shoulder that I struggle with a bit. And they just said, you know, you can't.
Edged.
Edged.
It's
a tough chance there. Yeah, he's
on TV, these look easy, and everyone will say, well,
Yeah.
why doesn't Hillman just catch that? But you've got probably 0.1 of a second.
Yeah.
It's big. Grabs a bit of his outside leg, I think. There.
Yeah, no chance there for the keeper.
If you're in the wrong spot, you might catch that.
But no, going back to keeping, you know, I couldn't bowl and I was just cricket obsessed as a kid. I'm sure you're probably the same. I just wanted to play no matter what.
Definitely.
And I wasn't bowling, and I loved being in the field originally. I loved being in at point in the slips, wherever it was. So I just loved having the ball in my hands.
Yeah, end of the over. It's 58 for 1 after 5.
You know, and then I got given the gloves one game, or asked for the gloves, and I took them okay, and I went from there. I loved it. You know, you're involved every game. You start getting a better understanding of the positionings, the field. You can help your captain out a bit more, and obviously you can change the game yourself. You can, if you have a bad day with the bat, you can go out, take some stumpings, and
a real appeal for me. And I was the same. I used to love fielding, and I was known as a pretty good fielder in my junior days. But I loved just being in the game more. I think I loved. Put it this way, when I was in my teens and say that the keeper had a slight injury or something, I'd be the first to rush and say, give it to me. But then one of the issues I had, because I was a bowler, when I was going to see cricket, I was pretty careful to not let them see me bowl. Because what would happen is there'd be like another guy that might be able to keep in the team. They'd say, oh, well, you can bowl, so he can keep. And then I was like, made up my mind. I'm keeping.
I'm a keeper.
That's it. Yeah. But anyway, Pai comes back in over number 6. They're 58 after 5. So they're ahead of the rate at the moment. And Lake is raced to 47. It's been some knocks so far from Richie. Could bring up his 50 here.
Yeah, I think, you know, Tarek here desperately need Lake out here soon. You know, from his strike rate 3, 4, 5 more boundaries, and suddenly it's looking quite dangerous for them.
Yeah, Pies, an interesting character. He's got a few tricks, like I said. This looks like the one that he bowls from a long way back, probably from behind the stumps. See, these players know each other pretty well. But yeah, I mean, it's a fair distance behind that bowling crease even. So it just doesn't reach you. And now then he changes it up by going back to the regular length. But there's a bit of length on this one. Williams, well, it's his turn to jump out of the box, and he grabs 6.
Yeah, what a shot there. He's come down the track, and he has middled that.
He really has. Williams could just feel
not
that,
quite out the ground.
Straight out of the screws, though. I mean, it was too flat to go out of the ground, but it certainly had that kind of pace. Now he's going to go again, and he's going to get 6 more.
Wow.
Well, sloggers, not just slogs, but a fair few proper cricket shots in here as well. It's been a bit of a show so far. There's 72. It's their game to lose from here.
Absolutely. Now down to 7.38 and over. You've got to say the sloggers have to be favourites here. But as we've seen in plenty of games here, we've experienced ourselves with Bavaria. It can turn in one over. So you've got to stay switched on, keep the energy up, and got to get to the final line.
I was going to say that you're a young guy, right? How old are you now?
I'm 22.
You're only 22. So let's say if you stay in Gibraltar, obviously you get the residency requirements, 3 years, then you could play a lot of international cricket here. Come to the right place.
Could be good.
Because it's a special time, I suppose, to be playing cricket in Europe, because now with the ICC determining that all T20 internationals of affiliated countries are full T20 internationals. You know, we've seen Gibraltar playing T20 internationals. We saw them host a series with Portugal and Malta last year. This will be a single down the ground. Lake will move to 49. I think it's an early cheer from his teammates. Hopefully he doesn't put him off. But that's a nice 49 for Richie off 18 balls. And it's 74 for 1 off 6. So, yeah, that would be something I'd be eyeing off if I were you. The potential then to go to European qualifiers to play against teams, from all around Europe at a good level of the game. Obviously, we've got the T10 format as well as the T20 format. These short formats are pretty popular, I suppose, in Europe. Gibraltar does have a bit of a history of cricket, obviously, with the British influence, but not all European countries are that way and don't have these kind of facilities. But there's a lot of talent all around Europe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, coming here, to be quite honest, I didn't expect the facilities are incredible down here. You know, they've got 3 bowling machines. The nets are great out here. You know, it's fantastic.
It's crazy because you might play against a country where they don't even have nets in the whole country. You know, and so it's unpredictable. Put it that way. All right, Bruce, trying to pull this out of the fire. This is skied, and Lake, who already has acknowledged his 50, he's going to get it though. It's been dropped, and really. Goulding the man that puts it down. Things just not running Tariq's way. And now Lake, it's not a fake 50, it's a real 50. Brings it up off 19 balls, but what an innings it's been for Richard Lake.
What an innings in Richard Lake, yeah. If he can take him home now, he will be delighted. Slower one there from Louis. Ooh. Safely home there.
Yeah, Louis is a player I first saw 2 years ago when he was only 16, and his improvement has been quite significant year on year off. But obviously still a long way to go for Louis. He's spent a lot of time in the commentary box with me, and I learned a bit about how he got into cricket. He was kind of forced into cricket by one of his teachers who basically saw him play a little bit and demanded that he play it. Eventually he found the love for it after a year or two.
He's class. I mean, we've seen what he can do with the bat. We experienced it first.
He's got a good head on his shoulders as well. I think that's what you look for in young players.
Yeah, great guy, Louis.
It seems
he's always there to give advice as well.
He relishes playing against good players as well. It's a good sign. This one
just
will be a rare dot. Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing. Obviously, you said you've seen a few different things with regards to European cricket before you played, but people can get a false sense of how easy it is because you might just see bloopers or you see. I mean, last balls. Probably the last ball of this first innings was a good example. I mean, a player like Henschel missing the stumps a dart style. If you just saw that. Oh, well, this is going to be a French cut that's going to run for 4. So Slogger's running away with it now. Lake gets a bit lucky. But yeah, if you only saw the bloopers, it doesn't really tell the whole story.
Oh, no, absolutely.
And we've had some quite high-level cricketers, first-class cricketers, guys have played some high-level international cricket come and struggle because in the 10-over format, you're made to feel uncomfortable. I think that's what makes the game interesting for spectators, because when you're batting, you're kind of forced into playing shots earlier than you would. When you're bowling, they're just trying to smash you every ball. It's well bowled by Louis. Gets that one a jumpy bit on Richard Lake. But yeah, I think in the end, cricket's about having fun. And for me, this is like the most fun format that you could play.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. We've had so much fun here as a team. As the Bavaria, we had a bit of a tough start, as most of us saw. But the fact we're here on finals day and we won that first game, it just shows, anything can happen.
Richie steps across, takes it on, but doesn't really time it. It'll just be one. Louis bowls pretty well there in difficult circumstances. Can't break the partnership though. He'll take none for 15 off his 2 overs, and the score is 81 for 1 after 7. So this is what we're waiting on. The way things are rolling at the moment, it looks like Sloggers will be the first team through to the final. That means that it'll be Turek versus Bavaria, your side, in qualifier 2. That game's coming up in around about an hour and 45 minutes. So you've got a little bit of a break till then. How confident are you? Do you feel like you can keep up this winning run?
Confident, very confident, of course. Yesterday they put on 140 against us. We weren't best pleased with our fielding in particular. Obviously, they played some fantastic innings. Sometimes hats off to them.
Rematch of last night.
We went out there and we chased it down. So it just shows us we can beat these guys at the top.
Well,
and
the thing is,
we're definitely confident.
You've beaten both of these teams in the tournament. Mapuri comes back. His first went magical. Gets hit hard by Lake, but well fielded down there by Matt Whelan. Yeah, so wishing you all the best. Obviously, you'll be hoping you still got a couple of games to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be a Cinderella story though. Going back to when I was playing inter cricket for Western Australia, there was one game where we snuck into the 4 and we did the same format. We beat all 3 teams above us that we hadn't beaten to that point. And that for me was probably my most satisfying one, because I remember thinking the team that were above us, they bottled the last over. We'd already, I'll say it, we'd bought 4 cartons of beer.
Yeah.
And they never got drunk.
Until after the game, I'm guessing.
2 days later, we had no idea where they'd gone. But, I suppose beware the underdog. And the beauty of this format is it only really takes 1 or 2 players to have a good game and they can win you the game. And obviously, you've got those kind of players on your side. You're one of them, of course. And I'm really happy with Jamie Riley coming along. I've played a little bit with Jamie.
What a player.
He's put on a bit of size in the last 12 months. Mapuri jams up Williams. I'll give you a stat. Before this series, Jamie's highest score was 6 on the network.
No, really? Oh, wow.
But typically,
he's
one of those guys. I think his bowling it came along a little bit quicker than his batting. He always looked good with the technique, but in this form of the game, he didn't quite have that size yet to hit the boundaries and clear the boundaries. No such problems at the moment for Sloggers, who are cruising at the moment. I suppose this is where you get to the stage where I'm always a believer. If there's more runs than balls remaining, then if you can win a few little contests, maybe keep it to dots and ones, maybe take it to the last over, then anything can happen.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. You never want it to go as a chasing team to the last over.
Just flicked away, and once again it's just a single. Yeah,
if Cabs here a dot would be great. They're looking at 9s then for the last 2. Anything can happen. 9 runs and over there. It's definitely not set in stone here. So
you said it. And that will be the end of the over. Or is it? Let's have a look. Just he's taking his cap, but I've got a feeling he might have come back and finish it. Maybe, maybe not. That is the end of the over. It's 87 for 1 after 8. So it leaves 17 off the last 12. So, yeah, it looks easy when you see a partnership going, but a couple of wickets could change everything. And if you think it's easy to grab 8.5 an hour, grab a bat, head out to the middle of Europa Point right now. It could be a little bit nervy if you're in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Whelan is going to bowl. Now, here's the issue they've had. Finding his 5th bowler. They've bowled out 4 bowlers now. So you're going to see 2 new bowlers in 9 and 10. But Whelan starts with a dot.
Yeah, I've played with Whelan a fair amount in the nets here and stuff. He's a good bowler. Haven't seen much of him so far this tournament. Not too sure where he's been. But yeah, he's a great player again.
Garrett potentially to bowl the last one. But they're sticking with spin. But Williams with a bit of swagger. He just charges down and puts this one over the leg side. Maximo! Well, that one almost goes into the storage closet. But Williams settles the nerves with 6.
Yeah, that certainly helps for the Sluggers there. In one shot, they're down to 11 needed now, so you know they gotta get over the line. They might try to get it done here before the final over, but we'll see how he takes him on it.
They went all in on their principal 4 bowlers, so that someone like Whelan, if he had a good over, it'll be his only over. So maybe it might have been worth holding back Mirapuri for this 9th, bowling Whelan in the 8th, and then if he bowls well, at least you got that option.
Yeah, of course.
But anyway, Williams 33 off 22. He's got moving. Oh, not sure what the hold-up was there. Maybe the fielder wasn't quite back yet, or maybe there were too many outside the circle. Williams 33, not out. Player of the match performance from Lake at the other end, I think.
Yeah.
This could be in the air, it is, but it just bounces away from Goulding. I'll just get a single. That was clever bowling by Whelan. I've been really impressed with the finger spinners in this series. There is a little bit of up and down in the pitch, but they've been pretty clever the way they've bowled, and they've been hard to get away.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's been definitely a change in pace, good change in variety of pace and line and length. You know, we've seen it throughout the series. Some are keeping a bit lower, so the batsmen's always sort of second guessing themselves out there. So
cross batting on the stumps.
Yeah, I think what we've done, you've got to get forward.
You've got to get forward. One thing I think you've done very well is play with a straight bat with some of those ones and still get that power.
Yeah.
That's a bit unlucky for Whelan. It goes between the legs. Jumps away for a leg by in the end, I think. It's a bit gone. And a little bit of the delay there. Bit of swagger from Hillman. I know you'll enjoy that one.
Yeah,
but Williams just runs down to Whelan. So this game is still alive. I've seen funny things happen here, especially with a new batter to appear. End of Williams for 34.
Definitely still alive. It seems Whelan's actually getting some turn here as well, which we haven't seen too much of so far. Yeah, it's stunning for his length there.
Yeah, that's every keeper's dream. You can have a little bit of, you can express yourself a little bit. I used to have one that I used to call the air guitar, where I would strum the stumps if I had enough time, but I might have to teach that one to Alex. But yeah, 95 for 2. This will bring out Howarth, and it's an interesting one. If I was Howarth, maybe just have a stab at this. If you can whack a 6, if you get out, doesn't hurt you that much. You've got Lake to face up.
I think the most important thing is getting Lake on strike for that final over.
That's the thing. And so you only want an even number here, really, if you're sloggers.
Be interesting to see if Lake does send him back.
I'd probably, if I was batting now, I'm stepping across and I'm gone for the bush. I'm going to the right. Whelan has a glance at third man. Oh, that could be out as well.
I think that is out.
Well, he had his foot down. Whether it was behind the line or not, I'm not so sure. So it could be another stumping on the cards. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, he goes for a walk. He looks out to me. Oh, yeah, he's just gone. Great camera work. Again, that's the third umpire for you.
Yeah, exactly,
But yeah, it's going to be, well, we won't have a chance for a hat trick here, Whelan, because that's his last ball. Again, this is where I think you look back. If he'd bowled the 8th, he could bring him back.
Yeah, exactly.
But now they've made themselves, made a little bit of a conundrum for themselves.
I mean, what a comeback that from Willsey there. You know, he got hit for that big 6 early on, and it's only gone for 7, that over with 2 wickets.
Wickets shouldn't hurt them too much. Well, here's Big Kenroy with the jockey lid coming out at number 5. And so, they lose Howarth. He basically had a free shot at one there. But Whelan bowls a great over. He takes 2 for 7, but he won't bowl again, as you can see there. They've bowled the other 4 bowlers out. So, let's see who gets the last one. I think they're going to Garrett. Now, Garrett has had a very good week, in particular with the ball. When we first came here a couple of years ago, he was a bit too young to play. But it's his dad's birthday today, Mark, who of course is captaining Pirates. But yeah, they'll have to go back to seam with Niall Garrett in the last over. So you say 89%. I suppose with Lake on strike, yeah, I mean, he could end it quickly, but if there's a 1 here, we know that Kenroy, he can be a bit shaky early in his innings. We had a golden ball the other night. You know all about that, don't you, Chris?
Let's talk about that one.
You're on the wrong side of that one. But are we staring down golden ball 52 here?
Absolutely.
All right. Lake just doesn't want drama here. He wants to smack this out of the ground. And he gets one on the pads. It's going to be 4. So Garrett, he's normally been so good at hanging it outside the off stump, but he gets a bit too too close to the pads of Lake, and he pays the penalty. 4 runs, 5 off 5 now. Frustrating one, isn't it? Now, if you score for every ball, you can't lose. But I think Lake's thinking, if it's in my zone, I'm going it. But again, you know, if he goes for it, gets out, new batter there, nerves. But Garrett will be disappointed. I think dealing with that wind as well today, which is pushing everything kind of left to right on your screen, pushing everything into the pads. All right. No, Garrett with a comeback ball. Oh, it's probably not a terrible result. It's a low full toss, which Lake just feels for. Right, okay. Well, now it's Kenroy. Now, what's Kenroy's approach him in the smart play probably is just to go for 1. I'm not saying Kenroy's not smart. I'm just saying that he may want the whole lot.
Yeah, I have a feeling Kenroy is going to go for this one.
Well, big K-Ness, he's not built to nudge. I'll tell you that much. Does he go for glory, or does he just push the single? Let's see. There's 4 to win. They can win it with a boundary. Oh, that'll do it. It's not a good ball from Garrett. He drags it down. Game, set, Maximo. And the Sloggers are the first team through to the Gibraltar final. And you can see it means a lot to them. Just a few nervous moments there towards the end as they lost Williams and then they lost Howarth in quick succession. They were able to overcome the early loss of Dylan Henschel, who went for a second ball duck. Tarek, well, they're down but not out, of course. We know that we'll see them in qualifier number 2. But Sloggers, in the end, they were in control of that innings for most of it because of the batting of Lake. I think without him, could have been a different story. And they get there in the end with 3 balls to spare.
Absolutely, as you said. Lake there's done a fantastic job taking them through, even without Henschel there, who we've seen light up the league, scoring any there. So it just shows how dangerous the Sloggers can be.
Yeah, no
As
doubt.
you mentioned earlier, Vinny, you know, all it takes is 1 or 2 players to get going there, and then you're in with a chance.
That's right, and Lake really clicked there. And again, lots of good feelings between the players as well. Of course, Rimmer might be able to come back for Sloggers in the final as well. So that's a potential. As we look back, and, well, Henschel had to go early, didn't he? Second ball duck, hit Burns down to Louis Bruce at long on. But then Lake came to the crease, and he made his intentions very clear. He took Burns for 2 big sixes and was off at a cracking pace. Puri came in, and he had a magical first over as well. So, I mean, this is what can happen, isn't it? I mean, one guy can come out and just turn the game around. You can see Sloggers, they were pretty happy with how things were going. As Lake hit 7 balls out of the park in this innings of 63 not out, and he sets up the win. Williams, bit slow to start. He played a good supporting role, but then he was able to crack a couple as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it, what we've seen? It just shows any team here can beat any team. You know, obviously I'm rooting for my team, Bavaria, next game, but, you know, just get through to that final. We know what the Sloggers are capable of, but equally every team can get each other. So if we go out there, hit our lines, play straight, we should have a chance out here today.
Yeah, look, and I think you said it there. Any team can beat any team. You've beaten Tarek before, you've beaten Sloggers before. They're the 2 teams you'll have to beat in that order if you're going to raise the trophy for Bavaria. It'll be one for the ages if you can do that, but you can only really take it 1 game at a time. In the end, those late stumpings just kind of opening a can of worms, but Kenroy came out and got a Gundy ball really from Garrett that he popped out of the ground. Sloggers not taking anything for granted, that's for sure. They end up getting there with 3 balls to spare. Just quickly, we'll show you the updated fixtures with Tarek playing Bavaria in the next game, which will start in an hour and a half time. So, Chris, wishing you all the best.
Awesome.
It should be a really
Thank
good
you
game.
very
Of course, you guys split your games last night, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. We're looking forward to it. We've got a bit of time now. We'll have a chat. I'm sure we'll get some food in and stuff, get ready for the game.
Yeah, well, I wish you all the best.
Cheers,
it should be a really cracking contest. And thanks for being my guest in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me. It's a great debut. Thank you very much.
You can take the mic off. You can strap the gloves on again. I'm looking forward to seeing you out there in the middle. So that's where we're heading from here. Like I said, the toss will be coming straight away. Just probably a few minutes. And that result will be in the chat and also on our website, ECN European Cricket Network. Sloggers, of course, they're in to the final later on today. Anyway, we'll show you now that it is the Sloggers that will make it through straight to the final, winning with 3 balls to spare. 63 for Lake, player of the match. Was brilliant there from the get-go. The very first ball he faced, Matt Williams with 34, played a supporting role. I mean, they fought hard, didn't they, Turek? Didn't give too many away. As far as extras, just 1 wide the whole innings. And yeah, I suppose when you look back at that, the fact that they had to bowl a 6th bowler when they had 5 that had done a holding job, probably something that they might go back and look at tactically when they do the post-mortems on this one. So we'll take a bit of a break. We'll probably leave the camera on. I know some of the youngsters will be out there, so they might put on a bit of a show for you during the break. But I'll be back in around about an hour and 20 minutes to take you into Qualifier 2. It'll be Turek and Bavaria fighting for that other spot in the final against the Sloggers. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Settle in. It's a big night of action here in Gibraltar, and we'll see you after this for more action on finals day. This is the ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through finals night, even though it is still daytime here in Gibraltar. And now just 3 teams are still in with a chance of lifting that trophy. Now, 2 of those teams are going to have to fight for 1 spot in the final. Coming up next, we have Qualifier 2. In this one, it'll be Tarek taking on Bavaria. Of course, we know that Sloggers have already qualified for the decider. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
Bavaria to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We'll have a bowl.
They're going to bowl.
So Paddy Hatchman of Bavaria wins the toss and he's elected to bowl first, and you can understand why they would elect to do that. Having said that, we saw Bavaria actually defending very well earlier in the day. I suppose when it comes to this stage of the tournament, you just need to play well. And I think Bavaria just want to know how aggressive they need to be with their batting. Now, one thing about Bavaria, they might have just crept into the finals in 4th spot, but they have beaten both of the teams that are still in the competition. Tarek, of course, last night, and they also beat Sloggers earlier on in the competition. These 2 teams did meet last night. They split their games, so I suppose anything is possible in this one. So Sloggers waiting to find out who wins this one. Let's go up to the commentary box now as we get ready for the start of the game. Great to see the kids out here as well. There's a little bit of talent of the future here. I can tell you that. The news for the toss. Bavaria winning the toss and sending in Tarek. Let's see who makes the final.
And yes, we are back after a bit of an extended break there. It was great to see the youngsters out there. That's always something that I love to see around the continent. It's time for the big boys to go out there and show what they can do here at the Rock Europa Point. About to be rocked, I think, with 2 more games that will decide who takes this trophy away. And Tarek are searching for their first trophy on ECN. Don't forget, they topped the table back in 2022, but lost the final in a bit of a thriller. And then that was to Calpe Giants in 22. Last year, Pirates, got the bounty, didn't they? They were able to get over a pretty entertaining Entertainers side that was led by Avinash Pai. Well, Avinash came second in that first game that they played in Qualifier 1. Tarek skipper, though, bit of a key. Burns having a heater as he's getting runs, wickets, doing pretty much everything in this tournament. You can see a very strong top 5 for Tarek. Bavaria, though, they're the wild cards. Let's not forget that these 2 teams, they met twice last night. They split their fixtures. I've got to say, I liked Rick Hatchman at the top. I felt like they got that order right earlier on, Bavaria, but they had to work hard for it. They had to take early wickets against a spirited Pirates lineup, but ultimately they got the job done. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo in the commentary box. Great to be back with you, and hello to everyone that might have been joining us for the first time today after Cyprus is now done and dusted. Sri Lankan Lions lifting the cup over there, but it should be a brilliant finish to this tournament. And Amy Riley is going to get the first over. Okay, interesting for me because Barley was very, very good early on, bowling the first over for Bavaria. But here we go. Start of Qualifier 2. Driven and knocked down. They go for the run on Hatchman. That's Louis Bruce. Gets off the mark with a single. Hillman, his opening partner, so they stick with what they went with earlier. Yeah, well, welcome back to all of our viewers on Fancode in the subcontinent, as well as everyone that is watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Hillman gets a crack for the first time. Full toss. Slight over pitching from Riley, who I think was going for the Yorker there. They're going to go on a slightly curious 2, but they're going to get away with it. And these 2 are both pretty fast between the wickets. See Chris Pyle up to the stumps. Of course, I had Rick and Chris both featuring in the commentary in the last game. It was great to get their thoughts, and for sure, we're going to see a fair few of these players playing for Calpe Giants, those that qualified in the ECL, which is just around the corner. Hillman just works this one away, and you'll get a single. So what are you thinking, Sloggers? Obviously pretty impressive. Maybe Lee Rimmer to come back into that lineup as well tonight. We'll have to see. He's unavailable during the daytime today. Some people say it's because he was stuck in confession for too long, but I'm not going to fuel the rumours. As Hillman works his way off the hip and plays it nicely. Riley just drifting into the pads a little bit. And Louis Bruce, pardon me, who's back and very organised. Thought it was a bit tall for Alex. But, yeah, nicely stroked away by Louis Bruce. He gets the first boundary of this contest. It's nice to see my fellow commentators interacting a little bit. Louis and Chris having a word to each other behind the crease. Riley just gets held up here. Fielder taking a bit of time to get back to position. Yeah, what do you think about Sri Lankan Lions? And Akila Kalagala, certainly a worthy choice as MVP over there in Cyprus. This one clipped away as well by Louis Bruce. And once again, it's one bounce four, so Riley just getting it slightly wrong. Louis Bruce and Jamie Riley, actually plenty of similarities between them. Even the way they bat, they kind of wait and see what's bowled and try and pick the best option rather than looking for something in particular. Hello to Kroom, good to have you back. Must admit, I enjoyed watching the youngsters running around in the break. We'll have some slightly older youngsters in the next break. Well, Louis holds the pose here, checks the shot, and he gets 6. Well, that's going to crash into the scoreboard. Maximo! Nice proper shot there. So the idea to bowl Riley first doesn't really work out. It's nice to see some proper cricket shots there. Louis looking the goods at the moment. 18 without loss after 1. Sloggers waiting for the winner of this game. Of course, it was Turek they played earlier, but can Bavaria continue their meteoric rise? They were sitting in 5th not too long ago. Worked their way through 4th. Now we know they'll finish at least 3rd. And who knows? If they can beat both opponents, they could raise the trophy. James Allen, good to see him back. Missed the first game today, and he played last night, and he was just tricky. Very experienced. And deliberately marking out his run. Hillman to face up. Here's over number 2. Fraction short, Hillman's all over it, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Allen, welcome back. As Jim just gets a fraction short, I suppose. Good head position. If you notice this shot, the eyes are pretty much behind the line of the ball. I think some batters have got in trouble when they've kind of played outside their eye line there. Haven't got behind the ball. Oh, this one was back like a rocket. It's going to be 4 more. Well, Allen had some ideas about going up and grabbing this one, but I think it was still on the way up when it went past him. Hillman dealing, and you can see there the issue. It's like a goalkeeper trying to stop a rocket. Hey, hello, Chris Ward. Good to have you back as well. Now drifts onto the pads a little bit, and Hillman's after him, so Maximo! Bavaria winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So far, it hasn't really worked out. Hillman gets going. He's 19 off 5 now. Allen having a tough time. Better ball, better result for the bowler. Just a single. Turek really making hay in the power play here. This is in danger of going magical. Louis leans on this, gets just enough to get over the infield, and that will be 4, so it does go magical. Turek off to a flyer. 39 without loss after 11 balls now. At the moment, it's Bruce and Hillman that are racing each other, so talked a fair bit about the fact that I think Turek have 4 openers, or 4 available openers, and I've decided to stick with Bruce and Hillman. So far, so good. This This is hit back, and Allen will get a dot ball, but the damage was done on the scoreboard. 21 come off the second over. It's 39 without loss. "29 days, of course, until the European Cricket League, and it was nice to have Rick Hatchman from the Calpe Giants in the commentary box before. Calpe Giants not playing in this competition, but some of their players are spread out a little bit. Kind of like the Mouflon situation in Cyprus. In fact, those two have been drawn in the same group. Join us, it's 4 weeks tomorrow. That will be at the Cartermore Oval. It's the home of European cricket, if you will. Bavaria. They say all good things must come to an end. They don't want the end to come so soon. They want to be competitive here against the Turek side and perhaps recapture the heroics of match number 20. That's not a good ball. It's about a chest-high full toss from Crichton first up. And it's easily dealt with by Hillman. It's actually a good shot, because it's the last thing you're expecting. That'll be 5 and a free hit to come. Hillman really taking charge. Crichton has a proper loosener, really. Hello to Dave B. Good to have you back as well. Yeah, but so far, Bavaria sluggish when coming out of the blocks. Having said that, in the game last night between these two in match 20, there were only 2 wickets in the whole match. 1 in each innings. Bavaria have shown that they have the batting to pull off a big chase. Wait, it's looking, it could be a big one. Free hit, and does hit it down the ground, and he'll get it over the ropes. Maximo! But what a start from Hillman. Packing a punch. Takes this from 4th or 5th stump, and he had the immunity cloak. It was flashing like Super Mario, and knew he couldn't be dismissed off that delivery. That's the 50 partnership up in just 2.1 overs. Now, Crichton gets a moral victory, sneaks inside the tram line. It's a good start, but it's only a start for Turek. A pretty intimidating middle order still to come. We'll see Burns at 3, Pai at 4, Mipuri at 5. Would have been a wide, I think, but Hillman spoils it, cracks it straight to the fielder. Crichton looks nonplussed, but he is working his way back into this over. So shout out to the umpires. They've done a fantastic job as well, all tournament. Takes a bit of a chance here, Hillman. He's going to get 4. Just gets it past the fielder. He tried to get down to his right, but he couldn't make the stop, and this is a rollicking start to Qualifier 2. That expected score over 150 at the moment. Yeah, disappointment. Ball seems to have followed Chawla around today. Couldn't get down to his right. It's tough in these situations. You go out, you've elected to field first. It hasn't really worked out for you. Just need a kind of turning point, need something to go your way, or at least take a couple of deep breaths. Oh, that's a shot. It's a really good shot from Hillman, because it doesn't get up and he goes down and gets it. And from low down, he cracks it up and out of the ground. Maximo! It's one of the better shots you'll see. When we look at it on the replay, you'll see that Crichton bowls one on a length and it doesn't really bounce. Look at this. And so, West gets down and sweeps that. It's like a sweep pull for 6. Hillman to 40. Now he's going to clip another 4 away, where Hillman maybe saving his best for finals day, because he is putting together a sparkling innings. I think that might be the biggest power play of the tournament. 64 without loss after 3. Well, started big. It's only gotten bigger so far. 18, 21 and 25. Bavaria needs to do something, and fast. Well, this one's more than 25. And they really are in a mess. Barley's going to bowl the fourth. Interesting that he didn't open. I mean, he bowled so well earlier against Pirates, and sure, it's kind of different opposition. You can understand that. But they kind of, maybe they read their plans upside down. Bavaria, because they bowled Riley first. That didn't really work out. Barley with some off spin. First one, just a single. Field can go back now, of course. 3 overs into this contest. Yeah, I want to say well done to all the crew in Cyprus as well. Obviously to Rico and Charlie on the commentary, but it's all the blue crew over there, to the players, the officials. It was very entertaining. Oh, interesting one, this one. For me, I thought this might have just grazed the tram line. What's your call? It's probably wide. Bavaria can probably use a break at the moment. Hillman to 44. And now he goes up and he goes out of the ground. 50 to Hillman in no time at all. Maximo. And Alex Hillman has really turned it on. It's a 15 ball 50. That's no mean feat. You can see Tarek there liking it. There's a couple there that would know what it feels like to come second in this tournament. Hillman's determined to not let that happen. Barley goes the journey. This one was a bit flatter, but it's going to go the same way. Well, he's hit the post. Maximo! Oh, he's just timing the trousers off everything at the moment. Alex Hillman, 56 off 16. Walking stick 77 without loss. And now another hard hit ball. And that one's going to go for 6. Maximo! Well, field back, but no problem for Hillman, who takes 3 out of the park. And he's 62 off 17. We're not even out of the 4th over. And Alex is putting on a show. He's looking super confident at the moment. Expected score up to 178. Current run rate is almost 22 and over. It's insanity, really. Especially because they were sent in. Last ball of the over. Probably not a bad thing for Hillman to retain the strike, as we have another magical 20 off the 4th. It's 84 without loss after 4 overs. Yeah, look at high scores in the tournament. Yeah, I don't think we've had a 150, but we've almost had a 150. I think 148 from Tarek, the high score. Yeah, so ECL coming up, of course, and let us know which group you're looking forward to see. A lot of people in this area pretty interested, obviously, in the Calpe Giants, but also Pagai Care Batalona from the neighbours. That Group F's pretty interesting, actually. You've got Indies in there. We haven't talked about them much, but that Guernsey side, a very good cricket team. Talent Stallions were good with the bat last year, but just with the ball. Set a record for full tosses, I think. But Crosby also, I know they've been watching from the Isle of Man. Group F starting 12th of March, leading into Group G, which is Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Sammy Boda to bowl over 5. And he gets hit high, very high in the air, but it's going to be out of here as well. Well, Hillman, 69 off 19. Remember the name. Just have a look at this. Boda comes in against not the worst ball, but Hillman's just super confident at the moment. You heard that in the effects, mate. There's nothing you can do about this batting. Hillman is just having a brilliant time. Boda, bowled spin sometimes, bowled pace sometimes in the series. Tarek to 90. Now, slightly slower ball, and that's going to be 6. Well, I was wondering for a second if it would get over Paddy Hatchman, but Hillman, 75 off 20. Quite incredible hitting. And remember, I don't want to say it out loud, but I will. We've never had 100 here in Gibraltar on ECN. And Hillman's 75, and we're in the 5th over. Classic jinx probably on the way. Sorry, Alex, in advance. But what a performance this is in a do or die contest. Well, strike 2. maybe anything to upset the rhythm at the moment of Hillman. Yeah, talk about athletes being in the zone. He's in the zone. He's locked in right now. Boda, I mean, he's always got the option. You could even just switch to spin mid-over. I mean, if it's not working, try something, I guess. Now, dug out. Well, that feels like a win for Bavaria. They've almost conceded 100 in the first half. Oh, what do you make of this? It's been violent. Another one, can't get it right. Windy as well. Just kind of lost their composure at the moment. Yeah, well, I'll go there. I think I've already mentioned it, I guess. The highest score back in 2022, the series when we were here, was Mark Gowes with 78 not out. Last year, 90 not out, Ian Latine. This year, Lorne Burns, 93 not out. So we had a couple of nights. He's never had 100. He's still in the 70s, though. Yeah, he's picking up the length so quickly. I'll just clip this for one. So Boda's actually come back pretty well. Well, what do you make of this chat? I asked Chip, Sam Houghton. He's put a tear face. He's got a smile, but I don't think it's a tear of joy. To Louis Bruce. Well, bowled by Sammy, but that's a very good shot. It's deliberate. Just plays it with soft hands and opens the face. That's a class shot from Louis. And this is actually a perfect delivery, I thought, from Boda. Look at that. But deliberately, look at the bat. That's such a good shot. See how the bat, he just opens it? If we'll get a look at it. We don't get a great look at it there, but you know what I'm talking about. Crichton at point blocking the view, but that's really hard to counter. 100's up now. 100 partnership as well for Tarek. Oh no, and it's gone very, very wrong. You can see Boda just under pressure. He had the release all wrong. Again, he's been bothered in his rhythm. You can tell that he's lost his run up a few times and just completely loses his form there. You can see how annoyed he is with himself about that. Good young player. Louis, 24 off 8. Boda's delivered another magical over. Oh, well, that's more like it from Boda, but he does go for 22. And at the halfway point, do not adjust your sets. It's 106 without loss after 5. Well, sun not going down for another hour and a half, but first 5 overs suggest the sun might be going down on Bavaria's chances. Having said that, we know that they chased down 140 plus yesterday. You look at their players that they've got. Although having said that, no Gowes in the lineup here, although he hasn't really featured too much for them. You've got players like Rick Hatchman. Obviously, we talked a lot about Chris Pyle, who'll open the batting. Jamie Riley's had a brilliant series, but he has a cracking pace. Speaking of Hatchman, here he is. Louis hasn't had a lot of the strike. He's been good while he's been on. Hillman, 76. Hillman on strike, and he just seems to be hitting everything in the middle of the bat at the moment. Time he just get a single. Moves to walking stick 77. Louis Bruce. Faces up. These two, they are very, very confident at the moment. They've got their eye in. And Louis goes to the sky though, tries to drive on the up, hanging a long time. Rick will take the catch. So, well, you can always rely on the big Rick. He comes in and he gets a false shot out of Bruce, who was trying to hit into the wind there. Seemed to hit low on the bat and it went pretty much straight up in the air. Rick Hatchman took a swirler and the opening partnership is broken. It's 107 for 1. It's actually a pretty good shot. Rick kind of turns and kind of faces the wind, lets the ball blow back into his hands. But that's a brilliant opening partnership. Louis just missed timing that one, but he goes for a very bright 24 off 10. His strike rate's very good. But you can't make 50 plus every time you bat. You certainly will take that out of an opener, 24 off 10. And if you thought things were going to get easier, if you're a Bavaria fan, well, one problem solved, but another strides to the crease. Lorne Burns coming out at number 3. Lorne has had a very good series. Highest score of this series, of course, 93, not out. He's scored 231 runs for the series. He's averaging over 100. That tells you all you need to know. He just knocks this one out for a single first up. Yeah, Hillman having a pretty good series as well. It's the 3rd time he's reached 50. But I mean, even when he scored 50s, didn't have the kind of authority, if you like, that he's shown this innings. He's been brutal on 77. Plays this off the back foot and once again finds the fielder, so just a single. There's Jim Allen back in the side this afternoon. Ian is asking, will this be the highest score in Gib? Well, it might be. The highest I've got this series is 148. Go to the archives, actually, and try and dig that up. Might have time while they're fetching the ball at the moment. Having said that, Rick Hatchman's bowled a good over here. Only 3 off it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's got a bit of the pad. Well, be thankful for small mercies. I thought this was 5 wides. In the end, it'll go down as 4-leg buys. Rick gets it slightly wrong in the first place. Let's see how much of a deflection this took. Didn't pick it up live. Yeah, just grazes the pad. It goes a dot to the bowler, but it's still costly. Yeah. Kalagala, player of the series in Cyprus. Of course, he scored the only century of the season so far. In with a shot here. Burns, nice looking on drive. Strikes it well, but straight to Hatchman. That'll be the end of the over. Burns will retain the strike, and it's 114 for 1 after 6. It's getting out of hand very quickly. 78, what an innings. I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit, but it's just because I'm staggered at what we're seeing here. Yeah, let me try and find some high scores from previous years for you. I mentioned this year, I've got 148 as the max. Going back to James Allen here. Talk about needing a turning point. The 148 was Tarek versus Pirates. That was all the way back in match number 7. Last Sunday night, so it was a week ago. All right, Allen in the 7th. Burns fetches it from outside the off stump, but he picks out Jamie Riley. Go back to last year. Let's see what we've got. Last year, it was a bit of a low-scoring series. Last year, I think it was played over 31 nights. I think the highest score last year was in the 130s, 135 last year. It was Entertainers versus Rugby CC back on the 3rd of February 2023. Well, that looks pretty good from Burns. He just sets himself for the slog sweep. And he whacks it over mid-wicket, and the carnage continues. Maximo! 6 more. Really, at the moment, Bavaria staring at some pretty big writing on the wall. Wasn't the worst ball from Allen, really. Oh yeah, good comeback. Burns couldn't really decide what he wanted to do with that. All right, can you get rid of Burns here? Maybe spark a collapse. Oh, Burns class again. He takes the chance. Would have been dead LBW if he hadn't have hit the ball, but he doesn't miss too many. And we'll have 4 more to the total. So 148 high score this year, 135 the year before, which is 2023, of course. And if I want to go further back in 2022, the highest score was 132. So no team, that surprised me actually, no team's ever scored 150 in an innings. The way things are going, they're on for 176 here. Poor Hillman, he's got a bit cold at the other end. He's stuck in the 70s. 21 away from a memorable century. Wow, that's trouble. And that's up and out of the ground. Maximo. It will be the over. So at least it's not a no ball, or is it? No, it's fine. It's about top of the pad height. Up. Thank you for picking me up, Chris. I didn't scroll to the very top. Tarek scored 155, so we have seen a 150. A 155 against Sloggers. I think that was an unbroken opening partnership on opening night. Coming up tomorrow, we have Barcelona. First of 25 match days there. There's also some ECI and ECIW cricket in the middle weekend there, the weekend before it finishes. So yeah, Barcelona International taking on Paco Care in the opening session tomorrow. Always exciting when we see Paco Care on the network. Magic and Catalunya Red in the afternoon. Hatchman to come back. Bowled a good first over. Ryan Hillman could be in trouble here. It's hanging in the air. Falls safely. Gets lucky. Moves into the 80s. I'd love to say I was just testing you there, Chris. But, yeah, I didn't scroll to the top of my sheet. But you're right. Opening night. Tarek 155. How could I forget? It's Henschel and Rimmer putting on a show. 2 players you might see in the final. Hit straight here, Hillman, and he'll move to 85. Well, Hatchman now copping a bit as well. Though a bit unlucky not to get a field near the high ball, the ball before. Some innings from Hillman. The back pad, we're heading down leg side. Meg's the batsman. Coming back for 2 is Hillman. I don't think he'll get credit for those runs. It's funny, sometimes someone can go at such a cracking pace and then they might not have the strike for a couple of overs or have too much of it and seem to stop in their tracks. And Hillman, I'm sure he would love to be etched in history as the first ever century maker on the network. Well bowled by Hatchman. Also Burns alert to the chance. Now they think about an overthrow, but it's well backed up by Paddy Hatchman. He's got a few things to think about, doesn't he? Burns, couple to come in the 8th over. It'd be fitting if Burns was batting with Hillman, if you could bring up the ton. Of course, Burns, previous record holder for highest individual score here at the Rock in an ECN match, 93 not out. Burns just pokes this one leg side for 6. And Hatchman over pitches, maybe an attempted Yorker there. He doesn't land it. Maximo. 3rd degree Burns. And 6 more to the total. Wow. 147, the perfect break in snooker. I won't say it's been perfect from Tarek so far, but not far off. Hatchman, last ball of his spell. Slower ball, pretty well bowled. Hillman's loses the strike again. And he's 15 in 2 overs. I don't know, I feel like it's slipping away a bit. 148 for 1 after 8. I suppose Bavaria feeling things slipping away at the same time. The fact they've been able to sustain such a high run rate is a testament to the skill of the Turek batting lineup. Bearing in mind, we haven't even seen Avinash Pai, for example. Pretty good insurance policy to have. Mipuri had a real breakout knock earlier in the tournament. Boda went off the rails at times in that first over. I would have thought maybe come back and bowl spin. The first one didn't really work, but yeah, just scratching your head at this stage, I think. 9th over. They say it all happens in the 9th. And you can see there, just a single. Dug out now. All right, Hillman, over to you. He's gone, so it won't be 100 for Hillman. He just got starved with the strike. Gets a little congratulations from Chris Pyle. That's very sporting as well of the Bavaria keeper, but Boda does get it right, gets full, gets straight, and Hillman searching for that leg side. He's going to have to go, but what a great knock. Just probably for the first time lost his form there. He'll go for a very well put together 85. Shame though, he set such a cracking pace. Looks like they have plenty of time to bring up the 100. But he'll get a very good reception from his teammates, I'm sure about that. Put them in a fantastic position in the game. Hillman goes for 85, 149 for 2. You felt that he did kind of feel the time pressure by the end, because we had gotten into that 9th over. Well, have to go again. It's happened a few times to Sammy Boda. Yeah, again, solve one problem, another strides to the crease. Avinash Pai. Low full toss. First up. And that will just be worked for a single. 150 up, only the second time we've seen 150 posted here. Thanks to Chris Smith as well, picking that up, 155. There's the highest score. Find it hard to believe we won't get past that. Now a bit of funky stuff from Burns. We played this one so well. It gets a bit of length to work with from Sammy Boda. And puts him even closer to that highest score record. Yeah, Bavaria, not surprisingly, about flat as a pancake right now. Burns. Very clever cookie. Does also qualify for Calpe Giants in the ECL, by the way. Hopefully can get a bit of time off work. Two to come in the 9th. Steps across. That's the length. It's hard to do too much with it. Burns bails out. Take the single. Boda's come back pretty well here. Bavaria will be all or nothing kind of tactics, I think, in the second innings. Have now tied that record for highest score. Yeah, well bowled. Well bowled, Sam. 2 here. And they're going to take Barley on. He goes the long way, but can't find the power or the direction. So that is now the highest score we've ever seen in an ECN match here in Gibraltar. And after 9 overs, it's 157 for 2. And bowling figures, well, maybe look away if you've got an uneasy stomach. Fair few magicals in there. Hatchman, the only one that bucks the trend, really. But it has been. It's been tough going, no doubt about it. Jamie Riley bowled the first. Now he's going to bowl the last. Supercomputer picking 14 off this over. Wouldn't surprise me. It's probably the over-under here. Jamie just needs to put all that out of his mind, try and deliver a good last over, and then worry about the batting when the batting comes around. It's good hitters of their own. What? I don't think he gets anything on this. I think this could be, well, it won't be 4 byes. I think it might be 2 byes. Well, he did get a little snick on it. Lorne saying earlier off camera that he knows this puts off the keeper. I didn't see any bat there, to be honest, but Lorne will probably claim it. He'll get 2 more. Now steps across, and once again, he's going to get the journey. Maximo! Well, Burns has been good batting at all times in the innings, but he's been particularly good in the last 2 or 3 overs. See that little skip back in the crease, back and across, and looking for that leg side, and he just times it. .165 and counting. Now he gets some more length, and that's 6 more. Maximo! 170 plus now, and this is the issue, I think, with Riley, who's transitioning from a kind of early overs bowler, which he's kind of done over the last few years as a youngster, to try and bowl at the end. You cannot afford to give someone like Burns something he can get under. Burns, see how he's going deep in his crease? He's craving length. He's trying to create length by doing that. Riley's got to aim at the shoes or the popping crease of Burns. He's moved to 46 in quick time. That's pretty close. Oh, tell you what. I had this pitching in line. Umpire wasn't interested, walked away. The only thing is it pitching outside the leg stump. Oh, maybe just. Umpire's call for me. Maybe some of that ball was on the line, but benefit of the doubt. Going to the batter. Burns, get a leg by. 2 to come. It's a cracking shot from Pye. Really good shot, but he's found the fielder. Rick Hatchman. 173 with the ball to go. Now, I suppose what we'll find out is, can Burns make his half century? It's been brutalised, this attack. Hello to Terry, who's watching from Estonia. Good to see you. Oh, he's actually going to retire out, is he? Well, that's innovative. Oh, he's gone. He caught that on the full, did he? Wow, hold on a second. I thought that was on the bounce. It went so quickly. But, yeah, in fact, Pies hold out, so we won't get to see Burns back on. Well, that's so quick for me. Rick took it so casually, I assumed it was on the bounce. Mirapuri will get to face the last ball, 172. Burns looks stranded. I don't think he'll be too bothered about that. Here's the last ball. Hit straight, and well, that sums it up really. 178. Tariq have put on A massive score here. Mirpuri, that was a really assured straight drive. Just went up and out of the ground, and Riley cops a bit of stick at both ends. And well, that'll be character building for the young man who's had a very good series. But man, despite getting that wicket of Avinash Pai for the second last ball, it's kind of caught everyone unawares. It's going to be quite the climb for Bavaria. They'll need 179 to stay alive in this series. Well, Hillman, he just came out and it's almost like he was seeing the game in slow motion. He just seemed to be in perfect position. Everything was hitting the middle of the bat. And he was magnificent. Raced to kind of 70s, but then didn't have a lot of the strike. People saying I jinxed him, but I also think it's just one of those things with his partner not being able to get him back on strike. Probably didn't have to because they were doing so much scoring at the other end. So after Bruce put together a pretty nice 24, Burns with 46. And yeah, I mean, Burns again. This is just another kind of game at the office for Lorne, isn't it? Eventually Hillman in the 9th over, searching for that boundary or two to take him close to the century. He got castled, and then Burns said, well, hold on, I'm not finished yet. Ending up on 46 not out. Having a look at the last over. Pai, well, he drilled one to point on the full. Hatchman took it easy as you like. Mirpuri said, well, thanks for the go, Skip. I'll take 6 of my own. And in the end, 178 for 3. It'll make your eyes water if you've been following the Bavaria story. Yeah, it was a tough one to watch. But Hillman, well, it was pretty as a picture. His innings, 85 off 30, going at almost 300 strike rate. That's some hitting. 46 to Burns, like I said, 24 for Bruce. And Pai and Mirpuri, the other batters used. Tough one for the bowlers. Riley takes a wicket, so does Boda, and Rick Hatchman, best of the bowlers for me, only conceding 17, but everyone else was 15 and, yeah, almost all of them 19 and above. Well, the flag's flying proudly, Union Jack, next to the lighthouse and the sea, and right now, you might want to get down on your knees if you're religious, if you're a Bavarian supporter. They'll need 179. It'll be right up there with the highest chases ever, but you'll never know if you never go, and they've got to go at it. That's all to play for after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series at night here in Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company. Finals night in Gibraltar is on the way. In fact, we're into the second half of the day now. And right now we're watching Bavaria coming out to chase the highest target ever attempted here in Gibraltar. 178 put on the board by Tariq, led by a stylish 85 from Alex Hillman. It's quite the mountain to climb, so to speak. But they'll be giving it a crack. Piles out there. And Paddy Hatchman taking the responsibility, the skipper. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. And good to have this man back with me for the first time today, none other than Joey Marples. And, well, Joseph, that was quite a show. You said you thought when you saw the score that the scoreboard was broken.
Yeah, I mean, that was, turned up here and looked at the scoreboard to see 100 and I think it's 106 off 4 overs, and I thought, yeah, there's definitely some technical issues going on here. That can't be right. But wow, what him from Hillman? As we see Burns going to start off here for Tariq. Clipped into offside by Pyle. Oh, just wide of the fielder there. As we see 4 runs to start this one. Nice little start there from Pyle, who comes off the back of an amazing performance last night.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're ahead of the rate for now. Let's see if we can stay that way. Dave had a question about the Grizzly balls, and you've actually played with them now. You can compare. I mean, the general feeling is they fly a bit further than the old Kookaburra balls we used to use. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the first time I've kind of encountered them. They absolutely ping off the bat, and the sound they make off the bat is quite incredible. I do have I'm quite glad I was behind the stumps, to be honest, because they are harder as well. For the fielders, it does seem to come off the bat very, very hard. That's another shot from Pyle, and that'll be another 4. Good start again. Well, he continues his form from last night.
Case in point. I mean, that is absolutely smashed. But what I will say is, you know, if someone like Pyle has the innings of his life here and kind of does what Hillman did but can extend it for maybe 8 or 9 overs, you just never know. It's a very difficult ground to protect. The other thing with Tariq, they've struggled with their 5th bowler, especially the last couple of days. Yeah, it would be the second highest chase of all time. Of course, that's a famous game, that 183 chase, Netherlands 11 to reach the ECC final last year. And we actually had a fair few of our super fans in the commentary box at Kartsma for that second innings. And I said, look, this will be a bit like this. This will just be probably a quiet innings. I think the result's known. On that occasion, there was a surprise. So I suppose you never know when there's a boil over around the corner.
You never know in T10 and, well, in any form of cricket, really. But, I mean, what I'd say about Tariq is they've got a lot of experienced players. They shouldn't let this slip. But you never know. Pressure does funny things in cricket. And as we see, Paddy Hatchman, he's going to launch this one into the leg side. And that looks like it's going to go all the way for 6. And what a start from Bavaria.
All right, 6 doesn't do that justice. That was absolutely smashed by Hatchman. Let's watch this. He's decided he's going to open himself. That was their plan in the beginning, but he got every piece of that. And well, maybe Paddy's the man that can step things up in this do-or-die encounter.
Yeah, skipper's innings needed from Paddy Hatchman tonight to try and save himself and get himself into the final. I mean, you never know. I mean, it's a great start from Bavaria. 15 from the first 4 balls, as we see Lorne just having a bit of a tap here. Good comeback from Lorne as he just pushed out into the leg side there just for the single this time. It's a really good start from Bavaria. This is what they need to continue over the next few overs and just put the pressure and put the screws onto Tariq a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, if you aren't superstitious, it was a qualifier too where that game happened as well. But I think if you've got a big problem, which you do, you need 18 and over, break it up into smaller problems. Try and get 18 off this over. They could possibly do that.
And this is going to go all the way. What a shot from Pyle. Another 6, and we're into the 20s. What a first over from Bavaria.
Magical stuff, 22 without loss after 1. But this is my philosophy. It's just try and stay with the rate or die trying. No point, trying to catch it up later because you won't. So they do win that first over. They're going to need plenty more wins to be competitive. But it's a very good start. 17 matches since the Golden Ball. Of course, it was Bavaria that featured in that Golden Ball on Thursday night. But even though they didn't win on that occasion, they got revenge on the Pirates this morning, didn't they? Winning the Eliminator.
Well, this is it. I mean, look, once you get on a roll a little bit, it gives you that confidence to continue. And look at Bavaria. They had a pretty poor tournament going through. But this is the outside who should beaten Sloggers. They've beaten Tariq already. They have a bit of a rough time, but they then have a good night last night, leading on to today, and they come into that full of kind of momentum and confidence, and they beat the Pirates. rough first innings here, but look, with the bat, they're looking like they're still going to carry that performance on, really. And as Hatchman will just knock this one out into the leg just for the single off Pye. Tarek can't panic here.
Yeah, well, Pye's economy rate, I'll have to look it up, but he's been giving away nothing. You know, no one's really gotten after him, but now you got to grab him by the shoulders and give him a shake here. Can't wait.
Bit of a dart. It's going to be pulled out into the leg side by Hatchman. That's going to be, from Pyle. That's going to be another 4. Good start to the second over. Again, a lot of impetus and a lot of really nice little shots. They're going for it. They've got to go for it here. And Pyle, look, he's found his form in this tournament and he's going to go for it tonight.
Yeah, you said it. And just looking at the best economy rates in the series, Pye's giving up less than 9 and over.
Yeah, look, I mean, from a Bavaria standpoint, if you're going to go out, you may as well go out with a bang, no?
That's the thing. No bonus point to play for. No, nothing else to play for, really. Looking at the economy rates, though, Matt Williams, unsurprisingly, has the best one. He's been very hard to get away. He's going at 6.35 and over, which is pretty incredible. And not just that, he's taken 18 wickets in the series. So he's 7 ahead of Lorne Burns, who's next, albeit Burns playing 3 less matches.
Pye to come in to Pyle again. This one's just pushed out into the offside. Good fielding in there from young Garrett, who looks like he also, not Garrett actually, that's Sean.
Delgado.
Yeah, Sean Delgado.
He's a good young bowler as well. I know it's been a bit of a baptism by fire for him, but
he's a very good leg spinner.
Yeah, he's not far off the mark.
Pye to come in again. Hatchman on strike. He's going to go out to the offside. He's taking a thick outside edge. He's going to fly over down past the third man region, and that will be another 4.
Yeah, well, again, it's an attacking shot, and it's not quite what he's planning, but he creates that by swinging the bat hard. So the edge flies away over Sheshjani. And another 4. So, yeah, to stay on the rate, they need to be 36 after 2. It's just a game within a game for me now. A bit like trying to get 6 numbers in the lottery. Probably won't happen, but you give yourself a chance.
He's gone big. This could be 6. Hatchman finds the middle, and that's gone miles.
Wow.
I tell you what, he's found it. He's found the middle of the bat tonight.
This is something here. Again, you're going to have to go after Avi, who doesn't really turn too many off the straight. He's just got a few other tricks, but that one bounced off the structures, and well, now they are ahead of the rate.
Slows it down a little bit, Pye, just controlling that kind of pace on the ball. Hatchman pulls it away into the leg side just for the single, and we'll finish the second over on 39 for no loss. Bavaria, they're in the hunt here. They're going to give it a go.
Well, they've won the first 2. And like I said, stringing them together isn't going to be easy, but they've taken 2 very good bowlers down. And, well, Cyprus finishing today. We'll probably have to click ahead to Spain next, of course, and we'll have essentially 8 weeks in Spain. Pretty good for my Spanish.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then Portugal, France, and Brescia in Italy. Back to Greece this year for a 1-week tournament. It's the only 1 weeker in there, but it's good that we should be able to get back to Greece. Some good things happening there. Got a lot of good native players there in Greece. We've seen them at the ECC before, the ECL. But speaking of Spain, I mean, your Spanish is pretty good, isn't it, Joey?
It's okay. I mean, a year back in the UK, and you're not using it as much. You have to remind yourself a little bit. Interesting choice here as Lou Bruce comes onto bowl. It's a thick outside edge. Oh, just past third man. Short third man, couldn't get his hand to it, and that'll be another 4 runs. Lou Bruce, who we saw last night against Bavaria, just get a little bit of tap, and he's been out here in the third over, and he's gone for 4 off the first ball.
Yeah, Louis can't take a trick here. Just out of the grasp of the fielder.
Would you have thrown a dive in there? I might have thrown a dive in. I like a dive.
It would have been one for the cameras. Click the cameras if you pull that in the left hand.
So Lou Bruce was supposedly not going to be playing tonight because he was supposed to be getting on a plane back to the UK today, but he's delayed his flight. Just so he can play in tonight, the final. Hatchman into the leg side. It's gone high. And it's a brilliant catch. Avinash Pye, captain, he'll take the catch, and the skipper, Paddy Hatchman, has to go. His opposite number. He's had a decent effort, 23 runs from off the bat. It's a good start from him, but it's in the end, it's a good catch, this from Pye, running in off the boundary.
Brilliant catch by Pye. And, yeah, grabs it, and, yeah, does pretty well. I like the way he puts that hand down that's controlling the ball, but he turns the hand around, makes sure he gets the back of the hand touching the ground. Hey, but, you know, Hatchman, he can certainly hold his head high. 23 off 8. He's given him a ticket in the drawer, if you like, and Riley, who's had a brilliant series with the bat, he's going to come out number 3. So, yeah, left-hand, right-hand combination. Again, Riley's a guy who's really had a breakout series this couple of weeks.
He's been the star batsman for me for Bavaria in the whole tournament so far. And I mean, Hatchman did exactly what he needed to do there. He needs to come and make a start. He's got them the runs on the board in those first few overs. He got out, but at the end of the day, you've got someone like Jamie Riley coming in now who has been hitting the ball so cleanly. And then you've even got someone like Rich Hatchman who can come in after that, who can hit a ball clean as well.
Yeah, it was a curious decision for Paddy to open, seeing Rick actually did that job early and did a pretty good job. But he just had a feeling. And his feeling was right. He had some really nice shots. Here's Riley facing up.
Out into the offside. Good fielding down there, getting low. Lorne Burns in the outfield. Interesting choice for Louis Bruce to stay kind of over the wicket. Going to kind of come across Riley.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. Riley's pretty comfortable driving in that region. I think a couple of times, especially early in his innings, he's kind of lost his form to balls that have come from around the wicket and kind of lost his stumps trying to drag balls to leg, which isn't really his game. If it's short and it's asking for it, then sure. But he's made a couple of poor decisions in his innings previously, but it's a nice start for him.
Bruce drops this one slightly short of a length. Pyle can't really get it away. It'll just be a single down to Avinash Pai at long on. And this is what Tariq need to do to Bavaria. Just stem that flow of runs which kind of came in the first few overs here. Just drag that run rate back into their favour a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see how hard it is to keep going at 18 and over, can't you? I mean, it's 20. They've scored 23 more than the previous highest score on the ground in ECN cricket.
Bruce slides that one across. This should be a wide. It is a wide. He seems a bit confused, but yeah, I think he's asking the question, but it does look wide to me, that one.
I think it was a good call for me. I mean, I know what he's saying. He's saying it wasn't inside at the time it hit the crease, but for me, it's grabbing a bit of the tram line. Yeah, but for sure. This is when we see lots of 200 potential, 200 score. It's just one over can bring it right back.
Short. Riley goes into the leg side. He's pulled away. That will be a maximum. That is 6 runs to Riley as he continues his form with the bat. And Bavaria, wow, they're surpassing the 50 mark already, and they're not going to give this one up without a fight.
Yeah, gets them back up above the rate. If you think of the rate as 3 a ball, which sounds a lot because it is a lot. I mean, they're one run above 3 a ball pace at the moment. So, yeah, Bavaria, like I said, they're hanging on, but only just, and that's the second time we've seen Jamie Riley hook Louis Bruce for 6 in the series.
I'd like to see Louis bowl some Yorkers. Louis can hit his Yorker very, very well, and I've not really seen him do it enough this tournament. Slower ball, I reckon. Yep, up in the air. It's gone high off the bat. This could be out. Mattley Whelan, oh! I thought he'd got that. I thought he'd reined it in, but I think it's as he's landed, I think that's bounced out the hand.
Oh, yeah, it has. But it was a great effort. And Matty Whelan, he does look like some sort of generic brand Johnny Bairstow. And he gave it the full dive there. I think this is when head meets ground as well, as it just pops out. Will take us to the end of the power play, 53 for 1.
Yes, we just have a little look here at the run rates, and I mean, tell you what, it's not too dissimilar. The first 3 overs from Tariq and Bavaria. To say that Tariq came out the blocks absolutely flying, Bavaria haven't been too dissimilar with their kind of run rate.
Yeah, it was crazy. You could see the 2 overs in single digits in the first innings, both bowled by Rick Hatchman. He actually was the only Bavarian bowler to be able to keep it quiet, relatively quiet.
It's an interesting one because obviously most of the games this week so far, obviously with it being a night series, has been played under lights.
Yeah.
Whereas the leaving comes down, it gets a bit dewy. It's a different pitch in the day. Having played on it, it does play differently, so it's interesting.
Well, scores have certainly gone through the roof. Here's Mirpuri.
Little chip into the leg side here from Riley. It should just be the one. Riley is looking for the second, but they're not going to test Avinash Pai's arm on that one. Mirpuri, he's a tight bowler, Mirpuri. It's probably a good decision to go to him.
Got to go after him, though. I mean, he has been taken down once or twice in the series, and you kind of know what you're going to get from him as well. You know, he'll put the ball in searching areas. I like the kind of the curve and that kind of loop and the drop he gets on his off spinner because he does put a bit on it. But Pyle, he won't care about those subtleties. He'll just want to slam it out of the ground. So let's see how we go. Bavaria given 6% shot, so it's not nothing. Sunset approaching in under an hour's time.
Yeah, nice views across the Europa Point Sports Complex there. As we see Mirpuri come in for his second ball. Pass takes a big step across into offside, and he'll cut this away. This should be 4. Lovely shot from Pyle.
It's really good adjustment. I mean, Pyle obviously wants to go mid-wicket there, but I've noticed this with some good players, and Josh Lawrenson from Jersey is one of them. He would make that position, but still be okay to go through point. So he, despite making that position, if the bowler follows him, he's willing to keep his options open. That was a brilliant shot as the lights come on for the first time.
Yeah, proper cricket shot. As we've seen Mapuri going to try something different here, maybe. No, puts it in the same position. This has come off the outside edge. Should be out. Bedson takes the catch at short third man. That's a big wicket as Pyle will go for 25 off 8 deliveries.
Mapuri will go in the end and get that wicket. It'll be 4 and out for Chris Pyle. And this time he does try and manufacture one, probably thinking that Mapuri would come back and bowl a bit more at him, but it wasn't there for it really. He knew it. Bedson, nice catch, taken in the circle. And there's the Mapuri celebration. Just points thoughtfully at his own temples. That'll be the second wicket down, but Bavaria certainly having a crack at this. It's 58 for 2. I'll tell you something, Joey, they don't look like a side that got bowled out for 43 the other night right now, Bavaria. They're giving it a real slam.
Yeah, and knowing a few of the Bavaria lads, I think they've been disappointed with their tournament, because actually if you look at their team, their squad, actually they should have done a lot better than they did in the opening kind of few games of their tournament. So to find themselves kind of last night almost trying to fight to stay in the competition, I'd have said they'd probably underachieve this tournament. So actually they're not, they've got a decent lineup. They should be, pushing on, and as much as 179 is a big chase here for them, I think they're gonna at least post a very, very competitive score.
Looking that way at the moment. Rick Hatchman, the big unit, comes out. Had a good first half of the game. Probably in an army of one for Bavaria there.
Hatchman has one way of playing. Like, he has only one way of playing. If it comes off, and it's brilliant. Or he could be out first ball. It's going to be.
He was in the commentary box with me earlier. Rick, it was nice to have him on.
He's a good guy. I do like Rick. Good cricket player.
Faces up now for the first time.
Mapuri floats this one. It's a bit of a full toss. Hatchman can't get hold of it. He went for the big heave-ho over leg side. Just a single out into the leg side there.
That's frustrating as well. You get a fully. That's one ball. Even if it is your first ball, you'd be disappointed not to send it over the ropes in this game situation. He just mistimes it.
Yeah, his eyes lit up, I think. Hatchman there, first ball. When you get a full toss, just needs to wait for a little bit longer, make a bit of better contact. As Mapuri will change his angle here to Riley, the left-hander, who will come down the pitch and just push this one down to the long on region where Matty Whelan is, just for the single.
Yeah, nice shot by Riley, but now they find themselves around about 10 behind, just like that.
It's interesting. Like I watched the game back between us and Bavaria from the other day, where they only had 1% for pretty much this entire game. Even in the last over, it's still saying 1%. It didn't feel like 1% on the field, I can tell you that. Mapuri into Hatchman, big heave-ho again, just an inside edge. This one will drag it down towards fine leg region, and it's that man Bedson who took a wonderful catch earlier.
Ball magnet.
Yeah.
That'll be the end of the over. It'll be 61 for 2 after 4. So you're talking about the one where there are a few sixes in a row in the last over?
Yeah, my old teammates Sammy Houghton and Jamie Riley
went down to the last ball. Hey, looking forward to tomorrow. It's hard to believe that I think by tomorrow we'll already have been finished day 1 in Barcelona in 24 hours. And tough task for Barcelona International first up against Pakai Care, who always perform well in ECN cricket. Magic were certainly an entertaining side. We saw them for the first time in November. They're taking on Catalonia Red. And Catalonia Red, their captain, Imran, is probably the biggest guy I've ever seen that can do perfect cartwheels. Yeah, it's something. We saw a bit of that in the West Indies versus Australia. Test match, some acrobatic celebrations. They've got nothing on Imran Sandal.
Yeah, I stay away from those kind of anything like that anymore. Do myself some damage.
I'll show you when I can. Here's Whelan.
Floats it up. Chipped into leg side here by Hatchman. It'll just be pushed in, out towards Lorne Burns, just for the single. Matty Whelan will just look to float these balls up and try and get Hatchman to kind of make a big heave-ho and an error. That's what Matty Whelan does. He'll try and tempt a batsman. Doesn't really dart it, just kind of gives a bit of air to it.
Yeah, the thing is, they kind of mismanaged their bowlers earlier, Tarek, against sloggers. They bowled 4 bowlers out, and then Whelan had a really good over. He bowled the 9th. He stuck. So, obviously, they're getting an over into him early here.
Whelan for his second ball. He'll change the angle to Riley as well. Very well done. Kind of just cramps him for space a little bit, and it'll be pushed into the offside for 1, as this run rate will just creep up a little bit more and a little bit more, and the target for Bavaria just gets a little bit more unattainable. But I like this about Tarek. I mean, that's one thing I've noticed about Avinash Pai. He will bowl 1-on-1s.
Yeah.
Wheeling in to Hatchman. Hatchman will come down the track. slapped out towards long on, where that is that man, Avinash Pai, captain of Tarek. We'll just keep it to the single.
Yeah, now get a normal service resuming here, despite there being two talented strikers at the crease for Bavaria.
Run rate, as we see, now over 20 runs and over, just makes a really going to be a mountain to climb for Bavaria, I think.
Up the rock without a paddle.
That's the one. Whelan down the track from Riley. This will be stumped. Stays a little bit low on him, but Hillman, who's having a wonderful game, he'll take a stumping, and Bavaria are down 3 wickets for 64.
It's actually a very good stumping. It's very easy to fluff this one because it doesn't get up. But Hillman, I suppose he starts pretty close to the ground, but yeah, just kept the knees bent, and it's one of those ones. I often say there's two types of stumping, the type where you have to rush and the type you don't. He knows there that as long as he catches the ball, he's got the stumping, and then gives a little bit of the rock and roll celebration as well. Good keeping.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? You're quite right there. And I have to admit, from a keeper perspective myself, I prefer the reaction take stumpings to those ones, because those ones you have sometimes a bit too much time to think.
Sometimes, yeah.
And you end up snatching at it. If it's coming quite slowly, it's not someone who darts it in. You have to wait for it, and you end up sometimes snatching at those ones and making a bit of a fumble, and sometimes you can make a bit of a mess of it.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, it all comes down to just recognising the situation. So if ever I saw a batter charging big time, I wasn't thinking about how I was going to take the bails off. I just knew. Same with runouts. If you have the kind of your internal clock to know, okay, this guy's going to be out by a lot. It's a difficult take, maybe bouncing just in front of you, or it's taking you a bit away from the stumps, but just concentrate on actually catching the ball cleanly. I know that these days it's very new fashion to talk about ways to take off the bails quickly, and that is important, but I think sometimes in modern times keepers are taking their eye off the ball, literally, with the most important thing, which is to gather it first and give yourself that opportunity in the first place. Yeah. So here's Crichton coming out, so a left-hander replaces a left-hander.
Crichton in then. What can we see with Crichton with the bat, as Whelan having a good first over here? He'll just get this one in, takes a step away to leg side, he'll push this into the offside, and it should be just the one. Good arm, good throw back to the bowler there.
Yeah, good. Gave that a bit of welly.
Yeah.
All right, well, this should be interesting, because I think Rick wants to put this ball on the roof or possibly hit that caravan across the road.
Mind your camper van, because this is coming through the windows if he gets hold of it.
Nothing against Whelan, he's bowled a great over, but I would like to see Hatchman get hold of one, see how far it goes.
Stays a bit low on him this one, but he should get 4 runs for it. Nice little shot there from Hatchman to get him kind of self-going a bit here. As we just see, as he goes back to it, gets quite low, comes off the toe end a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's got the power behind him to kind of just manoeuvre that round the field, and there'll be 4 runs to finish the 5th over.
Yeah, 69 for 3 after 5. You can see the lights coming on in the background. Yeah, we have some magnificent sunsets here. Actually reminds me a little bit of home, where I grew up in Western Australia, because the sun would always set over the water. I suppose here you're surrounded by water, right? So yeah, something about the sea and sunsets together that makes me feel right at home here. And we've had some good ones, sunsetting in about 40 minutes time here at Europa Point. All right. I mean, if you look at that 5 overs in isolation, I mean, if this was the first innings and Bavaria 69 for 3 with Hatchman at the crease and even Crichton, who we know can whack a ball around, you'd say they're probably in a very good position. But yeah, you said it. There's a lot they need to do. They need to get basically 22 and over from here. Mapuri continues.
Floats one. Just dips on Crichton there at the last minute. Can't really get it away. It's difficult. I have to say, Mapuri does manage to. It looks like he's quite often bowling full tosses, and it'll just dip on you in the last minute and make it really difficult to actually get away. As Crichton looks to go to offside. Oh, he's sold him, but does not get him. And Mapuri, with his recognised celebration, it'll take another wicket him.
Yeah, and you can see there, Crichton just trying to make something happen. There's a fake charge. There we go. And then just stands, but just misses the line of the ball. Mapuri doesn't really change his game there. And he shows all 3, doesn't he, Gordon? And so that'll be the end of his series. Mapuri gets all zen on us again. Picks up his 2nd wicket at 69 for 4.
Yep, good bowling from Mapuri. Didn't really get put off by the batsman trying to put him off, and yeah, it's a good wicket in the end for him. And now Bavaria looking a little bit in trouble as we see Samoth Boda come to the crease, who can bat. He's a very capable batsman, is Samoth Boda. So you know, it's not all done and dusted yet, but uphill task here, I'd say, for Bavaria.
Yeah, I know we don't have time machines yet, but when they do invent one, Sammy will be getting in it and going back to Thursday night and getting that golden ball, maybe putting it 3 metres either side of the fielder, in which case they might have pulled off that win. As it was, they played well enough against Tarek last night to play their way into the finals, so it didn't really cost them in the end. And probably a good place to fly a kite here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, perfect place down here at Europa Point. Even when on a lovely day, it's quite windy, so yeah. Mapuri will continue. Driven down by Boda on his first ball, just for the single. They're going to look for two. No two there. Niall Garrett in the field will collect that one and get it back to the bowler. It's been a good few overs this from Mapuri. 2 for 9 off 1.5 overs, so if he can finish and come out of this one, he's going to end up with some pretty decent figures.
What I like about Mapuri is occasionally he gets whacked around, but doesn't seem to bother him too much. He just sticks to his game.
Big shot from Hatchman. This is going to go through the rugby goals, and that should be a conversion from Hatchman, who actually does play a bit of rugby himself, but he's hit that one beautifully through the posts.
Yeah, well, he'll probably enjoy this one more than most. Rick Hatchman did tell us a bit about his rugby background. Certainly looking at his body type, yeah, doesn't surprise you, does it? He played a bit of sevens in Dubai.
He's a good rugby player.
Must be
actually
fast if he's played sevens.
Yeah,
Or
maybe back in the day. Maybe back in the day.
Oh, well, that was fast scoring. Try and double down here.
He'll go for the big hoik this time. Doesn't really get hold of it. You'll hear him kind of scream out in frustration. He knows he probably should have got a bit more on that one. It'll just be the single.
Yeah, I think getting quite leg side conscious, because I suppose when you know that you need that 24 and over, you need 4 a ball. That's probably your preferred zone.
Mipur to finish off the 6 here. It should just finish with a single, which will leave him with figures of 17 runs for error at the 2 wickets off his 2 overs, as Bavaria finish on 78 for 4 after the 6th over.
Yeah, good spell by Mipuri. Thought he bowled really well there. And yeah, I've even seen him at the international level, you know, getting some good players out and keeping them quiet. So it's really a testament to his bowling. And yeah, he was quite emotional when he was on the comms during the week about how he had that quite serious motor accident and he wasn't even sure if he'd ever play again. So you can tell it means a lot to him. So it's a really, really nice story, and it gives a bit back into Gibraltar cricket as well. Saw him, you know, assisting a lot with the women's side in their first series a year ago. But, he can step aside now. Burns, we're hoping to salvage his figures here. 22 came off his first over. He's going to come in to Sammy Boda in the 7th.
Yeah, Lorne will come back on for his second over, having gone for a bit of tap in that first one. 22 runs from him, so he'll look to try and improve on that. Bit of better length. It'll stay a little bit low on Boda here, but he'll push it out into the offside. Should just be the one. And that out is fielded well out there by Sean Delgado in the outfield.
Yeah, and Sean's someone I touched on briefly, but yeah, I like his leg spin. I'll say it again. I hope to see him, you know, working on that.
Lorne comes down the pitch, does Hatchman. He's driven that one really hard back at Burns. A bit of a sore one there for Burns. He's probably caught that on the end of the finger.
This one's a stinger. Does it get to him on the full or not? Nope. One bounce is more of a wrister.
Yeah, wrist.
Yeah, but someone like a Delgado, to have Lorne Burns in your team, I mean, what a great mentor. And we talked a bit about how Lorne has been helping a lot of young cricketers in the area, and just the way he goes about it, his experience. But especially if you're a leg spinner, I mean, you'd be picking his brain. You'd got to work out how he can make you better. That one's just missing leg stump. And Hatchman can't make any contact.
Yeah,
leg spin's one of those things, a bit like keeping. I think it helps if you get specialised. They don't even have to be a coach, but just to have that mentor to kind of help you reach the next step in your journey.
Yeah, it's a difficult skill, leg spin, so having someone like Lorne Burns to kind of mentor young Sean through it is a real asset. And I think I have to say this about Lorne. I've known Lorne for a long time, since I moved here, long before the days when he actually was even playing for Spain, where he was still coming down here and he was tutoring people and really interested to help young cricketers and the old, more experienced ones improve their game. Really well bowled here from Bourne. That could be gone. This could be out stumped.
Yeah, this is Hillman with a bit of the razzle-dazzle again. He doesn't whip the bails off straight away. He kind of dares Hatchman to turn around. That'll be the first wicket to Lorne Burns. Either that or Hillman was just kind of forgetting he had one job. And there we go. Well, Hillman, it's lights, camera, action for him.
Bit of showmanship there. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's...
Hey,
brave. I'm not sure. I think I'd have had the bails off within 2 seconds.
If you've got the time, use it. Hillman, can't say too much negative about him. He's having some game here. Rick tries and certainly entertains. He's had a decent tournament when we've seen him on the park, but he's going to have to go. Score 79 for 5.
Yeah, giving it a go. Had to kind of really go for it. I mean, he didn't really have any other options, did Hatchman? He hit a few nice ones out the screws, but yeah, a bit of a disappointment kind of for him not to really get one, because when he I haven't seen him do it here before. If he gets hold of one, it's gone past that camper van. That's into the houses if Hatchman gets hold of one.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, Chawla comes out in like a few little personal highlights. I suppose when you get to this stage, you're playing for pride. Every ball's a contest. If you hit the shot of your life here, you can always just go back and look at it time and time again. So see what Chawla can do. He's certainly going to have his hands full with this delivery. The last ball from Burns.
In comes Burns. Drifts this down one leg. Good take from Hillman again. He's given a wide.
Yeah, just slid past leg stump. That's a great take because you're expecting that one to probably turn, but just skid it on.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a dart that from Lorne. He varies his pace very, very well, and that one's a really good take from Hillman. Lorne again. Oh, wow, that stayed so low.
Wow.
That has stayed so low.
Lorne's invented a new delivery. This one comes out all wrong. And I think it just kind of locks up Chawla, who was expecting this to get up. It didn't, and it almost bounced twice, but it didn't quite. That's the end of the over, and after 7, it's 80 for 5. So we're not too far away from this one being done. And I think Bavaria will be bowing out. So Sloggers, Bavaria, I mean, it seems fitting that they are going to be the two teams that go at the title. And that final will be coming up in about an hour and 35 minutes. And Joey, I believe you might be sticking around for that one as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be here. And you know what? I mean, in all honesty, Sloggers and probably Tarek have been the two best teams this tournament. It's a fitting way for the final to be finished. I think that both of those teams have deserved it over the week to actually be in the position to actually go for that trophy.
Yeah, you said it. Anyway, it's going to be the last 3 overs coming up, and yeah, stay with us. Maybe let us know who you're liking. Are you leaning one way or another in the final? Come back to that in a minute as Garrett gets the ball. He just gets clipped away. First ball. Oh, could be trouble. Oh.
Better thrown. Yeah. I think this might be out. I think he's just got back here, although they look pretty confident here, Tarek.
Yeah, look, it's tight. It's tight. My first instinct was he was probably just back. It was a genuine foot race, wasn't it? Hillman had to go fetch it and then try to run it back. Probably was the option, but he might just be out. Oh, he is just out.
I think he's out. Yep, the
he
bails
is just out. So it's a close call, but again, good option by Hillman. And Sammy, it'll be a sad end to his tournament as he's going to get run out. In fact, so it's Chawla. Chawla is the man that's out. Sammy hits the ball. Chawla gets turned around. And, yeah, well.
It's excellent work from Hillman, I have to say, because it's not the best throw into him. So he's had to go to collect the ball, and then he's had to turn and get back to the stumps. He's done very well, actually.
Good instincts. He's playing the percentages. He faces one ball, Chawla, so he walks off for a gold and doesn't face that ball. But the reason is, I mean, you could turn and throw at that, but then there's a fair chance one stump you might miss because you're rushing a throw. You don't really have time to set up for the throw. Now, that will make sure the batsman's short, but this way, he knew there was a good chance the batter would be short if he could guarantee he hits the stumps. And, you know, it wasn't 100%, but I think that was the odds. And, yeah, he played it well, Hillman. Anyway, here's Barley. Let's see if he can murder a ball or two.
Dave Barley, the rugby traitor himself. Here he is. What can he do for Bavaria? As Niall Garrett will come in for his second ball. Oh, he's pulled that one down the leg side, and that'll be a wide.
Yeah, Garrett had a really good run of form, but, you know, he did cause himself a slight injury fielding last night, and he hasn't quite been himself since. That's pretty obvious, but he's toughing it out. Chip off the old block.
Absolutely. Learnt everything he knows from his dad, apparently, according to Mark Garrett, who obviously we saw for Pirates earlier. Just get the one. It's a good. I like his action though, Garrett. I like young Niall's action. If you can, you know, as he gets older, gets a bit stronger, a bit taller, he'll work on that. He'll become a little, quite a handful.
Yeah, I might start a business down here, which is just a restaurant for some of these kids to beef them up a bit, because there's a lot of talent down here, but some of them need to get some empanadas in them, I think.
Absolutely. Garrett in again then. Sam off Boda into the leg side. Powerful shot, and he'll get it past Lorne Burns down there. And that will be 4 runs to the total.
Yeah. Almost gets there, Lorne, doesn't he?
Yeah.
This is one of those ones that it doesn't bounce that high. Had to judge it. And Lorne almost gets there, but can't quite pull it back in.
He'll be disappointed, actually, Lorne, knowing his standards in the field. He'll be disappointed he didn't actually make that. Having got there and got a hand to it, you'd back him to kind of stop it from going over the boundary. Nice shot from Boda, though, as he moves on to 8. He'd like to finish his tournament on a bit of a high here, Boda.
Sure would.
Garrett in again then. Bit of a full toss. Comes off the bottom of the bat. Doesn't really get hold of this Garrett. Sorry, Boda. And down to Avinash Pai down there. Long on just for the single.
That's the 3-man wall I like to talk about, where they're so good there, Tarek. You've got Avinash Pai, Louis Bruce and Lorne Burns kind of all in a row and not giving you too much to hit through. So,
and that's a tactic, and that's what they call themselves as well. They back themselves, the 3 of them, to kind of hold that wall. Garrett then pushes this one outside off Sturm. Really well bowled. Barley's going to try and go for the single. Will they go for that? He's just going to hold it.
I love that he chased this while checking if his hand was okay. He was trying to do both things at once. And Garrett did well to stop that and keep it to 1. He said, oh, ouch. Oh, let me take my mind off it.
That's a good stop, though. Yeah, just realises, oh. Right, last ball of the over then. Last of the 8th. Garrett into Boda. He'll go down the ground. He doesn't get hold of it. It'll just be the single, as Bavaria will finish the 8th over on 90 for 6.
Yeah, it's not a bad score. Kind of on par with what their typical score has been. They have done well. You consider they're 3rd out of 5 teams. At one stage, they might not even make the 4. So, yeah, not everyone can win. I suppose that's the story. We've had 1 wicket in each of the last 6 overs, and you can see the effect it's had on the run rate. It's been heading south.
Look, it's such a mentally difficult score to get. When you score such a score like 179, anything over 150 is just mentally so difficult to chase. Yeah. Even in something like 20 overs, never mind in 10 overs.
But isn't it cool, and I know you've been following European cricket a fair bit, how that the previously impossible is happening?
Yeah.
So like chasing 180, for example.
And we'll see Bedson get a bowl here in the 9th. Yeah, no, going back to your point there, I mean, ridiculous. Watching the ECC, for example, this year, and just seeing the scores go up and up and up. Whereas in the first few years, just, you know, what an average score was then is now just almost becoming second nature. That he's just got every game, and it's like, wow, okay, this is impressive. Teams are learning to play the game. Big shot from Boda. This should go all the way. It should be 6 as he aims for the rookie post as well. Good shot from Boda as he looks to finish on a high. 16 so far, not out for him. Bedson goes the distance.
Yeah, it's not the worst ball really, but just at that pace, Boda had time to size it up, and with that length could get under it. Yeah, I remember Corey kind of turning the microphone off after one game and just saying to me with a concerned look, I think we've broken cricket.
It's incredible. I mean, it's incredible to see teams adapting to the new format.
Yeah,
it has to be said. Bedson in again. Second ball. Drifts this one, just slightly overcompensates down the offside this time, and it'll be another wide for Bedson.
So I remember watching a game in the late 80s when I first started watching cricket, and the run rate required got above 7 and over, and my dad said to me, it's impossible. I think it was the West Indies playing, and to think about that now, we think that's fairly pedestrian in the modern game.
Oh, he's got all this all wrong, Bedson. Hillman can't rein it in. It should just be a no-ball free hit. We don't try and take the single on it. But yeah, I mean, I remember when T20 first came out, and you know, you're looking at the scores when T20s first came out, and you're looking 120, 130, anything over 140, 150, everyone was going, that's a good score, that's a big score. Nowadays, if you're not getting anywhere kind of near to the 200 mark, you're going, oof, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's true. Bedson delivered the free hit.
Big shot from Boda. But Lorne Burns is there on the boundary. That will just be the 1 run as we were on the free hit. Bit of a shame for Bedson, who actually gets his line right. That
got a fake wicket. If he can use his editing software well, it'll probably look like he gets a wicket there. Yeah. When he posts it, maybe put some music over the top. Little tip for Tom.
I can give him some tips there. Right, Bedson. Oh, he's just lost his line again. He goes down leg side.
But I take your point, and I think part of it comes from that batters have never tried to be so attacking, so they just assumed you couldn't get away with it. Also, bigger bats and smaller boundaries have certainly affected the game as well, changed the kind of power dynamic between batters and the bowling side.
Shot from Barley. This will go all the way. 6 runs for Bali, and Bavaria will look to finish their innings on a bit of a run.
Yeah, they are. And probably Tarek just trying to give everyone a bowl. They might want one, I think, at this stage with the game put to bed with the final against Sloggers.
It's a very hockey-esque kind of slap, that one.
Yeah, had the length to work with once again. Yeah, but it's an interesting one. And also then you see the influence of short-form cricket on the longer game, on 50-over cricket, where 300 used to be a rarity. Now we're seeing 400 on quite a few occasions. Almost 500.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, the game's changing, and I think batters are learning to adapt, and you're seeing a lot of different kind of shots getting played in all kinds of formats now, even on the test kind of level, where you're seeing
definitely
almost T10, T20 style shots making an appearance in test games, which is unheard of, and you just wouldn't try that normally.
It's a couple to come in this over.
Gone high, off the bat. This could be out. It's going to land short of Pai, who takes it on the bounce.
Tried his best to get there, Avi.
Yeah. Just looks like he's not as moving as freely as he did at the start of the tournament, but it's not unexpected when you have so many games in the space of a week for someone his age. Yeah. He's done well, though, as Avinash Pai this week.
Good effort. Benson just having a few problems with the control here. Yeah, but who knows where cricket will be in 50 years? That's sometimes a random question we have. Think about where cricket was 50 years ago. I think they only just played the first ever limited overs international. Look where we are now. Last ball for Benson, hopefully.
Barley over the top. Will be 4 on the bounce. Nice little shot, and Benson will go for 23 runs in the end off that over as we enter into the 10th on Bavaria, 114 for 6.
Yeah, well, let's take a moment then to reflect on Bavaria's journey. Of course, they started with a win over Sloggers. That was a pretty exciting game. Basically a last ball thriller where a wide was the winning run. And since then, okay, they had a bit of a tough time. They've had somewhere it's gone completely wrong. That'll happen once or twice in a series to most teams. But, you know, they've shown a lot of character to get back in the mix. Obviously, firstly, to make the final. There were no shoo-in to do that, having to take on Tarek last night. And then, obviously, had a game to remember in the eliminator this morning. But looks like this will be the end of the road after this over. And it's Gianni that gets to bowl it.
Big shot from Boda. It's gone flat, and it's straight down. Avinash Pai is catching. I thought he was going to do the Mipuri celebration for a minute.
Well, this is a bit of Simone Biles here from the Olympics. Here. It's kind of... It's like when you're on the vault or the floor routine, you stick the landing and then you give it out for the judges. And Avi took that one well. Boda probably feels like he should have got that over Avi's head. Gets a nice little fist bump from his young gun teammate for the Gibraltar national side. But it'll be a 114 for 7 with 5 balls to come.
Hit it clean, Boda, just a bit too flat. I mean, he hit it really, really well. But the problem is he hasn't got the elevation. It's gone kind of straight down kind of Avinash Pai's throat. And as a good a fielder as Avinash Pai is, you don't expect him to drop those. And
well done to Gianni, who comes to the party with a wicket.
Yeah, first ball, first wicket. Not a bad start to the 10th over from Gianni. But yeah, I mean, Tarek have all of a sudden got some celebrations going. Mipuri's got his little head poke, and Avinash Pai's now turned into Simone Biles, as you said. Hillman's taking stumpings. A bit of razzle-dazzle going on with this Tarek side at the minute. They're looking confident.
Extra points for swagger. Gianni takes his 3rd wicket on ECN with that ball, which another day gets hit out of the ground. Here's a guy I've enjoyed his energy and the way he's gone about it, Jesse Siggy. He's going to get at least 1 run here. In fact, he might get more than 1. No, that's wheeling down there. But nice start for Jesse.
Yeah, good start off the mark, first ball.
He was part of the golden ball drama the other night on Thursday.
Makes you feel a bit confident when you've come in first ball and you manage to get bat on ball and get a run away. You just give him a bit of confidence to the youngster as Gianni will continue. Barley will try to pull this one and he gets away with it as that has just missed his 3rd stump somehow. How he's missed the off stump, I'll never know. He must have grazed it on the way past here from Gianni.
Yeah, wasn't too far away.
Oh, dear.
4.5 stump. But, yeah, Gianni wouldn't mind a cheeky little twofer here. Or more.
In he comes again, gives a bit of width. Barley doesn't really move those feet. Kind of just tries to slap it through the offside. It'll be a dot ball. Very good over from Gianni so far. Just 1 wicket off for 1 run off 4 balls.
Showing you can do a job. You know, I think they probably set on their plan, especially now Whelan seems to be an effective 5th bowler. But you never know.
Barley will get hold of this one though, and this will go all the way. And that'll be 6 runs to the score as Bavaria are going to finish on a high here at least, and they've given it a good go. It's actually, chasing a big score, they've given it a go.
They certainly have. You can't criticise the way they've gone about it, and just got blown away. Hillman, say that was a pretty good shot. Barley said, yeah, third time lucky for me after he missed out on a couple. And Gianni will just complete the formalities here. One more ball in this qualifier. 121 for Bavaria plus this.
Full toss, doesn't get hold of it. It should just hold this ball, and it should just be the single. I think it did get probably a bit of an inside edge on that one, as Bavaria will finish their score on 122 for 7 after 10, as we see Tarek progress to the final.
178 to 122, the first time we see 300 runs in an ECN match here on the Rock. Although we have been nudging it a couple of times in this series, especially with that chase in the 140s last night. But yeah, fantastic effort from Tarek. Again, team effort really. Different people are just popping up at different times, and we can confirm now that Sloggers will take on Tarek. I mean, that's the final that I think most people would have predicted. That's the final we're going to see, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely, and it should be an exciting affair because these are two very, very good teams, and on their day and in any T10, either could win this. I don't know. I can't call it. It could be a real spectacle.
Well, I'm going to say it's must-watch TV. It starts in an hour and 20 minutes right here on ECN. Why don't we go back and have a look? And, well, credit to Bavaria. They went out there. Paddy Hatchman took the bull by the horns, along with Pyle, who's been in good form, especially towards the end of the tournament. And they were ahead of the rate in the first couple of overs.
Yeah, I thought for a minute. I think there was a bit of a squeaky bum time a little bit at the start for Tarek, as the first over went for 22 runs. But it was having Ash Pye there take a brilliant catch. Wickets came at the right time. They got important wickets, and the run rate then just slows up.
Yeah, and I suppose you didn't have to be a fortune teller to predict it. That was a bit of cruel and unusual contact with the ground from Whelan. But then, after cracking a nice 4, we saw Pyle just undone by that ball. Got him reaching Mipuri. I think he bowled really well. I suppose, for me, it's a battle of the top orders in a way. Who can get in and get a start and get a big score? And we have seen the occasional innings where it's been bits and pieces, but a lot of the time when we've seen these big kind of 140 plus scores, it's just 1 or 2 batters having a heater. It's not 20s and 30s, it's 50s or more. Well, Hillman had time to basically make sure the camera was focused firmly on him before he took that stumping. Burns breaking through. But at this point, I think it was pretty clear Bavaria were never going to chase it down. Chorluck was caught short after a bit of a mix-up with Boda in the middle of the pitch. But Hillman, he's player of the match for not only his outstanding batting, but also doing a very tidy job behind the stumps.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Hillman. He will go into the final full of confidence after that. I mean, he really took the game probably away from Bavaria a little bit with his performance with the bat, but then has come out and done a sensational job behind the stumps.
Late in the piece, we saw Gianni chipping in with a wicket, and Sammy certainly had some bright spots in the tournament. Barley smacked that one, but that was about it. And in the end, 56 runs the margin. Pretty significant margin, really. And Tarek are on the way to their second ECN final. Let's not forget, they did top the table in 2022, but they got pipped at the post by the Calpe Giants on that occasion. This was a bit of a bits and pieces innings, wasn't it? And that's why they don't get more than that 122. There's some good performances there. Pyle and Paddy Hatchman opening up 25 and 23 respectively. 18 to Boda, 15 to Rick Hatchman in there as well with the ball. They just did what they had to do, didn't they? I think Mipuri, for me, he was the best of the bowlers. 2 for 17 off his spell. Whelan bowled a pretty good over as well. I think he's the missing piece of the puzzle when the final comes around. Burns picked up a wicket, and also we saw Gianni get one at the end. Well, Joe, we're going to maybe have a spot of dinner. If you're hungry, we'll take about an hour and 10 minutes off, and we'll be back for the final. And that is one you don't want to miss, right?
Absolutely not. Tune in, because it's going to be a spectacle, and we know what finals are like here on the Rock.
We
drama.
Love them. Sun going down, and the players will come out in just over an hour's time with a trophy on the line. Could it be Tarek in their second attempt at a final, or will it be the Sloggers in their first ever decider that will lift the trophy? Vinny Sandry here, Mr. Maximo, with Joey Marples, and Joey will be back with me for the final when we return for the climax of the ECSN Gibraltar.
Finals time here in Gibraltar, and two teams have stood out up and above the rest. Sloggers and Tariq, well, they went at each other on opening night. They're going to have one last crack at each other here in the final. Tariq, 2 years ago, they topped the table but lost this match. Sloggers, well, they're at the big dance for the first time. Should be a good one. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar final, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Well, strap yourselves in, get out the popcorn. It is time for the Gibraltar final. Third time we have been here for a night series. Now, look, 2 years ago, Tariq did make the final. They went down in a last over thriller to the Calpay Giants. Last year, it was the Pirates that stole it from the Entertainers. The Entertainers, they actually were the team that topped the table last year. So Sloggers, they did marginally top the table this year. They were the first team through. They beat Tariq earlier in the day. Tariq then did it the hard way, getting past Bavaria in Qualifier 2. And now it's time for the big one. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains for the all-important coin toss. Let's see what happened for the coin toss here in the final.
Tariq to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
We'll have a bowl.
They're going to bowl.
So AJ Crom of the Sloggers has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. So yeah, they want to see how many they're chasing, I suppose, in this one. Now, Sloggers against Tariq earlier on. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy affair, but yeah, Sloggers ultimately, despite the loss of Henschel early for a duck, they were able to chase down the score thanks to Richard Lake, who was catapulted into the action at number 3. But he batted so well, and he was hitting the ball very, very hard. Let's see if he can keep up that form at night. Now, they were missing Lee Rimmer earlier, but he's back in the lineup, I noticed, for the final, so that makes Sloggers even stronger. And I suppose they're slight favourites going in, but in this form of the game, absolutely anything can happen. I've got to say that Matt Williams, he's certainly one to watch with his off-spin. He's been head and shoulders above all the other bowlers in this series as far as wickets taken. Right, a reply, though, for Tariq, and didn't they bat well in that previous game? Hillman had an absolute heater, 85, and he was just in the zone. Let's see if he can keep that up. You've got Bruce up there, you've got Burns, you've got Pye. I mean, Burns, his leg spin could certainly have a big bearing on the game as well. I'm certainly keen to get this one going. I think Joey Marples will be with me for this one as well. The news from the toss here in the final is that Sloggers, once again, they will be chasing after they win the toss. They've sent in Tariq. Let's see if Tariq can deliver. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of the ECSN Gibraltar final.
Thank you, Vinny, and welcome back to Europa Point Sports Complex here in Gibraltar for finals night number 11. And fantastic, we have got two exceptional teams on show for this final. Sloggers and Tariq, probably like Vinny said, they're deserving to be in their position in this final. And yeah, we're looking for a spectacle here between the two of them. At the minute, Sloggers taking 2 wins from their 3 games and Tariq getting that 1. But when they did get that win, Tariq dominated. Let's have a little look at the lineups here then. As Vinny was saying, Lee Rimmer coming in for Sloggers tonight. Real good player there. Opens the bat normally for Sloggers, and he's also a very good little off-spinner as well. Tariq will pretty much stick to their stay at home really 11, and those players there, you've got Louis Bruce, Lorne Burns, exceptional, but Alexander Hillman has had a fantastic tournament. He really went great guns in that last game against Bavaria. Avinash Pai had a great opening night against Sloggers. Can we see him perform with the bat? 2 very evenly matched teams. It'll be interesting to see where people's allegiances align with this one. Dylan Henschel, another player who's really impressed me, especially with the bat for Sloggers. But this is anyone's. Whoever turns up for this final, this is going to be really interesting. Having a look at those records, 7-2 for Sloggers, 7-3 for Tariq. You couldn't really get more evenly matched than this one. As we see, it will be probably the same opening 2 as we normally get for Tariq, as Hillman and Bruce will make themselves available and go straight to the crease to start this one. Opening the bat, they'll be looking for a decent score. Has Vinny Sandu joined me back in the commentary box here? What do you reckon, Vinny?
Yeah, well, true night final. Strange that most of the finals night has been played during the day, but now, yeah, the lights are on. How good was Hillman earlier? I mean, he just, yeah, talk about guys being in the zone. He just seemed to everything in the middle of the bat. Louis Bruce, played a bit of second violin earlier, but he is a showstopper when he gets going. So I just think we've got two teams that, honestly, there's not too much between them. They both have match-winning players. There's one of them, Dylan Henschel. For me, there's probably three in the MVP conversation. Probably Henschel's one of them. I think Matt Williams as well. You look at the amount of wickets he's taken. Lorne Burns has been so important as well for Tarek. And they're all playing this game, so it could just be a matter of whoever plays better in the final. But yeah, certainly looking forward to what the night's going to deliver.
Absolutely. And who knows? It could be someone that we're not expecting to show up in the final.
Definitely.
AJ coming behind the stumps. There's so many players within both these lineups which could just make it, maybe had decent tournaments, but could just show up tonight and make the difference in the final. Yeah,
you absolutely spot on there. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Kroom, who's watching from UK. He's celebrating 10 months as a member. Well, Kroom, you're a much valued member of the community. Right now, it's showtime in Gibraltar, and it's going to start with a cover drive from Bruce. He goes on the hit. He finds Howarth at cover. The first run of the final.
Yeah, and there's something I like between Bruce and Hillman. They're going to push the singles. So even if they don't get a boundary, they're going to push the singles and push the infield for most balls.
Yeah.
Dot balls and T10 are killer, especially.
Yeah, definitely. And they seem to get a lot of balls that scored off at least, these two. And they're very quick between the wickets. It started with Henschel versus Bruce on night one. Bit of bookends here. Hillman gets rocked in the head, and this is the thing. Earlier on, he just struggled with the raw pace of Henschel, and he's might be a bit shaken up there. So, considering how well Hillman batted earlier, this might be one time where you just eat an over. I know you don't normally say that, but I mean that was a brute of a delivery first up, and thank goodness that the helmets are mandatory now on ECN. That's a pretty good comeback though, but it's gone. Well, how about that for a catch? Matt Williams gets it, he spikes it into the Europa Point turf, and Hillman, the hero last game, he goes for a duck in the final. It's 1 for 1.
Sensational stuff. What a start from Slogs this is. Just rattled Hillman with the last delivery, with jagged in and hit him on the helmet. I thought he connected with this really well, Hillman, and there is Matt Williams to pluck one at point by the looks of it. Incredible piece of fielding.
Yeah, I mean, that went so quickly, low to his left. And yeah, well, Williams, he's fired up. Well, we said he's in the conversation for MVP. Well, the two candidates combine there, don't they? And yeah, Tarek lose Hillman. I thought it was a great comeback shot. And a fraction of a second later, Williams caught it clean as a whistle. It brings Lorne Burns out to the middle in the first over.
Well, this is it, isn't it? Finals night. Not just finals night, but final. Moments like that can make such a difference, and he's held it incredibly well. How about holding your nerve there? Brilliant, as we see Lorne Burns entering the crease, only three balls into this innings.
Yeah, it's a bit of magic really from Williams. And you've got to think about the conditions. 16 degrees, it's a fairly fresh night. And now, I think Tarek, believe it or not, the computer had them slight favourites at the start, but now back to a 50-50 as Burns faces up for the first time. And I just think, yeah, you don't normally think about playing out a bowler. And you don't want to be too defensive either. And Bruce has actually played Henschel pretty well during this series. But they wouldn't want to lose the second early wicket to Henschel.
No, absolutely not. And look, he's a good cricketer, Henschel. And I mean, we've seen him mostly with the bat, but he is a little difficult with the ball because he skids on a bit. He's not the tallest character, but he gets a good skid through. Slow ball.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Picked by Bruce, who just clips it away. Hello to Harry Kershaw. Asking, does Henschel play cricket in the UK? Yes, he does. I believe Matt Williams does as well. It's been a really nice feature as well. The community growing outside those that have a natural connection or live in Gibraltar. Some of the Gibraltarians that do play cricket in the UK, making connections, bringing some of their club mates back to play in the series. I think it's been a nice touch. Last ball, the first over. Played late by Burns down to deep third. Egan Dantis does the fielding. End of a pretty action-packed first over. It's 4 for 1.
Yeah, very good first over this from Sloggers. What a finals night. What a finals day. We've had some crackers, huh?
It's been so good. And look, Pirates, they were the incumbent, weren't they, in that eliminator. But Bavaria snuck in over your mob, the Rugby CC, and actually were able to win that first eliminator. And these two, of course, they met earlier in the day, Sloggers and Tarek. On that occasion earlier, it was Sloggers that were able to chase down the target of 104, but with only 3 balls to spare. So it wasn't necessarily a comfortable chase, even though they seemed to be in the box seat for most of it. Richard Lake had an incredible time. I thought he might open here, but I suppose with Rimmer back, he'll get the new ball. It's good to see Lee back as well. Second over. First one's a low full toss, and Burns will just push it away for one.
Yeah, they'll be looking to Lorne Burns' experience here. Look, Lorne Burns has been now, this is his third final in 3 years. He's won it both times previously. You look on someone now there for his experience in these kind of game match situations, especially in the final, to take you through and really play on that experience.
That's a shot by Bruce, who lifts this up and over the top. Maximo! The first one of the final. And the LB's batting together. It's the LB Louis Bruce that lifts this one over the offside. Really nice shot.
Yeah, loves that shot. We said it the other night about Bruce. He likes playing over that cover region, especially in this power play. We've not really particularly got many fielders out in that area. He'll give it a go if you give it in the space.
Now, nice looking little tuck to the leg side on the front foot, so he gets the jump and gets the single. Well, I know you're probably a fan of your physics and your physical sciences. Well, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and you might say that Burns has been fantastic in finals, but Avinash Pai, he is playing his third final, yet to win one.
Silver medal specialist is Avinash Pai. That's a brilliant shot from Burns. Swept out into the leg side region, and that'll be 4 runs.
I think it might have even gone all the way. We'll check it out in the replay, but I have a feeling that could be, a flat 6. Yeah, it is.
6.
Yeah, I mean, he got that better than we thought originally, and it ends up carrying the rope. So Maximo time now, and Rimmer, who was unavailable earlier in the day. Good to see him back. Got to break this partnership sooner rather than later. Pushed away. Again, smart play. They are really good at just having that understanding and even getting singles to the infielders. And that's something, if you don't have your trust in your partner, we have seen a few mix-ups in this series, haven't we?
Absolutely. Look, these two have played a lot of cricket together, same as Avinash Pai. They know everyone. They know each other's games, which really does help us, Baz.
Yeah, this one is angled away. Wow, that could be 4. He's really timed that well. Louis Bruce, he's batting very, very well here on finals day. And Rimmer, not the worst ball ever, but Louis just taps it at the critical moment and picks up another boundary.
Deft touch, lovely deft touch, as we see Tariq end the second over on 23 for 1. Talking about that, we have the European Cricket League coming up. 29 days to go.
Cannot wait. And we're seeing quite a few players that will be playing for Calpet Giants, including Lorne Burns, in fact. He's eligible to play for Calpet Giants, having won the GPL with them. And don't forget, each of the clubs are entitled to pick 2 players that aren't ordinarily a part of their side. So, yeah, the word is, for example, Pakai Care, they're going to pick up Daniel Dorkaya again. He was their wildcard last year, but also picked up Sebastian Brutt, the Netherlands 11 skipper.
Yeah, I'd heard about that.
That's a pretty good one. Anyway, Henschel going for broke here. Oh, genuine edge. About the third's back. Dantis, he kind of owns that zone for Sloggers. Just a single, well bowled.
Yeah, kind of in the right position there, Egan Dantis. Not too fine, not too wide. Just in the right position to kind of get that, if that edge flies down there. Henschel's got the pace that if Burns get a bit more on that, that's probably flying down Egan's throat.
Yeah, and yeah, if he was up in the circle as well, that one might have carried as it was. Anyway, the Henschel-Bruce battle continues, and this time Henschel goes upstairs. Good pace.
He does vary space. He gets a bit of bounce and a bit of, I was saying this already, he's quite a skiddy bowler. He's not tall at all. He's not got a very big frame, but I tell you what, he gets it, he pushes it through. He does push it through deceptively.
Probably not the bouncer for the over either, so he's still got one up his sleeve if he wants one. That was about armpit height from Henschel. He must be loving his cricket out here. Oh, straight pull this time from Bruce, and he gives it a bit. It's going to be 4 runs. Pitches just inside the rope, but a good comeback. And once again, this one-on-one battle is fascinating. We saw it on the first night. We're seeing it on the last.
Yeah, very still there, Bruce. I liked how he kept his head very still. Didn't really make too much of a move forward or back. Kind of stayed in position and just hit through the line of the ball.
It's not an easy shot to hit because you've got to judge the bounce just right. Slower ball, well handled down the leg side by AJ Crom. Yeah, it's been a very interesting battle between these two teams, now meeting for the 4th time in the series. And honestly, I just feel like whichever team plays better will get the win tonight. Comes down to something as simple as that. Tariq, at the moment, mild favourites. Oh, this one catches him. Not even sure there's any bat on this. It might have even caught him on the back arm. But Henschel beats Bruce for pace on this occasion. Check it out.
Yeah, let's have a little look at this, because they seem pretty high. It does hit him on the back. It's just whether or not this has taken a faint nick on the way through.
Yeah, may have. Guess we'll never know. Didn't carry to Dantas in the circle.
Just hurried Louis there a little bit.
Yeah, but like I say, it's been a fascinating battle, but Henschel's only got 2 balls to go. I don't think you can take too many risks against him. Oh, well, now you can, because that'll be a free hit. I think it might have been a slower ball gone wrong. And Louis, again, probably in theory would like to swing at this, but you are also thinking of your own well-being. That's a genuine beamer.
That's a genuine beamer, but this is a massive opportunity for Tarek to really come out of this over with and make it a very, very good over. And just almost take a little bit of a hold over the power play.
Let's see what he does here. I think he might go slower ball again. Will he have confidence in that? Now he goes short. Nice looking shot. Plays it more or less in orthodox fashion. Houth knocks it down at cover. That's just 1 run. I want to say big thanks to Jake Scott. He's donated £2. And of course, pounds are good here in Gibraltar. I don't get to spend pounds very much. Thanks for your contribution, Jake. He said, beer in hand and ready for an eventful final. Well, so far, hopefully you haven't been disappointed. Henschel, the last ball of his final. And they just keep it out. I mean, that's a bit of experience from Burns there. Just said, look, I'm happy with what we got. Bit like sitting in blackjack. Says, I've had enough, thanks. It's 31 for 1 after 3.
That was a bit of a hit and miss over from Henschel, but he comes out of that with only 12 runs from 2 overs and takes a wicket as well. I tell you what, it's not a bad. That's an economy rate of 6 and a wicket to go with it. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad effort at all. I mean, you can see why we're talking about him possibly for the MVP. I suppose the thing is they're not able to get that second breakthrough. I think they would have loved a second breakthrough, considering they did get Hillman pretty early. But now, another MVP candidate, it's Matty Williams to come on in over number 4.
Yeah, he got me the other night, but I'm not the only one. He's taken a fair few wickets this tournament as Matty Williams. He's been a bit of a revelation for sloggers with the ball.
A bit short first up, but hurried on. Had to hit this one. And we'll get a single. Yeah, last count, although it keeps going up. I think I had Matty Williams at 18 wickets. So it's pretty good going, isn't it? Yeah, 18 wickets in 9 matches. Best bowling of 5 for 7 and an economy of 6.3. But oh well, all those numbers mean nothing to Burns, who lifts him up and over the leg side. Maximo! What a shot. And he puts Williams on the back foot.
Yeah, quality shot this from Burns on the sweep. Gets it, waits and times it to perfection. Lovely shot from Burns, and that's heading well over the rope towards the stands, which pleased our fans up here, I think.
Yeah, I think they enjoyed that. I mean, decent crowd in as well, Sunday night at the Rock.
Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see people down watching cricket, as they have been all day. Nice to have a bit of decent weather as well. You know, this week's been fantastic for weather when, you know,
we've been, yeah. I mean,
spoiled a little bit.
The first night you played, I think it was night 2.
That
was a bit of a rough one, wasn't it? But well done for soldiering on. I was talking about the wicket takers. Matt Williams in the number 1 spot with 18. Number 2 is Lorne Burns, who just whacked him for 6.
The battle of the spinners.
Yeah, Lorne's played a couple less games, but he also has that incredible 6 for 20. Remember when he took it 6 for none on opening night? Burns hits it hard, so gets to House before they can get the run. Yeah, that run in between the wickets, understanding and trust, is something maybe we don't touch on a lot, but it is so important. The hesitation kills between the wickets. Amazing how many runs are there when you both take off straight away and run hard. A bit of extra bounce this time for Williams. You can see why he's had so much success in the series. He's a tricky customer.
Yeah, the bounce is difficult because quite often you tend to see him skid through a little bit, and a lot of batsmen in this tournament have gone back to him, and it's kind of stayed low and hit the stumps. So you've got to be careful going back to Williams.
Toss it up. Bit of a top edge this time for Burns, though. Hanging in the air right back to the line, but it dropped over the line by Bukhari. I think that's going to be 6. Maximo. Now he's running out of real estate there, Big JP. Check it out on the replay. Where's his feet when he touches it? I think he was inside. Yeah, well, he had more room to move than I thought originally, but that's a big moment in the final because Burns is dropped on 17.
Massive moment. Massive, massive moment, that.
Yeah, now 30% more careful. Bruce has to hustle. But I think he gets there, and you can see the importance of that early takeoff and lack of hesitation. That's why Louis just gets in here, I think. I don't think it was taken cleanly anyway by AJ Crump.
Yeah, good quick set off from Lou Bruce really puts a lot of pressure on the fielder to get it in quick and sharp, and also a bit of pressure on the keeper as well. As we have a little look at the run rate.
Yeah, 45 for 1 after 4. So looking at the overs so far, it was 4 off the first over from Henschel, then 19, then 8, then 14. So a couple of big sixes there. Of course, ECL's coming up, and Calpe Giants playing in Group G. Really looking forward to seeing the 35 teams there, I suppose, including a few we haven't seen before. I haven't talked a lot about Group D, but Dreux, the defending champions there, and PUC, Paris University, they are a pretty good outfit as well. France, one of only 2 countries with the 2 teams. Anyway, full toss, hit straight to Matt Williams, and he spikes it again, and it's Richard Lake. Well, it was pretty innocuous. It was a low full toss, and Burns just mishits it. Finds the fielder, and another big moment in the final. The drop doesn't come back to bite Sloggers for too long. It's 45 for 2.
Yeah, and look, they haven't that drop catch, only effectively 2 balls before to Burns. He's not gone on and punished them really for it. I mean, it's difficult to play low full tosses sometimes, and Richie Lake, who's come in for the final, Burns will be disappointed with this. He'll be really disappointed. His eyes have lit up. It's a really good take from Matty Williams out there at Cow Corner, though.
Just became all bottom hand, really, and it didn't get the timing. And look at Lake, he's claiming it, saying, yeah, I knew that would happen. But Avinash Pye comes to the crease with about 6 overs remaining, and Avi has certainly had a couple of big scores in the tournament. He's also been pretty unselfish in trying to develop the batting unit around him. But I think this is one of those situations where the captain has to take charge out there with young Louis Bruce. And these two have batted together quite a lot. A lot. Even on an international level or on a club level, these guys know each other's games inside out. Master and apprentice. 51-49 on the win predictor as well. Pye, he's cautious in the first ball or 2. Doesn't like to swing straight away. That's just his game, and he is coming out in the first half, so he can probably afford to take a couple of balls.
Yeah, we're going back to the Avinash Pye situation. Twice he's taken teams and won the group stage and then fell at the last hurdle, so to speak, in finals. It'd be nice for him, put on a personal level, to get a win tonight and take home a gold.
Yeah, Lake to Bruce. A bit like facing your dad, really, but Bruce able to knock it away for 1. I want to say hello to Trevin, who I think's watching from South Africa, asking if I've been following the SAT 20. Well, I've seen bits and pieces. Obviously been pretty busy here. This is just driven away, and fairly simple single here. Yeah, I know that the SAT 20 is a tournament which has certainly got a fair bit of investment behind it now, pretty high profile. And another Lance Deploy, who we saw playing for Hungary in the ECC last year, has been doing some good things over there. All right, Bruce. False shot, hangs in the air. Slightly nervous moments there for Louis, but it's only going to be a single down to deep third where Dantas does the fielding. Geez, how about Lake? What kind of a finals day is he having here?
I know, crikey. Turn up, play, kind of not had any... It hasn't taken him long to get into things, has it?
Nice looking shot this time from Avinash Pye, and that'll be 4. So, yeah, it was kind of a stock ball from Richard Lake, and Pye puts it away. Brings up the 50 as well for Tarek at the end of 5. They're 53 for 2.
53 for 2. Still very even at this point. This is teetering on the brink. It's got kind of seeing the balance kind of swaying from to and thrown from side to side at the minute.
It's a beautiful thing, Joe, when we get these kind of matches that really, it's anyone's game. We know there's twists and turns ahead. Well, Scott Rimmer is in the chat saying, Lake, he's up for a big day of cricket when he rocks up clean shaven. So, yeah, he's put his Sunday best on and come out having a very good day and a good night. Now, they're going to bowl out Williams in the 6th. Tarek 53, double that, 106. Win predictor thinking they might get a few more than that. But once we do have hesitation here, but they've got plenty of time in hand. Ball didn't really travel too fast to Hancock, and they'll get 1.
Yeah, and I mean, you can hear it in the outfield. There's tension brewing. There's a fight. There's a final on the line here. There's a cup on the line, and it takes its toll. Pressure builds.
Well, false shot from Pye, hanging in the air. Nervous moments, and he's gone. Oh, it's Howarth, who's caught really well when it's mattered in the series. Pye just kind of trying to flick that away. He was kind of in 2 minds, I think, leading edge. And Howarth, under lights, takes a very, very good catch, an important catch. And that's the end of the Tarek skipper. He goes for 6, and it's 54 for 3.
Yeah, looking to play that to leg side, just to kind of use a little bit of his wrist, flick it. Doesn't get it at all. It comes like a big leading edge, and it's a really good catch from Howarth, kind of over his head a little bit. Took it really well under the lights.
It's funny, having played under lights a few times, it's almost like the world stands still when those high balls go up. There's something about the white ball and the black sky. It's almost like everything goes silent around you. And Howarth, he was locked in. It takes an important one. Mipuri comes to the crease. He's the last of what I'd call their real recognised batters. I mean, not that I don't have batting after that. I've got Whelan to come in next, then Jarnik, and then Gordon, Garrett, Bedson, Delgado. But I feel like this is an important partnership. If the Sloggers can break it early, I think they're in control of the match.
100%. Look, they've still got Bruce there. And Mipuri can bat. We saw him, I think it was the other night against Pirates, where he made a big score. He's got the ability to bat, but this is a pressure moment now. He's normally kind of coming in where the pressure's not on. This is a point now where he's got to really kind of stand up and be counted for alongside Bruce, because he can't really just push it around at this point.
Well, in the previous game, Mipuri just got to come out, face last ball and banged it for 6. But probably has a bit of a different feel as Williams, fresh from his first wicket in the final, keeps Mipuri on the crease, but he does get some batter and pushes it out for 1 and gets off the mark.
Yeah. Difficult customer, like we said. Williams puts in a dangerous area. Again, just fires it in at those stumps. There's his pace, kind of skids on through quite low often, but he'll get it sometimes a little bit of extra bounce. Tricky customer is Williams, and he's on fire here. 16 runs only for the 1 wicket at the minute.
Yeah, this one is squaring up Bruce to touch. Yeah, and the opening night was a strange opening night because both teams took a bonus point off each other. So we had Sloggers win pretty comprehensively, chasing 94 down in 6.5 overs in game 1, and then Tariq put on a big score in game 2.
Yeah, 2 very different games on that first night. One which was dominated in the first one by the Sloggers, then followed by a game where Tariq came back like a house on fire.
Yeah, they did. And Tariq put 155 on the board in match 2, and that was the highest score in Gibraltar in ECN cricket until today.
Until today.
They put 178 on. Last ball for Williams coming up. No, just missing, but well bowled. Just pulled that one a little bit back. Williams wishing he brought it about a stump or 2 to the left, I think, but that'll be the end of a very good spell. And a great series for Matt Williams with the ball. 1 for 17. It's 56 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, big wicket for him as well. As we just have a little look at the scoreboard here. We see Lou Bruce at the top there, just going quite nicely, minutes, 23 from 16, but he's going to know now there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to push on. Lorne Burns made a really nice 24 from 13. Avinash Pai out for 6. We're looking at that lineup. One of these has got to go now, whether Bruce or Mipuri, but one of them's got to go.
The Sloggers will be hoping they can get Bruce and maybe start a classic House of Cards situation here. I do think 100 in the final, it's a fighting score. The Sloggers earlier on recovered from an early wicket as Howarth comes on to bowl in the 7th.
Yeah, I think in the finals you always kind of take off kind of a bit of from the par score because it's a final. But I think against a side like Sloggers, you've got to at least get to 100 here, at least.
Howarth misses the mark first up. Well done by AJ Crom behind the stumps. He's led the side well. I always think it's quite amazing when keeper's captain, because I think wicket keeping takes a lot of your concentration. I know that I was never keen to take on both roles. If you are really serious about your keeping, and kind of changed my opinion with a couple of decent ones in the last 5 or 10 years. Well bowled by Howarth, gets it just right. Dhoni's probably the obvious one there.
Exactly.
And I still saw with Dhoni sometimes his keeping slipped a bit because I could just tell his mind was maybe a bit occupied elsewhere. Tim Payne actually did a very good job for Australia when he was thrown into the job as well, but yeah, very difficult to wear both hats.
Absolutely. I've done it once or twice. It's not particularly nice from where you're standing because you can't communicate very well to everybody. I think you need almost a general on the field, maybe in the mid-off position or the mid-on region, covers who can communicate to everyone else in and around and on the same wavelength as you.
It's just, I normally feel like you compromise the quality of one. And I think keepers can make very good vice captains. And I think they're in a great position to see the game, to see certain things. Obviously, they've got really important roles with regards to getting angles right, getting fielders in the right position. Anyway, here's Howarth. Good start for his spell. Mipuri just prods, and he'll get one here. So that excess, the expected score at the moment, bang on 100. Feel like a lot is on Bruce's shoulders here. We know that he's got the ability to hit big. So does Mipuri, but Mipuri's a bit newer to the crease. 3.5 overs left.
Yeah, they can't start playing within themselves here, Bruce and Mipuri. I know the bowling's been very good. They're bowling good lines, good lengths. but they can't afford to with the overs left. They've got to try and give this a go.
I don't know about that one. Howarth gives the umpire a little wink on the way past, maybe. I don't know. The whole ball's meant to be inside the tram line. For me, I'm not so sure it was.
Yeah, a bit of a late movement there. I think probably Louis is a little bit unfortunate with that, because you see how far the keeper has to move to try and collect the ball.
That one certainly is inside. No square ups. So Howarth bowling a brilliant over here. It's only gone for 3. He's bowled a wide and 2 singles in the over so far.
Yeah, turn up to the party, sloggers. This is fantastic bowling. That one definitely wasn't wide. That was inside the tram lines. Bowling that kind of wide of off stump line, trying to just get inside, and it's very difficult to hit those.
Again, it's a very good line, but Louis is equal to it this time. He just leans on this. That'll be 4. And so Tarek fighting back, but still brilliant over from Howarth, only concedes 7. And after 7, it's 63 for 3.
Yeah, nice little shot from Louis there. Just takes a little bit of the pressure off. Just kind of glance that one, glides it down to kind of the just third man region, but it's or backward point region, should I say. But yeah, as we have a little look at what's coming up.
Yeah, tomorrow, it's a bit quicker than you think, believe it or not. We're only about 13 hours and 15 minutes away from a start in Barcelona. I'll be in Montjuic with Georgie Parker, who will be making her first appearance on ECN. Barcelona derby to get us going. The Barcelona International taking on Paco Care, and then Magic Badalona versus Catalunya Red. So 10 sides there. It's going to be a really fun series. It's 98 matches, so it is the kind of same amount of matches as the last series we had in Barcelona, but it's spread out because it's only 4 matches a day. As that should be pretty exciting. We know there's some crazy cricket there.
Absolutely.
Here's Richard Lake coming back for a second over. Mipuri will take 1. I feel this is a huge 3 overs now, because I feel that someone like Louis Bruce is going to have to take some risks here. I don't think he can afford to just knock it round in this 8th over. And it might go well, but it might not. And whether it does or whether it doesn't could have a huge bearing on the score.
Yeah, Lake coming in again. Then Lou Bruce will come across the offside. He'll take a big swing. Some really good bowling, some tight bowling from sloggers. It's causing Tarek and Bruce and Mipuri some trouble here.
One side of the wicket, I think that's the thing. And Louis might have to do something drastic soon, like a big step across to get a bit close in line with the ball. Instead, he'll cut, really in control of the shot. It's good to have that deep third back. I think with him bowling that line, a lot of balls are flying in that direction, and I think Dantas has saved him a bunch of runs down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Important fielder. He's doing a job down there at the kind of third man region as Egan Dantas.
This one is a bit straighter. Mipuri. I mean, I feel like one of these two, they got to make up their mind. You know, Mipuri, I don't think he's just there to push and give Louis Bruce a strike. That's the kind of ball that another night he might go after.
Look, that's the thing. And look, Mipuri, we've seen him in this competition hit straight down the ground. I'd like to see him try and do that here.
Well, that's a shot. That's a really good shot from Louis Bruce, and he finds the gap. He'll get 4. So Lake once again hangs it outside the off stump, throws down the challenge to young Louis Bruce, but a nice elevated cover drive brings 4 for Tarek.
Yeah, very good from Bruce. Again, like I said, he just plays that shot so well, whether it's on the front foot or whether it's kind of off the back foot. He just loves playing over the cover region. So if you do give him that space, be warned, he can score in that area very, very easily and fluently.
Last ball of the over coming up. One thing about sloggers, they've got heaps of bowlers, heaps of bowling options as well. So see how this ball goes. Batted back again. That's a bit of a missed opportunity for Bruce, though he's still there. Lake finishes with pretty decent figures of 1 for 15 with his medium paces. Maybe I'm being generous there. It's 70 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, as we just have a little look here at that run rate and just see how it's just kind of, after that really good kind of second over, it's just started to kind of slow down, a couple of wickets, and it's gradually slowing down. They need to kind of build that up again and try and have two really big overs here.
Yeah, well, at the end of the first half of the innings, they were 53 and on track for 106. You can see now, excess hasn't come back yet, saying 93. I feel like double digits. It's going to be hard to defend. Howarth gets the second over. And Mipuri's after him, slices inside out, and he's going to find a pocket of space. He's going to get 4. So I think this is the play now. I mean, they've got 7 wickets in hand. I know maybe they don't necessarily want it to get down to the lower order, but I think that's a chance you have to take at this stage with only 2 overs remaining. Nice shot.
Yeah, a bit of an ungainly shot, kind of bottom hand came through a little bit. It's a big, thick edge, but you know, if you're going to go hard, and you've got a chance of that happening, especially with the quick outfield, especially with the ball which flies off the bat. you've got to give it a go at this point,
Love it,
especially with someone like Matt Whelan in behind who can also bowl.
Definitely. Yeah, you got to go magical here, you'd think. Get the game back, but good comeback from Houth. He's been excellent. Quick hello to everyone who's watching in the chat as well. Hello to Chris Ward. Hello to Kroom, of course. Steve McVeigh. And I know Jack Waterhouse. Big fan of Stan Houth and Dylan Henschel. And I've got a fair few viewers from the UK. Dave B is always hanging around as well. But yeah, with Houth, I mean, he's the kind of guy who plays his poker with the cards face up, doesn't he? You know where it's going to be. They have to come up with a plan. A little bit short. Mapuri turns on it. Finds the fielder, but Bakari can't really grab a handle on it. In the end, they'll get a single.
Yeah, look, this is the thing I said about having played against Loggers. They are a very, very good bowling tight team, but they're also a very, very good fielding team. So there's kind of no one in that field they need to really hide. Everyone can field. You've got someone like Egan Dantis fielding the third man who's fielding extremely really well.
That's hit well, very, very well. And it's going to just pitch inside the rope. So Bruce gets a bit of length to work with, and I think he does sneak across a little bit. He knows Houth likes bowling that offside channel, kind of daring Stan to bowl at him. And Bruce gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, he went very, very deep in his crease there, Bruce. I mean, he was very close to his own stumps. Plays it very late under his eyes, and he just gets it wide of that square leg who's in on the tins at the minute.
Long way to 100 from here. He still might bring it up. Bruce can't really time this one up. So now Mapuri, for me, he might as well have a good old-fashioned heave at this one, because Bruce is the set batter. Mapuri is getting there. But, yeah, that 80 off 8.5.
Last ball of the over, isn't it? Got to go at this point. If you get out, you get out. Lou Bruce is on strike for the next one. You don't really want to take a single here, so 6 or 4 would be ideal.
Well, how about that? Bit of inventiveness, and Mapuri takes a chance, gets away with it. And so 4 runs there. Brilliant shot from Kabir. Shows a bit of panache as he just glances that one away. End of 9. It's 84 for 3.
Just evades the fielder here. If we'd have a little look. Oh, yeah, fingertips. If he was maybe a little bit taller, that might have been in the pouch. As we have a little look at the bowlers.
Yeah, good effort. Obviously, Rimmer had a bit of a tough time earlier, but that'll happen from time to time, and he's a very capable bowler to come back now. I'll be curious to see who they end up going for. 16, if you can bring up the 100, always just looks a bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, mentally, if you get 100, it's only 1 run, but 100 over 99 is so much more mentally difficult to get. And it seems silly for people maybe who've not played the game when it's 1 run.
So
but
true.
It is. It really is.
So true. Anyway, Rimmer does get the 10th, and the first ball is smashed. Smashed super high and out of the ground. Well, that's 6 on pretty much any ground. Bruce moves to 44, and he gets there with a Maximo.
How's your nerve, youngster? How's your nerve? That's a fantastic shot to start the over, and a 6 to go with it into the 90s, and just takes a little bit of that pressure off Louis. But fantastic from Louis Bruce there. Very, very good.
Rimmer, what does he go to here? Well, another full toss is hit, and is hit out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Rimmer, a bit late to the party here on finals day, having a tough time. Louis Bruce goes back to back.
Yeah, now this could be interesting. That was close to being a no ball as well. But he's connected with it. Full toss. As we saw Lorne Burns early get a low one, which he doesn't get hold of. Louis Bruce goes to a 50 with a fantastic pull through the leg side.
He's had to fight.
29 balls as well.
Had to fight for it, hasn't he,
Yeah,
Louis
yeah.
Bruce? And that one.
He's stuck at it.
I think with the
Fair play to him. He's not had it easy.
Just coming down. All right. Once more. 4 balls left. Goes for this one again. A little bit inside out. Gets lucky. Likes the idea or two here. And he won't get it. That's actually quite clever running. He's looking for a second. And if that it goes to the bowlers, then he's probably taking off and sacrificing Mirpuri because he knows that he's winning the battle, Louis Bruce, with Rimmer. But now Mirpuri, off spinner against off spinner with 3 to come. Tarek closing in on the 100. Gets some bat on it. I think at this stage, you just take the 1. See if Louis can knock another one out of the park.
Yeah, look, at this point now, if you're the non-striker in Kabir, you've got to run hard. And if you sacrifice your wicket, you sacrifice your wicket. If Louis calls you through for a second, you need to be down halfway down the track and ready to go.
And this time, doesn't have quite a handle on it, but he gets it away. Easy too in the end. Does bring up the 100 for Tarek. I want to say a quick hello to Manos, who's saying he's a big fan. And hello to you, Manos. Good to have you with us. Asking when the next Portugal T10 will be. Well, I know we'll have a day series there after the ECL. So thanks for your interest, and hopefully you're enjoying the final. Almost at the end of the first half. Seatbelts on, last ball. He goes with a straight bat. Not sure he's really got it. Well caught by Kenroy. And well, I think his catching's better than his kicking, but Kenroy will finish things for an even 100. The crowd goes wild. I think he's shipped in his own supporters, Kenroy Nesta, but Tarek at the end of the 10 will be 100 for 4. Brings Bruce's innings to an end. Bats through the 10 for 53, and he's given his team a fighting chance. But for me, that 100, I think Slogger's slightly in charge of this game.
Yeah, realistically, I think if you were Tarek, you'd been hoping for at least 120 on the board to feel a little bit of room, a bit of comfortableness. But I think, this is they're gonna have to field and bowl extremely well here to defend 100. Yeah,
no doubt about that. As we go back and have a look at some of the highlights, the Henshaw battle with the openers was pretty good. Williams, he's fired up, grabs that and fires into the ground like a touchdown. Super Bowl just around the corner. Then he came on with the ball. Rimmer had a bit of a tough time on his return to the lineup. His over went for 19 first up. Henshaw did get that first wicket, but he couldn't break this partnership, which just set Tarek up at this stage. Although I will say that for the most part, Sloggers, they bowled and fielded pretty well. A couple of exceptions like that from Bakari, where he dropped it over the line. Burns having a pretty good time of it, but just mistimed one, and that's cricket for you. Williams once again, the ball magnet, pulls it down at deep mid-wicket there. But Louis Bruce through it all, he kind of just kept fighting, and that 50 at least puts his team in the game.
Yeah, and look, Avinash Pai here, another massive wicket. Some really good fielding from the Sloggers have really kept Tarek to that 100. You have to say the bowling's been great, but you have to take your catches, and they're taking the catches fantastic. Williams taking 2 really important wickets, and Howard taking another one of Avinash Pai there. Yeah, so just see that one trickling down there for a 4.
Yeah, look, it wasn't easy, but finals aren't meant to be easy. And I liked some of the shot selections from Louis. Kind of felt like a few things were going against him, but he just seemed to keep his nerve and wasn't too rash, was probably just aggressive enough for me. And then he knew that the shackles had to be broken in the last over. Did whack a couple of sixes to start it. He would get caught off the last ball as Kenroy tries to stick it through for a major. But 16 runs came off that over before that last ball. And Tarek, they get the 100. 53 off 32 for Louis Bruce. Such a talented young player. And I'm looking forward to seeing him for many years to come in this part of the world. And maybe some other parts of the world as well. Hit 5 4s, 3 6s in that knock. 24 for Burns, who was an ally for Bruce after the early wicket of Hillman, who went without scoring. Pine never really got going, out for 6. And Mirpuri with a chippy little 14 towards the end. As far as the bowlers went, well, they shared the wickets round, and no one really did a bad job. Rimmer, I know, a little bit expensive, but good team effort once again from Sloggers with the ball.
Yeah, if we look at those economy rates, pretty much every single bowler's 10 and below, and that's impressive. In T10, that's incredible. It's going to make it very, very difficult for the batting side. Lou Bruce, with a really kind of mature knock for him, has given Tarek a chance here.
Yeah, well, it should be very, very exciting. I know you're not going anywhere, but I'll just remind you, we'll be back in just a few minutes with the final installation of this night series, the first of the year, and it has been magnificent entertainment. I'm sure there's more still to come. 101 for the trophy. If Sloggers are going to raise it for the first time, Tarek, well, they don't want to lose another final. They'll need to defend this 100. Both teams in with a shot. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN alongside Joseph Marples. And we'll see you after this break for the exciting conclusion of this ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. It's the exciting conclusion of the first night series of the year. It is night 11, it's finals night. It started during the day, but the lights are well and truly in control now. And Sloggers, probably their noses in front after a first innings where they were able to restrict Tarek to 100. Remember, at the start of this final, it was Sloggers that won the toss and elected to bowl. And I think if you'd offered them 101 to chase, they would have taken it. We've got Lee Rimmer back in the lineup for Sloggers for the final. Wasn't able to play earlier in the day. Out there with Dylan Henschel. He's coming off a duck earlier in the day. Lorne Burns is going to open the bowling. My commentary partner, the one, the only, Joe Marples. And Joe, pretty interesting final at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be tight. I'd like to see a tight final, and hopefully the Tarek bowlers can make it. Give us a game here. The pressure, I mean, Henschel's well, I say Henschel's the wicket, but Henschel's up there with them, up in the conversation for MVP. But there's so many on show tonight who could also be in with a shout. What are we going to see here? Two really good batsmen up against a very, very good bowler in Lorne Burns.
Contest. It's a game of contest. Let's see who wins the big ones. 10 overs to go at the Rock. And I've got a question in the chat. Come to that in a second. It was actually about question, does the winner of this qualify for ECL next year? But I don't think so, because you've got the GPL here. Joe will probably shine some light on that in a moment. But here's Burns. We're pretty close. And he's gone. He's given him. And Rimmer kind of played all around this. And the only question was it curving down the leg side, or was it going to take a piece of leg? I've got to say, it looked pretty adjacent to me. But, yeah, I mean, it's one of those umpires' calls, I think. Joey, how did you see it? I can tell you it's none for one.
Oh, that's a tight call. It's one of those where it looks to me like it's just sliding down leg. But then again, when the umpire makes that decision, is it umpire's call? I tell you what, he's darted it through.
Yeah, you know what?
Is it clipping? It might just be clipping.
I have that as a genuine umpire's call. I don't think you can necessarily say one way or the other. Well, Royal Derek is holding court as Rimmer has a bit of a final to forget here, but it was clever bowling by Burns in the first place. It wasn't the one that kind of spins down the line or that breaks like a leg break. But look at it one more time.
It skids on.
It does, but I mean,
umpires. I think it might be umpire's call.
I think it's umpire's call. I mean, I'd actually be surprised if that completely misses the stumps. I'm not saying it's getting a lot of the stump, but I don't think Rimmer can have that much to complain about. He'll say, should have hit the ball in the first place. Anyway, maybe it's a blessing in disguise, because Lake came out and absolutely smashed Burns out of the attack almost earlier. Now he faces him with no runs on the board. The first one looked pretty juicy, but just skidded on, and Lake will get off the mark with a single.
Yeah, had a big first game today. Is he going to hit this one with his straps as well? As we see Henschel now just a mark in his crease, he could be a big, big player tonight in terms of the bat.
So tell me what you know. Is it going to be the winners of the GPL again, the Premier League, that will qualify for ECL?
Yeah, absolutely. So Calpe Giants will be playing in the ECL this year, having won the kind of the primary T20 competition here in Gib, the domestic competition. And just some news on that. I was speaking to their captain earlier, Paddy Hatchman.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of interesting wild card picks. I can't really reveal who they are.
Is that right? One
person may be well known to the network. The other one is a bit of someone you probably haven't seen before, but another equally as good player.
I love it. Love it. Burns dealing at the moment. Burns to Henschel. What a contest. Henschel's after him, though, and he slaps him offside. Well, that's a brilliant shot for 4. Dylan gets his first runs on finals night.
Yeah, drifts this one out kind of outside of off some, tempts him to go for it. Henschel backs himself and just slaps that through the covers. Powerful shot from Henschel. Just wide of the fielder there.
Yeah.
He's a big wicket. He's a massive, massive wicket.
He's big, especially now they've lost Rimmer, who's a very talented opener as well. Probably the big three. I mean, I know Kenroy's pretty big, but as far as consistency goes, I think you're looking at the top 3 is the key. And now, beautiful cover drive. Well, that one went at a rate of knots, and that one has cleared the ropes. Maximo! Sloggers get there first for the evening.
Yeah, fantastic shot here from Henschel. Just punishing 2 balls from Burns. This one again outside of off, and yeah, look at that. Cover drive. Hold the pose, young man. Hold the pose.
Yeah, we haven't paused the footage. That was still rolling, but he wasn't going anywhere. Really good shot. Now Burns
needs a response.
Yeah, he does. Last ball of the over. Pretty good one as well. Kind of drew Henschel forward. But he'll take one. And, yeah, something for everyone in the first over. 12 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, as we just have a little look. 18 matches since the Golden Ball. Surely not. Surely not tonight, Vinny. Surely not.
Never had a Golden Ball in a final. In a final. Okay, we've had them in almost every other game. 29 days, of course, to the European Cricket League, and we're looking forward to that as well. We were just talking about that a moment ago. But yeah, the day will come. And to be honest, both the finals we've had here in Gibraltar have been really tight. One went to the last ball, one went to the second last ball. So this one living up to the billing so far.
Yeah, the first year I haven't been involved in that myself. It's horrible watching when you can't actually influence the game, and obviously we were chasing, and I genuinely thought that was going to go down to a Golden Ball. I don't know if you remember, there was a bit of a misfield as the ball came back in as they went for the run out.
That's right. All right, this is Henschel. He's going to face Louis Bruce. So once again, the Bruce-Henschel rivalry is going to be in full effect. This time Bruce with the ball.
Yeah, look, this is where Louis needs to come to the party with the ball. He's a really good bowler. He has a brilliant variation ball, which is a slow ball. He used it too much the other night, where it became a bit too predictable. But if he can get his lines, his lengths, and then use that variation sparingly, he could really cause some damage here and get a big wicket in either Lake or Henschel.
Yeah.
Very good ball.
In between kind of length. Yeah, we had a bit of a Lake versus Bruce battle. Now we've got the Bruce versus Lake battle, and it's kind of caught in two minds there, I think, Lake, whether to go back or forward. In the end, he missed out.
It's that horrible kind of length on this pitch where you don't know whether to go forward or back, because some do stay kind of a bit low. Just that back of a length, and it's the first time Lake's probably played on this. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one for him, where do I go forward, do I go back? Bruce in again.
Oh, wow. Strike two for Lake, and I say nervy start, because I don't think he's nervous, but yeah, just maybe high on life after he came out and slapped everything for six in his first innings today. All right, now that win predictor saying 50-50.
Wow, yeah, 88 runs in 51 balls. This is going to be tight. This is going to be tight. I feel it in my bones. Bruce in again.
Gets him high this time. And leg by. Well, I say leg by, but I'm not 100% sure that he would have been in if this had hit.
Yeah, it doesn't. Lake kind of wasn't really looking, kind of just ambles through for the single as he gets towards the. And just doesn't really slide his back. I think he lifts his bat. He'd have been gone.
Would have been gone. Didn't arrive in time, but Lake dodges a stray bullet. Slower ball. Henschel's after it. Hanging in the air a long time. And it's just going to curve over the fielder. Goulding just couldn't quite find the drop zone. And a scary moment for Henschel. But he will survive. And what's more, he'll get four.
Yeah, Lou Bruce sees him coming down the track and just pushes it a little bit wider. He ends up stretching for it, doesn't really get hold of it. And this is spun horrible in the night sky for Lewis Golding to kind of rein that one in, but it's a chance. It is a chance, and it goes begging.
Now, well, it's a bit too short. That one's disappearing into the night. Henschel, well, might have been a bit lucky the ball before, but there's nothing lucky about that. That's gone many a mile.
That's a real shame for Bruce. He's had a fantastic over up until that point. Only 5 runs had come from it, and he finishes just dropping it on short and onto the leg side, and Henschel just kind of helps it on his way, but it's gone miles into the night sky, that one. Big shot from Henschel to finish the second over. 24 for 1 sloggers after 2.
Yeah, so they're ahead, but only just ahead. By a couple, I suppose. You're looking at 10 and over as par, and I suppose you do want to get a bit ahead of it, because you would expect that your top order, they're going to be able to score a bit quicker than the middle and lower order if they were to come in. We finished in Cyprus today, but from tomorrow we'll be clicking that down to Spain. Barcelona, our next destination. I had a question before about Portugal. Portugal is due to start on the 24th of March, so straight after the ECL break. And then we're going to go to France for the first time. That's in the plans. Estonia, we have been, but only for a 2-day series. That was back in 2020. I'm looking forward to that as well. Back in Greece as well for the first time in a while. As Pai comes on in over number 3, last over of the power play.
Yeah, Lake kind of just pulls that from outside of off. I think it would have been a wide if he'd have left it. Pai has that ability. If you can bowl a tight over here, just kind of rein it back in. We see it was only 50-50 at the start of last, so it's now 72% back in Sloggers' favours. This is just going to and fro the whole time, I think.
Ooh. Oh, good take by Hillman low down, but that one doesn't get up. He talks about the difficulty playing back sometimes to these spinners. If that ball doesn't get up, you're low on options.
Yeah, don't go back. I found that out this tournament. Don't go back. Get forward.
Don't look back in anger. This time he does, but he just stroke it where Garrett does the fielding. pardon me, that's Delgado there. Those two, both very youthful.
Yeah, good fielding from the young man. Again, he's fielded really well from what I've seen in this tournament. Yeah, throw your body on the line and get your body behind it. Does really well there.
Avinash Pai rarely goes for too many. Lake wants a piece of him. Oh, this one jumps. That's one of these scrambled seams where it just might have just hit the edge of the seam and taken off. Just seemed like it bounced unusually.
Good dart from Avinash Pai. This is what he's good at. He's such an economical bowler. Kind of, again, he's a horrible bowler, really, because he doesn't really spin it too much, but he's almost a kind of a medium pace. As this one gets pulled into the leg side. Should be 4. Nicely swept from Lake. As he finally gets away with the boundary as he moves on to 6.
Yeah, and he's played this shot pretty well. And more or less just plays this on length. You know, he just says, all right, it's about there. I'm going to reach. And he does get that bat well out in front of the pad. So he's rarely kind of cramped, if you like, by letting the ball get too close to him. And Richard Lake, nice way to get his innings going. Pai, still not a bad over, only gone for 6. Yeah, it's going to be called a wide. I mean, he does make a little bit of a movement.
Yeah, he moves across here, so it'll be interesting to see on the replay.
But when he delivers the ball, I mean, he's kind of on the move, isn't he? And does miss the line by a bit. I think benefit of the doubt normally goes against the bowlers for that. Avi will have to bowl it again. Another big step from Lake, and I think this might have gone straight through the hands of the fielder. It's going to run away for 4. So I think that does carry in the end. A tough one. Jani can't get the hands around it, and Sloggers, they sneak another boundary.
Yeah, just got a bit stuck in the mud with his feet. May take a step forward, go to it. It's another chance which has gone begging, really, for Tariq. Sloggers took all their catches. Tariq have already missed 2, as we have a little look at the run rates here.
Have a look at the finish. 14 and 16 off the last 2 overs. Went from 70 to 100. But that's after they were kind of quietened in overs 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty consistent start this for Sloggers, despite the loss of Rimmer off the first ball of the innings. But again, when that happens, you don't waste any time.
100%.
And you know, you'd rather make a first baller than
it's very even at this stage.
2 off 10 or something like that.
Tariq 31 for 1 after this stage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, wickets are massive. So this is the point now where you kind of need one of your bowlers to step up and get you a wicket. And we've had 2 missed opportunities with the catches. And if another one comes their way, they've got to make sure they take it here, Tariq.
Mirpuri, the bowler, over number 4. Field goes back. Dylan Henschel punches this. Stop needs to be made. It is made. That's good fielding out there. Yeah, we'll get back for 2. But yeah, the fielding's been a feature. In fact, it's got to be one of the most improved places in Europe, I think, as far as the standard of fielding. Considering it isn't necessarily very easy with the wind here. I know the field's pretty forgiving, but that's a really nice effort on the boundary.
Yeah, really good from Sean Delgado there down on the boundary.
All right, Dylan wants to take it on and does. Sails over the ropes. Maximo! Henschel on Mirpuri. Gets whacked down to the ground.
Yeah, Henschel looks like he's trying to get that MVP award all for himself as well as the trophy. This is a really good shot. Over the leg side. Gets down on that front foot. Down on one knee. Sweeps it well.
Comeback ball. Dylan's make good decisions about when to go forward, when to go back, I think, to the spin. And this will just be a long single. I had some questions about the dates and where the French want to be. I believe it will be at the Dreux ground. The Portugal one is 3 weeks, and it starts on the 24th of March, which is actually a Sunday. And France is actually straight after that one. And see the single here. Lake goes and fetches it. So France, I'm going to say April 14 start, but don't quote me on that. I'll just try and find out what's a Monday. Maybe April 15. April 15 for 2 weeks. Be good being France. Big hitters there, as we know. Henschel slices this away, but well cut off. There's Bedson there. He does the fielding. I mean, look, if it just continues in this vein, you feel like Sloggers will cruise to victory, but I'd be amazed if there wasn't a twist at some point, Joe.
Yeah, look, never rule Tariq out. With the squad that they have, they can rein this back. It all takes is an over or a ball.
I mean, the thing with Dylan,
extras aren't going to help them.
I feel like he'll probably make more mistakes coming forward. I mean, either way, he can whack you. You're risking a 6 more if you bowl fuller.
Yeah.
But I also think it's probably your best chance of getting him out. If you let him ease off the back foot. And like this, it is up, it's pitched up, and it's hit up, and that has gone miles. And well, that's a roofer. That might have gone from bat to roof to balcony. And Dylan has hit one of the biggest sixes of the tournament in the final. Maximo to finish the over, 52 for 1.
Oh, that's ridiculous. It's literally ricocheted off the top of the camper van, as we'll see here. This has gone miles. It's gone high and
Bang.
long.
And now, where does it end up?
In the balcony.
It's gone to wall. Well, you know what? That's about as close to window as you can get.
Oh, dear.
I mean,
Mind the windows.
Imagine saying what happened when the ball, or explaining to the insurance assessor, yeah, what happens is this cricket ball was hit. It hit the top of the caravan, which for some reason is parked outside my house. And look at it's window height, I think, but it's just gone in the wall. And well, they designed that house well. Missed the windows. All right, well, Burns needs to break this partnership. 50's come up now in 4 overs. Slogger's 91. I mean, that might be a bit generous, but there's 100% of them winning if if Tarek can't take another wicket. Tell you that much.
Yeah, big shot on the final ball of the over as well. Has just really put this Sloggers team completely in the driving seat here.
Ooh. Yeah, have a look at this. I feel like he probably stays with something behind the line. It's a good take by Hillman. He's kept really well today.
Yeah, done really well. And you just sometimes have a look at the keepers and you can tell sometimes if they're out or not. And Hillman's reaction tells me he wasn't here.
Ooh. I think he just gets that bat down. I can see space there.
Yeah,
I think the bat's down now.
down.
Yeah. But what's funny is he has 2 feet in, then he's got 2 feet out, like some sort of strange game of the hokey pokey. But, or hokey cokey, sorry, for our UK viewers. They call it something different. Takes off for a run, but forgets that he hasn't hit it. But I think he's all right. Back to the action. Burns. I mean, now, I suppose when you're in such control, you can afford to just kind of not be too conservative, but you're satisfied with 7 or 8 off the Burns over, knowing that Tarek have had a bit of difficulty finding that 5th bowler. I think the Whelan did a good job earlier on. He's probably the one I'd turn to. But time running out for Team Tarek. Well bowled. Mitchell just prods and he'll get a single.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you don't, like you said, you don't want to play too conservative at this point, because you can actually sometimes come a cropper to that. Because you try and play too within yourself, and then all of a sudden there's a few wickets. You almost kind of give the impetus back to the opposition.
Yeah, you're right. Takes it on here, Lake, and he's going to get plenty of it. He'll get 4. Inside half of the bat, but I mean, Lake is just very good at timing those kind of standing sweeps. Just gets the bat out in front. Like we said, he reaches, and the crowd enjoying it. Sloggers in an even better position now. Could it be heartbreak once again for Avinash Pai? We were going to say it was one or the other, because Burns has won 2 grand finals out of 2 here in Gibraltar. Avinash Pai has lost 2 out of 2, and they're both on the same team here, so it'll be 3 out of 3 for one of them.
Yeah, I was having a little bit of a joke with Avinash Pai that he'd recruited Lorne just for that reason. Also the fact they're using the same kind of strip as the Kampai Giants won in the first year. Trying all the tricks in the book is Avinash to win, but might not be good enough as Lake goes big over the leg side. That'll be 6. The Sloggers are racing away towards this target.
They really are, and Burns just getting turned away. They seem to have the pace of him now. He's able to play him from the crease here, and I think not many people can do what Richard Lake is doing there. That bottom hand takes over. It's just a flick, and he has 0 concerns about the outfielder being back there. Thinks he can clear him, and he's right.
Yeah, I wish I could clear boundaries like that. It looks so effortless from Lake, really. Just almost a flick of the wrist.
Oh, and this time he goes straight, and you can put this one with the rest. Maximo with Sloggers. That's halfway through the chase, and they're more than halfway there. It's 70 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, runner ball now needed. This is going to be tough for Tarek to kind of defend this. These two are going great guns, and I think they're just going to try and get this done as quickly as possible at this point. As we see, young Bruce coming back into the attack, it looks like. Need some magic from Tarek. They need some magic from somewhere.
Yeah, you're talking runner ball, but this is the land of the collapse. We've seen it happen before, but it's certainly a long way back.
Yeah, it's a little bit, I don't know if it's gone very, very quiet in the outfield. That's always sometimes a bit of a tell how a team feels, is when it goes quiet in the outfield, you kind of know whether you're on top or not.
You need a spark, don't you? Probably need a couple of sparks here. Someone to do something sensational, like a one-handed catch, or just something unexpected. With Henschel there, it's going to be tough. So you got to get rid of him. Lake's probably the other one. Then maybe you can just get a few nerves going around.
Yeah, needs something special, but the thing is, Sloggers, you look at that batting lineup and how deep they bat. So many players to kind of come in who could come in and still, you know, your Matt Williamses, your Andrew Crom, even, you know, people like Kenroy Nestor, and, you know, the people there, there's so many people which could come in and finish this game for them. They've got a really, really good squad.
Anyway, it ain't over till it's over. As they say in the classics, here's Bruce. And yeah, I mean, run a ball is all they need at the moment. So I suppose the play here is, you know, minimum one, and then when you get your boundary ball, you go it. You don't really have to take any unnecessary risks from this point. And these two are very experienced. You know, Henschel's a young guy, but you can tell he's got his head on straight. Bruce trying to break this partnership. Slower ball, jumps on him a little bit, but Lake will get a bit of bat on it and get one.
Yeah, not a very attractive looking shot, but he gets a run for it. Lou Bruce, a little smirk to himself. They've been a bit unlucky at times in this innings with Tarek. The ball's kind of not really landed in places, just like that. Well, that could have quite easily gone back up in the air and straight landed in Lou Bruce's hands. It doesn't, as he'll come into his opposite partner, the youngster, as Henschel goes back over his head. Nearly kills him in the process, but that is a fantastic shot from Henschel as he moves on to 44.
Yeah, that is a pretty good shot once again, and Dylan Henschel motoring towards another half century. Said that three kind of in the frame, maybe Henschel, Williams and Bruce. They've all featured and played pretty well in the final, to be honest. But Henschel at the moment, he's the most valuable player out there for me in this game. When you look at his bowling and the way he's going about chasing this target in a big game, I think finals performances count for a bit extra as well. Probably doesn't have to do any fielding, though.
No, don't give the batters any opportunity to get you out. Stay well away from that ball, young man. But no, I have to agree with that. I think Henschel has been, for me, the standout kind of candidate, both with bat, ball, what he's done in the field as well. I think he's been fantastic this whole tournament, and he's definitely got to be one of the favourites to take that MVP award. This might be stumped.
Whoa.
No.
The edge of the pitch, or hit the base?
It's hit something. I think it's hit the base.
To hit the base and go over. We've seen a game before. Actually, they needed one to win, and this exact thing happens. They ran. It would have been out, but did knock the bails off. It's exact. Oh, that one actually hit the edge of the pitch, but it hit the base of the stumps and went over. And it.
When it's not your day, it's not your day.
Edge just down to the grasp of Hillman, who was on the wrong foot. Henschel moves to 48, and the Bruce Henschel battle, it's consumed us from night one. It's still going. This is a classic case. Look at the weight on his left foot. See that step? Makes it too hard to go back. And Hillman be frustrated, and he couldn't quite track that one down.
Yeah, just looking at that scorecard, fantastic start. Ball one, wicket. You're going, here we go, Tarek control. But Henschel and Lake, look at that. 48 from 20 from Henschel, and Lake providing the backup with a 29 off 15. Look, these two have really gone great guns, and they've put themselves in prime position to take home this trophy.
Having a look at
Whelan.
This partnership, yeah, 80 obviously that came
Matt
in
Whelan.
after one ball. Yeah, Whelan's going to bowl 21 of 24. You need two or three quick wickets. It's getting tough. Lake goes and sweeps again. Gets a fair bit of bat on this. But it's Garrett down there does the fielding.
If there's someone going to attempt a wicket out of Sloggers here, it might be Whelan, because he kind of gives it a bit of air, gives it a bit of flow, kind of attracts bats to kind of go at him without the pace on the ball. If there's going to be a wicket, he might be the partnership breaker here.
Yeah, you don't really worry about the next ball, I suppose. And this one doesn't really get up, but Henschel makes it get up. 50 for Henschel in the final, and he brings it up off 21 balls. In what I think is a player of the match performance, maybe a player of the series performance, Joe. He has been a rock here in Gibraltar for Sloggers.
Yeah, I think he'd be my pick. Another 50 for Henschel. This one, brilliant shot over the leg side. Just kind of dropped a bit too short from Whelan. And yeah, incredible hitting from Dylan Henschel. And if he does win MVP, it's very well deserved.
Push and no run this time. It's a 14 to win. Whelan. I like what he brings to the table. You know, he's a guy I'd want on my team, not in the opposition. It's normally a compliment. Dylan, he's still not bored, is he? He's still pretty keen to make sure he gets the job done. Could have easily gone after that, played a rash shot, but he just works it away for a single. Wasn't quite in his area.
Yeah, I'd like to stay there at the end and actually get the winning runs. I suspect, I think both of these two would. They've had a fantastic partnership. This is going to be called a no ball. It was very close to the edge of that pitch. Whelan's not happy. He thinks it's a wide. It's very close to the edge, I have to say. I think it possibly was just inside.
I mean, he might block it. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones that looks like... Yeah, I mean...
It's tied, isn't it? It is tied.
I'm not a huge fan of the no ball off the pitch law anyway, because I think it's a big penalty. If it's on the edge, they normally call it no ball anyway. Lake won't need any second invitation. Kind of maybe draws a dot because he tries to hit into outer space.
Good response from Whelan.
Yeah.
Very good comeback. He's got a smile. He enjoys playing Whelan. I don't think I've ever seen the guy angry or upset. He's always got a smiling face, win, lose or draw.
Gets a bit of this and won't carry. That's the kind of night it's been for Tarek. I think it too, with the old look at the eyes of the fielder. If he's not looking at you, you might be able to steal it.
They've got to concentrate here, Tarek. I know the game's looking like it might be ebbing towards the Sloggers win, but they can't take their eye off the ball here. Anything can happen.
Deciding who's going to bowl the next over, I think. It's 90 for 1 after 7. Coming up in the morning, got Barcelona International versus Pack Eye Care in the morning session. Magic versus Catalonia Red. Maybe if you've joined us for the first time for this series, why don't you stay on the ride? Because we're just getting started. Just a week and a half into the season. 49-week season this year. 49 consecutive weeks. So join me, Vinny Sandu, in Barcelona this morning. And while you're sleeping, I'll be on the move. I think that's a guarantee. I'll be there with Georgie Parker, who's going to be on ECN for the first time. Here's Mirpuri. Does get this 8th over. And he gets hit straight, and he gets hit hard. And it's Maximo time. The Sloggers can smell it now.
5 runs needed. They can do it in one shot if they want to here, Sloggers. Really nice and straight there from Richard Lake. Goes over the top, and Mirpuri has to watch that one sail back over his head. This could be done in this ball if they want it.
He goes leg side, and he's only going to get one here, but now maybe fittingly Henschel could bring up the win with a boundary.
Yeah, what's the odds? What's the odds on Henschel for trying to go for the big shot to finish here? Be a fitting conclusion to his tournament and Sloggers' tournament. Mirpuri.
Well, there it is. It's game, it's set, and it's Maximo. And Henschel runs with a shot, and he's got some company. It's heartbreak again for Tarek. And the Sloggers, they've shone brightly under lights here at the Rock, and Henschel, in front of his family and friends, he brings it up with a big hit. Sloggers reign supreme in Gibraltar.
What scenes, and well played, young man, well played. That is a sensational knock from a sensational little player, and he's done it throughout the week. Not once have I seen him have a bad game. He's such a good player and well deserved. I think Sloggers, they deserve that. It was very, very good performance, clinical.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly ironic, if you like, because when I first heard of the team named Sloggers, I was expecting one thing. But let's be honest, they've played some cracking cricketing strokes in this tournament. Plenty off the bat of Henschel, who brings it up with a massive hit. But how about Richard Lake and his injection? Big time player, Richie. And you've got to go through the side, and you look up and down this side, and you don't really see too many passengers, do you? You've got a lot of guys that have contributed. You can see James Scott there suffering a bit of an injury. We didn't see him feature in the 11 today. That Sloggers, I think, all in all, when it came to those key matchups, they won more of them. And well, in the end, they won 3 of the 4 matches between these two teams. And fittingly, they're the first ECSN champions of the year. Rimmer, a marginal one, but I can see what the umpire was getting at there. He went for all duck. But remember I said it might be a blessing in disguise. I mean, Lake, he was just smashing everything, and he had a good seat when he wasn't hitting to look at Henschel, who lit it up with another half century.
Yeah, as we've watched through a few of his shots here, I tell you what, he could make a highlight reel from this tournament, which would last a good 5 or 10 minutes with some of the shots that he's played. Little beauties, absolutely, but he's played it clever as well. He's not just tried to slog everything out of the ground. Proper cricketing shots as well as that. And you see him drive. And this one's the one which ends up in the garden. Nice little bounce off the camper van there as that ends up in someone's balcony. Well, the crowd were happy. As we see Richard Lake just having a little bit of trouble. Nearly got stumped there from Hillman, but the luck was on their side as well, Sloggers today.
It was a case of so close yet so far on a couple of these ones. So Hillman hit one at the end where he's just slightly sent the wrong way. Henshaw, again, he's destructive. He's a triple threat, bat, bowling, and with the field as well. That one brought up his 50, but he wasn't done yet. He was determined to go all the way. Having said that, might have even got a fingertip on that one. Hillman was just wrong-footed, and that was the half century that got them close, but in the end, they do it fairly easily. 2.5 overs to spare. Henshaw, well, as soon as he hit that ball, he knew that this tournament was over. And Sloggers, they ran on to congratulate Dylan. And look, Sloggers, I think they turned the tables. They had a disappointing series last year. This time, they do get up the top, and they are the champion. You can see how much it means. It's a great moment for them. Now, spirit thought for Tarek as well. I mean, 2 finals out of 3 years. Of course, we didn't really see him last year in this series. But look, that'll spur them on again. And Avi, he's going to have to build another super side
silver medal specialist
to try and take the trophy.
They're growing these silver medals in his closet. But yeah,
as
bit of a shame for him, I have to say. I do feel
Buzz Aldrin said, second comes right after first. 9 o'clock tomorrow GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 in India. Barcelona International with a tough task against former European champions Pacar in the morning. Then Magic Badalona versus Catalunya Red in the afternoon. Because we're a bit tight for time, we won't have the trophy ceremony televised tonight. But you can find out by following our social media at European Cricket exactly who won the MVP award. So, yeah, stay tuned and have a look at European Cricket for that. Look at the scorecard there. 61 for Henshaw, not out, of course. Richard Lake, 38. We saw 9 sixes in 7.5 overs. Rimmer went first ball, but, I mean, he's a very important contributor to this overall campaign. Burns with 1 for 30, the only wicket taker off the very first ball, like we said. No one really was able to stop the bleeding. It was just kind of death by 1,000 cuts, wasn't it? Well, not just cuts, a few other shots as well. But Sloggers, just the weight of runs told in the end, and they get there with 15 balls to spare.
Yeah, dominant performance from Sloggers. You have to say, credit to where credit's due. Every single player that I've noticed for Sloggers this tournament has stepped up at some point or another. So when someone hasn't, someone else has. So big congratulations to them. Well done to Dylan Henshaw, Williams with his bowling exceptional. But big congratulations to Andrew Crom, who's been absolutely fantastic as a captain. And also to Charlie Harrison, who we haven't seen this year play, but it's his little baby Slogger, so I have to make a special mention to Papa.
That's true. Hello to Charles.
He's here tonight, I think, watching, and he's proud. In all his customs gear. He's done credit to him. It's his little baby. So well done, Charles.
You're right, and I think it's really important we acknowledge that the history that goes with Sloggers. I think that's really important that how we incorporate that history into these ECN tournaments. So that's the tail of the tape there. Just quickly. I want to thank everyone in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, for your contributions. Of course, you can catch me tomorrow. We can talk about this tomorrow. I want to say thank you to all the guest commentators I've had. I won't try and name them all, but I know that Louis Bruce was in here a lot. We had Bertie Burchick last night. We had Kabir Mirpuri on as well. And for yourself, Joe, I think you've been outstanding. Thanks so much for joining me on Finals Day.
Been an absolute pleasure. Absolutely pleasure. It's been a fantastic experience, fantastic tournament. Nice being back playing. Obviously, would have liked to be involved tonight myself, but it's not a bad gig being in here with you as well.
And if you ever get sick of watching people fall asleep for a living, you're always welcome here in the commentary box. Well, it's almost time to go. Like I said, you'll have to find out the MVP on our social media because we're running a little bit tight for time. There's the schedule for tomorrow. And like I said, Georgie will be joining me for the first week. Rico will be taking over in the second week as I'll have a little bit of a breather. Well, Joe, it's been great to be back at the Rock. Thanks for having us. I might as well just say a big thank you to all the organisers, to the Federation, to all the umpires. I mean, they've been outstanding during this series. We actually haven't talked about them much because they've just gone about their business. They've been great. Obviously, Tyrone is involved in that as well, from the ECN side, to all the scorers, the Blue Crew, to all the spectators that came out. We had a bit of a crowd tonight, didn't we?
We did, and look, that's the good thing about Gibraltar cricket in my eyes. I'm a bit biased, but the community here is fantastic, and big thank you to everyone who has helped put on this show and helped going through all the kind of... It's not easy to put on something like this, and so thank you very much to the Gibraltar Cricket Board and the government here in Gibraltar and the fans, and also you guys with ECN for coming here and making it a really special tournament.
It is a pleasure, of course. I didn't want to forget Rick Hatchman and Chris Pyle, who were in the box with me earlier on the day as well. So, last thank you has to go to our fantastic sponsors, to FanCode in the subcontinent, obviously for broadcasting the matches, and to Local Lifestyle, to Bizaway, to Paramatch, and to Grizzly Bear Sports, who We didn't lose too many balls this time. We lost a few up the rock. We have to go find those on the way back. From everyone here at the European Cricket family and ECN, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. On a big day for European cricket. 7 finals across 2 venues. And now it's time for me to get in a car again. And I'll be there in the morning for Monday morning in Barcelona. The Barcelona Bash will kick off tomorrow. Thanks again, Joe. For now, we'll leave you with the best bits of a very long finals day and finals night. We'll see you soon for more action right here on ECN. It's hasta mañana.
Good night.